Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Really happy to see all of you here, and would like to start our first Cyber Protection Developers Conference here in Sofia, Bulgaria. My name is Nikolai Grebennikov, and I will be a moderator of this event together with Alexander Nigentsov, business development expert from STREAMER.BG, Bulgaria. As Acronis Chief Development Officer, I'm really excited that we are going to learn today from our experts and our speakers. And this conference is a big milestone for Acronis as a company, and I hope big event for Bulgarian country. Data is the most valuable asset, and we are here to learn how to protect them from different standpoints. And back in October last year, Acronis opened a development office here in Sofia. We see a great potential in Bulgaria as a country, and we'll discuss IT potential of Bulgaria together with our panelists today. And we will hear more about our vision of development of Acronis in Bulgaria from our Chief Executive Officer and founder of Acronis, Mr. Sergey Belousov.
We have prepared an interesting agenda for you today. If you haven't done so already, please download the Acronis Events mobile app from Apple App Store or Google Play Store. It has all the details about today's events and provides an easy way to meet and chat with other people. If you post messages from today's conference on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag CyberProtectionSofia.
You can see agenda on the slide and hashtag and mobile app here as well. Please download the app, which is great, and you will see all details of the conference there. Acronis Cyber Protection Developer Conference would not be possible without support of Bulgarian government and Sofia University. So thank you very much for that. And we'd like to acknowledge the available support. And we'd like to announce first session, which will be several small speeches from different important people. So it will be Anastas Gerzhikov, rector of Sofia University, Yordanka Fandakova, mayor of Sofia, Professor Ivan Dimov, advisor to the Minister of Education and Science, Krasimir Valchev, and Maria Gabriel, commissioner of the Digital Economy and Society, European Commission. So we'd like to start, and please welcome to the stage Anastas Gerzhikov, rector of Sofia University.
They switch on me, not you.
Сега чува ли се? Уважаеми господин Белоусов, госпожо
Mr. Belousov, Mrs. Fandakova, Professor Dimov, dear participants in the conference. For Sofia University, it is a great honor and pleasure to host this event. We have a long-standing tradition of cooperating with companies from the IT sector. The topic of today's event, cyber protection, is undoubtedly important for both society at large and for Sofia University. We are also actively engaged in research and are developing applications and systems, and always try to partner with leading companies. Acronis is one such company, and together with experts from other leading companies such as Google, Microsoft, VMware, among the organizers of today's event. We have been partnering with these companies not only because they are market leaders, but because they also have a very strong sense of corporate social responsibility. They do a lot for research, and in particular research in universities, to be widely disseminated. And these are also big companies that realize that they wouldn't be able to find talented young employees unless they cooperated with universities, and we are deeply grateful to them for this traditional cooperation. And in the last year, we have launched a successful cooperation with Acronis, who are the organizers of today's conference. I hope that you will learn a lot today about this important topic and will find a lot of inspiration to continue your endeavors in this area. Thank you.
Mayor of Sofia with us today. Please welcome Yordanka Fandakova, Mayor of Sofia.
Good morning and welcome to Sofia to all. Professor Girjikov, Professor Dimov, Mr. Belousov, dear guests, young people, IT professionals, IT being one of the most important sectors, not only in this city but also in Bulgaria. It's a pleasure. Thank you for your invitation. I am glad that Sofia is hosting the first cyber protection developers conference. I hope that it will generate a lot of new ideas and solutions for us in Sofia. IT has been a priority, a leading economic sector. More than 40,000 people work in IT in our town, and this number has been increasing on a daily basis. Last year, only a few months ago, Acronis joined the companies that have R&D centers in town, and I am indeed very happy. I hope that they will decide to stay here and expand their business, because this also gives us the opportunity to rely on the potential of experts, of professionals, in order to better protect our systems. As you know, the Bulgarian EU Commissioner has elevated cybersecurity and cyber protection to the level of a top priority, and together with the research community, together with businesses, I think we will be able to achieve much better results. So I have serious expectations. I have already talked to the Dean of Sofia University and also with Mr. Belousov about the fact that the metropolitan municipality would be willing to set up a small team to audit our system in order to improve information security. You know that all of us, we are striving to transform Sofia into a smart city, and we are always open to introducing new systems. At the same time, I do think we are lagging behind in terms of cybersecurity, so your help will be highly welcome and appreciated. Sofia is a leader in the Sofia municipality is the leader in introducing e-services. We have more than 50 e-services now available to citizens, particularly in the transport sector, ticketing systems, and of course these systems have an important component of cybersecurity and protection. And to me personally, the most important area is education, and I am very pleased to see that universities and businesses enjoy excellent cooperation. The same is true, for example, with the military academy, for a number of secondary schools which have been pioneering the introduction of IT training. We have 70 primary schools that offer training in IT, so I hope that this will ensure that both universities and businesses rely on a greater pool of talent. So I wish you every success today. Indeed, I have big expectations, as I've already said, and I hope that the conference will contribute to positioning Sofia as a city of innovation and an information hub in the region.
Much for your speech and for your support of the conference, and it's a big pleasure to welcome here Professor Ivan Dimov, advisor of Minister of Education and Science of Bulgaria.
Professor Gerchikov, Mrs. Vendakova, Mr. Belousov, ladies and gentlemen. Today's conference is extremely important and a very timely event because cyber protection is essential to all areas of the economy, but also of human endeavor in general. And I know that this is an area in which we have excellent cooperation between universities and research organizations in Bulgaria, because, as already stated, this requires not only a great deal of effort put into education, but also into innovation. So cyber protection also requires very serious, fundamental, basic knowledge, mathematics, theory of digital theory, and it is very important to combine the efforts of education, science, and businesses. And I believe that our Ministry of Education and Science has a very proactive stance, and I would like to use this opportunity to convey the congratulations of the Minister of Education and wish this conference success, hoping that we will see you soon here in Sofia.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker which we have here is Maria Gabriel, Commissioner of the Digital Economy and Society, European Commission. She could not be with us today, but she sent the following recording to us. Let's.
Уважаеми господин Белоусов, уважаеми организатори.
Mr. Belousov, the organizers from Acronis, ladies and gentlemen, participants in today's forum, I would like to first of all thank the organizers to participate in the conference and to congratulate them on their initiative. This is a highly timely forum because cyber protection is a topic of ever increasing importance on the global agenda because all of us, citizens and businesses, rely on digital services. Until by 2020, there will be billions of interconnected digital appliances, and this raises a number of new challenges. And this means that they will also see more and better cyber attacks, and we are not talking about small theft and vandalism. Malicious persons are increasingly using cyberspace in order to manipulate data. A cyber attack can also aim to use sensitive information in order to compromise election results, to sway opinion one way or another, used for the dissemination of fake news or for identity theft in order to influence public opinion. They have a serious impact on the economy. 80% of European companies say that they don't know whether they've been exposed to a cyber attack. In the last 2 years, we've seen a 300% increase in cyber attacks. This is why we need specific measures in order to protect our democratic processes better and make them more resilient. And the European Commission has been working consistently in this regard. So allow me to briefly mention some of the most important initiatives. The Directive for Network and Information Security. This is the first piece of legislation which requires member states to improve their national capabilities by introducing appropriate policies. It sets up structures, units for response in the case of incidents, and its transposition after transposing it into their national law, several member states have expanded its scope, and we welcome this decision. But this is not all. In the next place, we will have a set of legislative acts on cybersecurity which will enter into force this spring. It's called Edison, which creates a new pan-European framework for the certification of cybersecurity. These schemes will make it easier and cheaper for developers to demonstrate the benefit of their products and for users to check whether what they get is what they want. It will also reduce the administrative burden on businesses because the digital certificate will be recognized in all other member states. And thirdly, we recently proposed the setup of an European expert center on cybersecurity. We would like to facilitate the pooling together of the resources of member states in order to coordinate efforts in the area of research and innovation so that higher budgets we can maximize the results of greater financing. So these centers on cybersecurity will guarantee that know-how has been improved and is available to all. In Bulgaria, there are several such know-how cybersecurity sectors, and the Romanian presidency of the Council has singled out these proposals as a priority, and we're making progress. Ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. We need more knowledge at all levels, from our children who grow up with interconnected devices to the labor market, where a lot of companies, even today, are experiencing difficulties in finding talent and in order to gain access to further investment. We need to raise the awareness of people of the importance of cyber protection and support our European cyber talents. This is why I launched the campaign Safer Internet for the EU, which places an impact on better cyber hygiene. We would like to help children, young people, parents and teachers to be better aware and to be better users of the internet. Many people have already joined our events, and hundreds and thousands of materials have been disseminated. On the 5th of February, when we will mark the Safer Internet Day, we would like to join people together under the motto Together for Better Internet. And I would be very pleased if you, the organizers and participants in today's event, to join this very important event. On this note, I will conclude by saying that by staying together, we stand a better chance of attracting more supporters and a better chance of making the internet a safer place where cybersecurity is our top priority. Better cyber protection has benefits for everybody, businesses, citizens, and societies. Thank you once again for the conference, and I wish you every success.
Thank you very much for our speakers, and without support of Sofia University, City of Sofia, and the Bulgarian government, this conference would not be happen, and we hope that it's just the first time, and we will continue this practice next year and have it as a common practice for SOFI and for Acronis together. And before we go to the main part, let me tell that we have much more people who want to attend, and on the first floor of the university we have an online streaming, and you can actually watch the conference there in some places on the first floor. So let's go to the main part of the conference, and let me invite to the stage Acronis founder and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Sergey Belousov, for his keynote speech.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the conference. Thank you, Mr. Rector. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, the government of Bulgaria, which is being extremely friendly. We have only started our presence here less than a year ago. We have a lot of progress, and we are very happy to be here. Most certainly, we want to have this conference repeated next year with even more people and with even more space in the conference room. So in my speech, I'm going to talk about cyber protection. In some ways, this is a very simple topic, but it is becoming critical and even becoming life-threatening only now. So the world is becoming digital. There is a lot of trends. I separate these trends into these 4 categories. There's 17 trends which are in front of us: Internet of Things, robots, drones, self-driving cars, 3D printers, next-generation computing, which is replacing von Neumann architecture and x86 computers. Guys. So I guess it's not digital enough, right? FinTech, big data, Bitcoin. Come on. Is it possible to fix it? It's very difficult to actually continue this way. You see, the world is digital, it requires protection. We can very easily see that. Right? So wearables, virtual reality, life sciences, blockchain, space exploration, artificial intelligence, safety, security and privacy overall, and quantum technology. So the world is clearly becoming digital. This is not new. I have prepared this slide sometimes about 5 years ago, and after these 5 years I have modified some of the pictures on the slide, but most of the trends on the slide are so big that they continue for many, many years and continue to be interesting and growing for many, many years. So who is in charge of that? Katya? Is it possible to get this working? Because we're going to have more speakers, and you know, I mean, it's okay for me, but we have guests, right? And this thing is blinking in front of me as well. It's kind of difficult with that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting. It's difficult for me to speak like this, but okay, I will try. So I mean, this is pretty obvious. This is pretty obvious that the world is becoming digital. I wanted to stop on 3 interesting, from my standpoint, trends which perhaps are not as obvious today. So the first trend is obviously that computing is moving outside of the data center. Computing is always moving inside and outside, and it started from mainframes, which were in the large data centers. It then went to distributed computing, and then I remember at the time of the internet, I attended a Microsoft conference, and one of the senior people from Microsoft was talking about the fact that internet is revenge of the mainframes. And so effectively, we're moving back towards a state when you have several hundreds, not tens of millions, not hundreds of millions of places where computing is. And so we believe computing moving to the edge. The picture here is the factory. On the modern factory, every part of equipment is a computer. And so IoT and mobile shift computing outside of the data center. And when you're talking to IT analysts, when you're reading media, more often than not, you're talking about large data center and computing inside data centers. And so the computing outside of the data center, it's not the end of the cloud, it's the extension of the cloud. And it is also similar to the cloud how it's managed. It's managed centrally. And again, everything in the world, the camera, the wonderful thing which manages the blinking screen in front of me, And the wonderful thing which is managing this blinking screen is becoming a computer and is based outside of the data center. You know, this is another picture of a smart home. Clearly, there are very different requirements outside of the data center. You need to have much lower latency and better response time because a lot of the edge computing is controlling real-time devices. You can wait maybe a minute or 10 minutes for your computer to boot up. You will be frustrated. I don't think you would want to wait for an elevator for 10 minutes inside the elevator. And Acronis, so there is also very large data sets. A lot of the edge computing is dealing with multimedia data, and uploading very large sets of data very far is not getting any faster. So the internet is actually at certain speed today, and we know that in the past 10 years, the upload speed and download speed did not become faster. There is definitely importance of constant connectivity because, again, we're dealing very often with devices which are real-time. We're dealing with self-driving cars, for example. Self-driving cars rely on the computer to make decisions. It has to be inside of the computer. And there are other things which are moving computing to the edge. And we believe in some 10 years, 20 years from now, we're going to have 100 billion computers around us, 100 billion computers, 10 computers for every person on Earth, including those people who today have no access to computers at all, and only less than 1 billion of them will be in the data center. About 99 billion of these devices will be outside of the data center. This is another statistic confirming it. This is basically Cisco who is talking about the amount of data which is coming out of devices outside of the data center, which is more than doubling in 5-year period. So, Katya? I'm sorry, we have this working conference here. Where is Katya? Where is IT people? Is this going to be fixed? Sorry, guys. So then another thing which is very important is cybersecurity. We heard about the importance from cybersecurity from previous speakers. And again, there is nothing new about it. But I think what is new about it is that cybersecurity is no longer done by hackers. It is industrialized, and really, cybersecurity is no longer about the attacks which happened in the past several years, but it's about zero-day attacks. Almost all attacks today are zero-day, and so there is these changes to the cybersecurity landscape. Criminals have huge computing power, so they really have access today to ability to hack systems with a lot of compute power. There is another big trend is the fact that people are very concerned about privacy. And that relates to organizations, that relates to countries, that relates to cities, that relates to people. People have difficulty trusting each other, and as such, trusting each other's cybersecurity capabilities. And the other thing which is very important, in the past, artificial intelligence was used for the defense, but today, artificial intelligence is actively used for the offense. Artificial intelligence perhaps is not super smart, and not as creative as humans, but is extremely fast and extremely good in solving simple problems and finding holes. There is a big trend in universities, of course, investing in cybersecurity. We heard it today that in Sofia State, cybersecurity is a very important topic. And in addition to that, there is a big threat today about data-driven attacks. So attacks are no longer focused on your applications, on your systems, but are focused on data, because data is what is used by us to make decisions. And by modifying data, you can make us make wrong decisions. We all learn about the attacks on the data, so data is inaccessible. The ransomware attacks, but even more dangerous in the future attacks which will modify the data and will make your programs to make decisions which are incorrect. This is just an example of NSA, National Security Agency in the United States, which is possibly the largest computing power in the world, and they're building the first exaflop computer in Oak Ridge. There is a common joke in our industry that if you have a telephone conversation and you forgot what you talked about, don't worry, it was recorded. You can call these guys and they have a recording no matter where you work, right? Then, of course, that changes the security landscape, and we believe these changes are important, and there is two important changes. First of all, is that there is no longer a possibility of cybersecurity without physical or human security. In the past, you had a security division in some large company, and it was having some cooperation with IT. At some point, maybe 5, 10 years ago, you have chief security officers or chief information security officers as a separate part of the organization. Today, we believe cybersecurity is becoming much more important than digital security, and it's impossible to do a security without making sure that you actually control your physical security, control access to devices, and control the people. Another thing which is very important is an integration with automation. Security is not about security software. It's about security all over your IT organization. And so you have to have up-to-date systems. I have to tell you guys, I have to apologize. I'm a CEO of this company, and I'm the founder, and I'm trying to do my best. But this kind of things make me extremely annoyed, and it's difficult for me to give a speech. I apologize again. I hope we will fix it for future speakers. Then, of course, there is GDPR and privacy management. So privacy management is no longer an area of your choice. I remember 5 years ago, I was in a conference with one very famous entrepreneur, and we were talking about privacy. And this guy, he said, like, yeah, I don't care about privacy. I can put everything about me on the internet, let everybody know. Well, the thing is that today, privacy is not about your choice, but it's about the law. You have to control the privacy of your customers and your employees, and if you break it, you break the law. And that actually relates to a lot of other areas in cybersecurity. Then artificial intelligence and machine learning, maybe 3, 5 years ago, it was an interesting add-on. So some security companies use artificial intelligence. Some security companies didn't use artificial intelligence. Today, because artificial intelligence is used by the hackers, it's required that it's going to be needed in your security offering. And then another thing which is very important, and you can read about it in the media, is that security is about controlling what you use for IT infrastructure. Because one of the ways to penetrate your company is through your vendors, who have direct contact to your systems and your people, and to people who supply you hardware. Because you rely on hardware, you rely on devices like this blinking computer to actually deal with your IT infrastructure. And one of the ways to penetrate your system is to supply you a system which has a hole in it. And that's possibly the main way how modern governments and government organizations are penetrating each other. I want to mention one more trend which is very interesting. I've learned about it just recently. I was on Davos conference last week, and it was repeated several times that today we're living in the world where organizations and governments are dividing the cyberspace. So we are at peace. There is no major war today happening. But in the meantime, governments are trying to penetrate all systems in all organizations and putting some agents in place. Those agents, those programs are maybe sleeping programs. They may be activated later when they need something from you, and they may be activated at the case of some emergency. But ultimately, the people on the conference believed that almost every system in the world have one or several agents implemented by one or several governments. And so the question is not whether your system will be penetrated. It is penetrated. It's how to find what is on your system. I also wanted to talk about another trend which perhaps is not obvious, and one of these trends is related to quantum technology. Quantum technology is something which has been mentioned for the past 30 years as an interesting trend, and it's good in quantum metrology, quantum sensors, quantum communications, and quantum security, and most important, quantum computers. And what is interesting about this trend is that today we live in the world where there is a digital world, there is a physical world, and there is a world of nature. And those are 3 different worlds. We are living in the world of humans, the world of the earth. There is a digital world where the hackers live, and there is a physical world. And with quantum computers, really, you can model the reality. And you can model the reality, and so you can actually create a digital world out of the world of nature. And the other trends, like satellites and IoT, digitize the physical world. And so ultimately, what happens with quantum computers and what happens with IoT and satellites, all of the worlds will become digital. You will have the digitization of the world and ability to monitor and predict and simulate different events in the world with computers. I'm just curious, what is happening? Why is it switching off? Where is the thing which is actually blinking? What is it? Huh? Really? Okay, so I need to look at the other one. And so this is three important trends, which I think is somewhat insightful. Universal quantum architecture, quantum software architecture was created last year. There were several articles which effectively allow people to write programs for quantum computers, even though large quantum computers are not yet available. There is a group in Innsbruck University which was led by Peter Zoller, which created the universal quantum software architecture. So you can actually write software for quantum computers, and nevertheless, the quantum computer's hardware may be different. There is another very, very good achievement. There was always a discussion about quantum computers of large scale or small scale, and there is several articles recently which show that you can actually use quantum computers as a co-processors for classical computers, and a lot of the modeling of nature can be done with such quantum co-processors with small number of qubits. And there is another thing which is very important, and this is that by the end of the year, we believe there will be a first boxed quantum computer with 256 qubits. And this quantum computer has such architecture that can double every year. So that effectively means in 10 years, we have a 256,000 qubit quantum computer, which is enough to model a lot of different things in nature, to model new materials, to model physical events, and to calculate a lot of things in a very important way. And so again, coming to this trend, the world is becoming digital. I specifically put this self-driving robo-race car on the landscape, on the picture here. The thing is this, that today we talk about self-driving cars, and perhaps self-driving cars are not going to happen quite as soon. What we see happening with Apple announcement recently and with a number of other things, that really making a universally acceptable self-driving car which can solve any difficult long-tail situations is difficult, but nevertheless the world is becoming digital. And there is one feature which is quite obvious about digital world. It's extremely easy to copy and destroy. So wiping up 1 petabyte of data requires almost no energy. You just press a button and the 1 petabyte of data is completely destroyed. And this button can be pressed by you by mistake. It can be pressed by some bad guy. It can be happening because of one or another reason. But of course, demolishing physical world is extremely difficult. So this is sort of the picture of several buildings demolished. Demolishing a building requires trillions times more energy. And not only that, in the physical world, we're used to the fact that actually all the physical objects in this world are unique. There is impossible in this physical world and prohibited by the laws of physics to make an exact copy of something. So there is a possibility to always distinguish the original from the copy. It could be very difficult. A copy and original could look very similar, but they are ultimately different. In a digital world, this is completely extremely easy. Everything can be copied. The sets of bits, sets of zeros and ones could be exactly the same. And so we believe digital world requires safety. Safety is something we get used to in the physical world. In the physical world, as species, we have evolved to safety in the past several billion years, and then as humans in 100 million years, and a human society in the 100,000 years, and we developed a lot of tricks about safety. Ultimate safety in the physical world is not possible. We believe it's a domain of God, but we're getting better and better there. But in the digital world, having safety is just about having one or several copies of your data. If you have one or several copies, you can actually deal with it, and vice versa. If you lose the data, it's quite deadly. Without your data in the future, you won't be able to continue. The next thing is very important, is accessibility. In the physical world, accessibility is something we're always fighting with. We are building trains, planes, cars. We are building hyperloops. We are talking about hypersonic travel to access different parts of the physical world. Ultimate accessibility is our dream. In the digital world, accessibility is very, very easy, and it's possible with proper tools. You can actually, the wonderful thing about digital world is you can, with proper tools, access your digital world anywhere, on any device, anywhere in the world. Privacy is another thing which is very important. As I mentioned, it's very easy to copy digital objects. And so when you copy digital objects and you modify digital objects, you can influence people. And by changing objects, you can influence elections, you can influence buying decisions, You can influence family decisions, you can influence health decisions, and so ultimately privacy is extremely important, and it is something which you must control. Privacy is perhaps a new trend. People talked about privacy in the last 10 years. It became super important in the last several. Next thing which is very important is authenticity. Again, in the physical world, authenticity is something we get used to. In the physical world, we can always distinguish original from the copy. In the digital world, without special tools, everything looks the same. And as we move towards the physical world, merging with the digital world, merging with the world of nature, in the digital world, we will have to make sure that authenticity is possible to distinguish. We will have to be able to somehow digitally sign and verify signatures. And of course, finally, security is very important. Everybody understands that there is a lot of assets, a lot of value in the digital world. And again, if you think about security of the past, security was related to you losing access to your computer. Today, it's directly related to losing money, because people actually have all the money in a digital way, to losing actually control of something, to losing power, and directly related to losing potentially health with autonomous devices, with medical devices. By losing security, you can actually influence human lives directly. And so reality is that digital world need all these 5 vectors of protection, and safety, accessibility, privacy, authenticity, and security. And not all of them are actually are very much aligned. For example, it is extremely safe to put your data in a safe underground and to keep this safe under 20 different doors and 20 different locks. But in that case, it will not be very accessible. For example, one way to deal with security is to give your access to your systems to several external security companies, and to choose the best companies in the world, but not necessarily these companies are part of your country and share your policy. And so privacy actually is not the same as security, and one contradicts another. Most of the time, one of the reasons why people don't care about security is because they're much more worried about their privacy. And so we believe this needs to be balanced, and so we introduce this concept of cyber protection as Acronis. Cyber protection is the concept which we sort of coined last year, and we will continue to make it more and more popular. So there is data protection, is something which we've done in the past, dealing with safety, accessibility. And there is privacy, authenticity, and security, and this combination of this is cyber protection. Combination of this is what is effectively required by every system, application, and data. We believe that in the future, you cannot survive without air, water, food, shelter, and cyber protection, because without cyber protection, none of your application, data, and systems will be usable. And so you need all these factors. You need safety, accessibility, privacy, authenticity, and security, not just security. You know, when we talk to people today on Davos Forum, to politicians, to businesses, to universities, people are much more focused on cybersecurity, but we believe especially with the changes in security landscape, with the changes to the physical world, just security is not enough. You actually need to take care of all these factors, and because of the number of the devices, especially on the edge outside of the data center, it has to be extremely easy, extremely efficient, and extremely secure. Inside the data center, you can split different functions between people who deal with security and control the perimeter, people who deal with safety. You can allocate expertise to manage your complex infrastructure outside of the data center, outside of the main city, on the factory floor, in the building. It has to be extremely easy, extremely cost efficient, and extremely secure without compromising your control of your infrastructure and your digital life. And of course, it needs to be super reliable, because today it actually influences your financial state, your economic state, and your health directly. So that is what we do in Acronis. Acronis is here for about 1 year. I think we officially opened office in July last year. Here, we are a Singapore company. I'm Singaporean, despite my Russian accent, and we are founded in Singapore. We have dual headquarters. Having dual headquarters for us is very important. We promise our customers and partners protection, and one of the protection we have to promise is from any governments. It's also very important that we're both based in Singapore and Switzerland, because both Singapore and Switzerland are countries which are very politically stable, very economically stable, very independent, and yet completely neutral. Countries have very strong armies, very strong cybersecurity divisions in their armies. Nevertheless, they don't have any offensive doctrine. Neither Singapore, which is my country, nor Switzerland, is where I live, ever planning to attack anybody. Today, we're about 1.1 thousand people. We're growing very rapidly, and we do business in almost every country in the world. So one thing which we do in Acronis, and that's one of the reasons we insisted to have this conference in this university, is innovation. Innovation is one way to develop business, and we innovate in these 5 areas, and we definitely invite many of you to come and innovate as our partners or as our employees. We built our any data technology for the last 15, 20 years. Acronis has a lot of code. All of this code is organically grown, and it's over 50 million lines of code dealing with any different types of workload and data format. We are also innovating in our cyber infrastructure, making this infrastructure absolutely multi-purpose, scale out and scale in, and totally software defined for maximum efficiency. We innovate with our hybrid cloud architecture, which is something unique, which allows our customers and partners to keep complete control of their data application and systems. We do not influence our customers where to deploy the data, where to deploy our application. They have control of it. We innovate with blockchain, which is, we believe, the only way long-term to ensure data authenticity. So people talk about blockchain and Bitcoin and whether it's a hype and whether it's going to go away. We are very certain that distributed crypto architectures, which is one other way to call blockchain, is the future for making sure that data is authentic. And having data authentic is critical for anything in the future world, because you will make all the decisions based on data. So you will have to know if the data was or wasn't modified. And of course, we innovate with artificial intelligence. Ultimately, people don't really want to run their IT infrastructure. They want infrastructure to work. And we believe that artificial intelligence is one way to make sure that your infrastructure is truly autonomous. So I wanted to stop on several important technologies which we have. So the first technology which we build in Acronis is very unique. It's something which we call Acronis cyber infrastructure. So with cyber infrastructure, you can think about us building something which is built by our partner companies like VMware, but for edge workloads. So this is how we see our cyber infrastructure. We see Acronis appliances in millions of places at customer place. This looks like a server, but in reality, there is 5 servers inside. So it's a new generation device, which is 5 servers inside. And so because it's 5 servers inside, it's very, very reliable. So if anything breaks, you can replace a disk or you can replace a server. Because of the way we build it, it's very cost efficient. It's very, very easy to use. You don't need to worry about managing reliability. It has integrated security, and it's truly universal, so you can deploy a single server to control your office or your building, or you can have hundreds of servers at tens of thousands of partner locations, or you can go to Acronis data center. And we also, with Acronis cyber infrastructure, ensure ability to keep your data in multiple places. And so we see this as an extension of private clouds and Uber clouds and public clouds, which are going to be located in thousands of places by companies like Google, Amazon, in large companies. We believe that the edge infrastructure requires this distributed mesh of very reliable, yet scalable, and universal deployments. The next thing we do, which is very unique, is Acronis Notary, which enables us to do smart notarization of any digital object. We are going to do many other things like multi-signature, so you can sign any digital object with multiple people. So not just one person can say this is your object or you agree to this object. The object could be a document, could be an image, could be a movie, but several people. You can verify the object and check the data DNA. We today support Ethereum, but we participate in something which we call Zero Trust Consortium, which will enable our customers to use much more scalable and much more cost-efficient and fast way of keeping digital signatures And we believe that one other thing which we will do one step further is we will unite the system, Acronis Notary, with personal identification. You know, in fact, today, we all go through a number of identification procedures. We go to the airport and we have people, I mean, I go through customs maybe 200 times a year, and you have all these people looking at your passport and trying to figure out if your passport is original, and then looking at you and comparing the picture on your passport to you. It is way not efficient. You don't actually have to do it. Anybody has a mobile phone, and today mobile phone can both check the identification of your passport, especially if it has NFC, and identification of your face with a better precision. You might hear about it from the further lectures. So ultimately, any digital objects can be signed and identified to its owner, whether it's a person or organization. The next thing is very important part of our offering, which is very much coming out this year, is Acronis Security. And with Acronis Security, we're trying to deal with a holistic security picture. Again, one of the main things which we believe is happening today is you don't need to worry about the threats of the past. The threats of the past don't matter. What you need to worry about zero-day threats, and what it means is that it's ultimately absolutely sure that whatever you do, you will have security breaches. So you need to not only detect and solve the security breach, but you need to recover when you were penetrated. And so here we have unique features of our security products. One of them is we can, in real time, notify anybody who's using our products about upcoming security threat, which is potentially not solvable, and initiate immediate backup, immediate copy of your data just before the threat happens, so you don't lose 1 day or 1 week or whatever your back plan is. We enable you to remediate, to solve the problem with minimal data loss. One of the problems with recovery is you may have clean copy of your data set in case of ransomware. It may be 1 week old, it may be 2 weeks old. That means that you lose 2 weeks of data. In reality, if you look at your backups for the past 2 weeks, a lot of the data in your backups is actually safe, but there is no integrated way today to figure out which part of your data is safe, which part is not. We also need to ensure that we can restore to a safe state. Very often today, with zero-day attacks, what you have is you actually have an attack, your system is broken, you restore it, but you restore it to a state which is easy to penetrate, so immediately broken again. You have a broken system, then you restore it, and then immediately you get attacked again. And so the question is how to actually apply all the patches to both our software and the system and make sure that you restore to a safe state. Of course, we heavily use artificial intelligence and machine learning, and that's where we look for people. And again, we have a very unique technology in Acronis exploit prevention for, again, zero-day attacks. We believe, again, the main issue today is how to fight zero-day attacks. Then on top of this, we built Acronis Cyber Platform. We firmly believe, just like Intel, that we cannot solve all of the data management, all of the security problems themselves. And so everything we do in Acronis is an open platform, starting from universal infrastructure level, Acronis data, any data, cloud automation system, and service and application system. We provide SDKs and APIs for third-party developers to build on top. So for example, if we do not support certain data source or certain data destination, or we do not support certain data policy, or we do not manage some security, you don't have to rebuild everything we do. You can actually create a software, and over the course of this year, we will launch everything related to the platform, such as Marketplace, which would enable you to market your application through our partners to our extended customer base. And not only that, but we believe that we combine it into a unique platform for our partners, service providers, starting from Acronis Cyber Infrastructure, on top of it, Cyber Platform, and Cyber Services. Today, we already ship Acronis Backup, Acronis Disaster Recovery, Acronis Notary, Acronis File Sync and Share, and Acronis Monitoring. Very soon, we ship Total Protect, which is our security product. I think you will hear more about it today. Acronis Deployment, and over time, together with third party, we extend with other data management policies. What is very important, in order to make it extremely easy and extremely efficient and extremely secure, we still need people. And we have chosen a very unique way to go to market. We go to market through service providers. And so not only we build these products for backup, disaster recovery, file sync and share, and security, but we combine it with a platform which allows service providers to automatically deliver it to customers and end users all over the world. And so that's sort of a not just a product, but as a complete serviceable platform for service providers, which is also very important for our third parties. It is about our products. We believe that we protect knowledge, so we believe by protecting knowledge, we're doing something extremely important. We believe we innovate. When you innovate, sometimes you make mistakes, and sometimes you do inefficient things. And so we believe that even in case we're not doing a perfect job in terms of selling and marketing our products, and we're not the largest company in the world yet, but we show an example. We also believe that it's very important to do good. And so one thing which we have talked about in the past here and the previous conference is Acronis Foundation, which is our corporate social responsibility programs in which we build new schools. We educate prisoners in Singapore prisons, and we help veterans in US, and we do other things in education. As also one important part of our business strategy, we see that digital transformation happens in every field. There is a lot of discussions about whether artificial intelligence will replace humans and whether artificial intelligence will make humans irrelevant. We believe artificial intelligence needs to enhance humans. And because of that, we have an initiative which is called Acronis Sports, where we partner with the leading football teams. Today, we are partnered with Arsenal and Manchester City. And we partner with the leading racing teams. Today, we partner with Racing Point Force India. We partner with Williams. We partner with NIO in Formula E, and we partner with another 50 racing teams. And we partner with other teams where we allow the teams to collect digital data about their fans, about their performances, and use artificial intelligence to optimize their strategy or to optimize their technology. It's quite amazing what is happening in sports like soccer. We believe that in the next 5 years, no team could be competitive without digitizing every aspect of the game, and no team could be competitive without digitizing every aspect of the fan behavior, because the teams ultimately need to make money to buy players and win games to get money, and so you have to have digital data to be optimal with it, and we are involved in this heavily. In the last few minutes, I also want to talk about Acronis in Bulgaria. This is our team, photographed, I believe, in October when we launched our new office. Here, we want to build the largest Acronis R&D center. We definitely want to cooperate university, and we definitely want to do our Acronis Foundation projects. Acronis Foundation projects are most often related to science and education. One thing which we promised the university to do, and we hope to get good cooperation and support, is to help university to have better conference facilities. There are several centers we believe in university which are good. We believe such great university, such important university for us and for Bulgaria, like Sofia State, deserve perfect conference facilities without blinking screens and with very convenient chairs. And so we're committed to sponsor renovation of several good audiences for even larger event than Sofia State. We believe in the past, there was one place where people would assemble and discuss topics, where important government and cultural events would happen. That would be churches. And there is one church just next here, which is one of the largest churches and most famous churches in Christian era. But we believe in the future, this place is replaced by the other thing, by universities. The center of science, center of technology, center of education, center of economics, center of politics, center of culture needs to be at the university. And so the main events need to happen at universities. And so universities deserve to have perfect conference facilities. And so with that, I want to invite all of you to use or sell Acronis products. The unique thing about Acronis is Acronis products are usable by anybody, by any person, any organization of any size. And with that, we want to invite you to join Acronis. As you can see, we are not very far from here, just 500 meters. Right after I finish my speech, you don't have to attend the rest of the conference. You can just stand up and walk down to our office, and we will happily meet you and consider you as our employees or as our partners. We intend to have about 100 people this year. We sometimes in the middle of the year on the average, and over the course of 3 years, we want to grow our headcount in Bulgaria to about 500 people. out of which we will have close to 400 engineers. Again, we're building Bulgaria as our main engineering center in the world, which is very important difference with number of other companies who have engineering centers here. Here we will obviously hire people from Bulgaria, but not only from Bulgaria, also from nearby countries. We also hope to import people from other parts of the world. And we definitely invite you to partner and to join Acronis. Thank you very much. And apologies for the inconvenience.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for a very insightful speech. It was very great. And let's have a short Q&A session. During this session, our technical team will try to fix the screen. Any questions to Sergey Belousov from the audience? We have 2 microphones. Please ask your questions. Anyone? Yeah, there's a question on this side.
You can ask a question yourself, Nikolai. There's a question there. Okay. Where is the question?
Thank you.
So? It's not working. It's working.
Thank you.
No, not really. I don't hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Could you explain us a little bit more the role of blockchain in your company?
Blockchain development in Acronis. So there is 2 areas where we participate. One is Zero Trust Consortium, which is effectively an initiative, industry initiative, open initiative for building a blockchain ledger, which is open and is specifically designed for the purposes of signing documents, whether it's documents like source code. There is blockchain, which is now applied in origin in source code. Whether it's documents which we sign, we can basically sign any document which you can back up or put in our storage system. And so that's one thing. That is something which we just started. And again, it's about building a distributed public blockchain ledger, which is faster and which is cheaper, which is not focused on any digital currency. And so it's not speculative, right? So it's one thing. There's many companies who are doing this because, again, one of the things with blockchain is sort of confused with Bitcoin and confused with cryptocurrencies, and as such, it is overpriced, hyped, and influenced by things. And then the second thing which we do is that, again, we just enable any file, any block, any group of files, any archive, any log, which is accessible by our product to be signed. That means that you generate an MD5 hash with this file, but you can generate other hashes if you need, other types of digital signatures. And this is a 128-bit piece of sort of data, which you then combine in a block and store in a public blockchain ledger. At any point of time in the future, when you actually need to see if the file is original, you can take this MD5 algorithm, generate the hash, and compare the hash which you generated with the hash which is stored in public blockchain. Public blockchain is practically immutable, and so the hash there is not modified, and if the hashes match, there is extremely high chance that your object is original. Of course, in addition to that, if the object is changed, you want to actually figure out what was changed with the object, when was the object changed, is it significantly different, or maybe, maybe just you change some metadata, or you change a couple of letters in the document, and so that is additional services with Notary. Okay? There's one more question.
Yes, another question?
Hello, thank you for your speech.
Yeah, apologies for the technical things.
No problem. I'm Kostas Vlachakis from Athens, Greece, and I would like to ask you why you choose Bulgaria as the main R&D center for your company.
There is multiple reasons. One of them is that we have had a partner in Bulgaria for the past 15 years. So Plamin, who is the head of our Bulgarian office, who is somewhere here, was leading the partner, and we just decided to acquire the partner. So we had a base of 20 people. We also believe Bulgaria is a good place. It's located within sort of 1-2 hours flight from over 100 million people. It is cost efficient. It is today, and I have to be honest, is not in a perfect state. So a lot of people talk to us about why Bulgaria, why not Czech Republic, but it's improving very rapidly. And we see that the government is relatively positive in comparison to many other places in the world. And especially in Sofia, you see a very good sort of vector for improvement. So if today that may be sort of why do you choose Bulgaria, in 5 years the question would be why not Bulgaria? Why did you choose somewhere else? So we think Bulgaria fits our needs. And ultimately, when we chose Bulgaria, we had people objecting. They were talking about the fact that it's a small country, right? It's only 8 million people. But as you see, our plans are not super aggressive. We just want to have 500 people. And so we hope that between wonderful Bulgarian population and countries nearby, we can find people who can serve our needs, right? I mean, we will also relocate people from other parts of the world for other R&D centers. So we think Bulgaria is a good place, and we have actually compared Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, Austria, I mean, Malta, and some other, Spain, and some other places, and out of all these places, Bulgaria won on number of counts.
We have time for one more question.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Here, please. Here, to your left.
Yeah, can you give the microphone? Oh, there's 2 more questions. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So I know that, let's say, in your previous life, you were involved in research about quantum computing.
About what?
Quantum computing.
Yes.
And
well, we're still doing it. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like personally, this was your main thing. But to me, very ignorantly, quantum computing was something that would break a lot of the assumptions of our current world. So basically, it would make the world very different, to an extent that, let's say, maybe it would be a danger in many senses. Now, someone like you says that in 2 years it will be already around usable. So are we ready for this? And then, like the average person, let's say like me, we don't know anything about it. What can we do about it, about having this thing coming and not knowing about it?
We're touching on the topic which I have to apologize. I do public speeches last 20 years. And in the last 20 years, on the average, I do maybe 50 public speeches per year. And only once in the last 20 years, I had the glitches with the screen. This was on some CloudFest conference. And it was more different than here. So there was a presentation of Intel on one screen. There was my presentation on one of the screens here. And there was a presentation of somebody else. They gave me a clicker, but apparently the clicker wasn't working. They didn't tell me that it's not working. So the person who was sitting over there, he was actually clicking for me. But he have seen that something is wrong here, but he didn't know my speech. So I would have to talk, and I see my speech here, and I see some other speech blinking here, and the audience would see something else. Eventually, I was much less calm than today. I blew up and was sort of, almost hysterical on stage. It makes me, for some reason, very annoyed. I do have to tell you that the people in the conference thought I had a very entertaining speech, because it wasn't about it. But to answer your question, because of the way how it was, I did not explain my point very clearly. So my point was this, that first of all, the digital world, we know. The digital world we get used to in the past 25 years, it's becoming part of our life. It's becoming part of our life. We do a lot of things digitally, and it's becoming very important, and that's one thing. But there's a second point, which I made in a more subtle way, is that there is a digitization of the physical world. So today we live in the world where agriculture, logistics, physical security, mostly is not done digitally. There is a lot of places on Earth which are not digitized or digitized with a very, very bad precision. And we believe that in the next 5-10 years, physical world will be digitized with a precision of 1 square centimeter. And that means that you will be able to predict and control a lot of physical world processes in a digital way. And more importantly, with quantum computers, not only you can digitize the Earth, but you can also digitize and predict physical processes. And ultimately, everything comes back to the digital world, because we're not going to be able to consume quantum information. We will convert it to data. And that actually makes the world more fragile. What I was trying to say is that humans learned to live in large societies in the past 10,000 years, and this was a painful learning. It resulted with millions of people dead from conflict related to people emotions. People are stupid. They make, they make scandals. They get upset with each other, and they at some point start killing each other in masses. It's slightly better now. It resulted in people dying from viruses, right? At some point, 25 or 33% of the people living on Earth died from Black Plague, for example. And there was many plagues in the past which killed people. And that developed in our immune system, that developed our security systems, that developed a lot of things. In this new digital world, all the systems do not exist. And unless we worry about it, and unless we educate ourselves, it won't exist, and it will be a very fragile world. And the fact of the matter is that it's no longer going to be a separate digital world, but it will be in our physical world because of the robots, because of the drones, because of the machines. Now, answering your question directly, there is no good answer to that. Any knowledge is dangerous. And ultimately, my belief is all evils come from insufficient knowledge. And so quantum computers bring us more knowledge, but so far we were lucky, and at no point of time more knowledge resulted in more people dead, right? And so ultimately, somehow it will figure itself out, but it's nothing more than a belief. So some people believe in good, I believe in knowledge, and I believe in the fact that knowledge is good, right? So it's something related to belief. I don't think you have a clear answer to that. Important thing in the digital world, everything is suddenly potentially controllable, changeable, and modifiable in a very easy fashion. And so you have to be protected. So there was one more question, or that's it?
We need to be on time with our agenda.
Good.
Yes. I think Sergey will be available during the lunch and the whole day. Please ask him questions if you find him. And thank you very much, Sergey, for your insightful speech. And please welcome our next speaker, which is a very famous person, the man who created MySQL and founded the MariaDB Foundation, Mr. Michael Monti Vaidenius. He's also an advocate of open source software. And please put your hands together with Michael Monti, please.
Hello? Okay, now this works. First, I'm happy that despite Sergey's gentle suggestion that everybody should leave immediately, you're still here. So I have a talk about, a little bit about, I was told that I should talk a little bit about myself, a little about the MariaDB project with some security aspects, and that's what I plan to deliver today. So history, as many of you know, the name of MySQL comes from my oldest daughter, My. Here you see her just a couple of days old in '89. And this also reflects that MySQL is a very old project. I started it in 1981. And I'm still developing MariaDB, which is the next generation of MySQL. I've been working from home since 1982. I created MySQL as a virtual company, and I'm still working from home. Even if we now have offices in Finland, Bulgaria, and US. I also have a son Max, and we have a product Max Scale. We also had a oil project called MaxDB, and this is from my summer place up in north in Finland. Here is Maria. Last year we have a seal as a logo for MariaDB. This is in Dubai, and we had to spend some time convincing Maria that she can't take the seal home. We have about 50 animals at home, and seal would kind of fit in, but still a little bit hard to have in Finland. So Maria before, Maria today, and we also have me today. So that's kind of my family. So a little bit about my early years. I started with programming with computers with very little resources. And that kind of reflects how things are done in MySQL originally and also in MariaDB. I started doing clones of games, everything assembler. And this was the good days when you with 4K you could do something, a game or something. Nowadays it's impossible to do anything with, you need 30 meg to do a little bit of, couple lines of programming Go or something. So I did a lot of my early programming with 32K and basically learned how to use things efficiently. If you look at the MySQL code base, almost all functions is designed from the start that do them as efficiently as possible so we don't have to do it again. And I always tell our developers that it's better to spend more time to do it once so we don't have to rewrite it. At least that should be the intention from the start. And that comes kind of from the background of that. So I studied in technology of university in Otaniemi. I never finished. I studied there basically 2 years, but noticed that I already know everything they can teach about computers because I've been self-studying anything that I could get my hands on. So in '83, I met David Axmark, the second founder of MySQL, and I did a lot of development on the Sun Spark station in the early days, and MySQL was kind of developed on Spark, which was one of the reasons I was so happy when Sun eventually acquired MySQL. So the old project I have been developed since 1981. In 94, I added the SQL interface on it, released it under the name of MySQL. We took in some investments 5 years later. And as an entrepreneur, I think that's kind of one of the most important lessons I learned early on. You shouldn't take money from investors until you don't need the money. When the investors are knocking on your door every day and you don't need the money, you get a much better deal than if your company is going to get under in a couple of weeks if you don't need money. So eventually MySQL was sold to Sun for $1 billion, which was back then the biggest price for any open source company. I did leave 1 year later to work on the Maria storage engine to replace InnoDB, but everything changed when Oracle acquired Sun. So then we started MariaDB because I've always been committed to open source, and I didn't want that the project that I've been working on since '81 just would be finished. I got some money from the Sun deal, but MySQL was not only about money, it's actually doing something good. I love the fact that we had a process or idea of how to make money that one person in 1,000 paid. So we could give something out for free, making the world better for 999 person, and one person paid for all of that. And with Oracle, there were no security that MySQL will continue. And the development of MySQL has been lagging behind what happened with MariaDB. The reason original MySQL was released as open source was that I started to work with open source very early, around 85. And we always wanted, me and David Axmark, we always wanted to give something back. But the problem with giving back or making something open source is that you need to have a business model and also a product that has enough users so that you can afford to work on it full time. Because back then and even now, it's very hard to do open source project. Most people do it by doing it on the night after the normal work, but that will never make a product that will be usable for all. So MySQL was the first project that we thought that this is good enough that we could make a living on it, only doing this. And we come up with how to make, we were the first one who come up with how to make money with the GPL license, and nowadays I have a lot of talks about how to make money on open source, and the best two licenses to use that is either GPL or a business source license, which is something me and David come up with. So MariaDB was created. I didn't just want everything just to go to waste. I also had made promises for the last 10, 20 years that open source is secure, you can trust it, doesn't go away. I would have felt that I betrayed everyone if I just have stopped working on MySQL, and Oracle would have been able to kill off MySQL. And the other part was that during the MySQL journey, I met a lot of friends, developers who was working with MySQL with me, and I wanted to ensure that they would have a workplace for life. So that's why we created MariaDB, and most of the developers from MySQL moved to MariaDB. When it comes to security, it's the most important job for a company when you decide to which software you should use is, will this software exist after 10 years, 20 years? Can you trust in that? With most commercial software, there's no trust that if the company goes away, you can't use it. Do you trust that the company who is managing the software will continue with that? So what I did was I created the MariaDB Foundation, who owns the repository of MariaDB. This guarantees that even if the MariaDB Corporation eventually gets sold, this code will always be free. So I can give, by doing this, we can guarantee that you can use MariaDB forever. It will never go away, which I think is the most important security for any project. We have sponsors in the MariaDB Foundation who actually makes it possible for me to be here today and talk. We are 12 people working on in the foundation, ensuring not only that it's open source, but that it's actively developed. So we work in the foundation with getting companies like Acronis, Microsoft, Intel, everybody to contribute on the MariaDB software. So we have lots of companies who are developing. It's not only the MariaDB Corporation. Corporation is there to ensure that if you need support, if you need help, if you need advanced features developed, the corporation takes care of that. The foundation is just there to ensure freedom and collaboration. So we do everything in open development. Anybody can participate. It's as easy to work on developing MariaDB if you're working for the MariaDB Corporation, Foundation, or you're working for any company. Everything is open, all plans are open. We have free developers conferences 2 times a year. Next time is in New York, 23rd of February. If you happen to be there, you're welcome and come and join and see what you can do to help the project going forward. I believe one of the reasons MySQL and MariaDB become popular was that first it's both very easy to install, but it's also very easy to upgrade. if you have using Linux and you're going from one Linux distribution to the next one, usually there's things that stops working. I hated that with passion in the early days, and with MySQL and especially with MariaDB, we had made it trivial that upgrading from MySQL to MariaDB or from two MariaDB versions should just take seconds. It should just work. So we don't remove features, we don't remove syntax, we do everything we can to keep things just working, even when there is security problems, and I will have a couple of slides about what happened just last week and how we solved that in MariaDB to be able to do easy upgrades. So what was MariaDB? So we started with the MySQL source, we made a fork, and we have done everything to make it compatible with MySQL, so it's just seconds to move from MySQL to MariaDB. You get something that is more secure, faster, guaranteed open source. We have also LGPL connectors to allow you to use it for free for most, with most languages. And all MySQL connectors should work with MariaDB and vice versa. We do a release every year. We have been able to do that from the start. And each release has a theme, and in 10.4 it's security. So we should have a beta in, actually we have a beta in February. Actually we have beta now, we should have RC in February. There's lots of companies using MariaDB. So how many here are using MySQL? Okay, that's a little less than the normal audience. So MySQL is a database, you know. If you're using Google, Yahoo, Facebook, Twitter, you are using MySQL or MariaDB. 80% of the internet sites are using MySQL or MariaDB. So you're all MariaDB users. Of course, if there's somebody who doesn't use internet, then you are in the wrong conference. So the next slide is the question, what's the difference between MySQL and MariaDB? What is it that we have done in MariaDB that we are so proud about? So we have a more storage engine, and one of the unique features with MySQL, and we are taking it to the next level to MariaDB, is that I did realize very early, around 85, that most of the complexity in databases comes to how you store things. And storage, if you store things in per column or per row or compressed or in memory, everything, all your performance sooner or later goes down to the media. So in MariaDB, we have a different layer for the SQL query where we parse the language and the storage layer. And that allows us to do some things that other databases can only dream about. So we have lots of different ways to do storage. We have InnoDB is the most common one. We also have a connect engine. You can connect to almost any other database through JDBC and also different format. So you can, with MariaDB, you can do a join between data in Oracle, DB2, Postgres, and MariaDB in the same query. So that makes it very easy for you to verify data, move data. We can even access MongoDB files. We also have a column store engine, which is the distributed engine where all the data is on nodes, and with that we can handle petabytes of data. We have MyRocks, which is developed by Facebook, which get you highly compressed data. And we have lots of others. And we just acquired a company, Clustrix, which has a distributed OLTP engine, which for transactions, OLAP is for analytics, and this will give us a write scaling. So today, MariaDB is the only open source database that can give you unlimited read scaling and unlimited write scaling. You don't need another database. So some features that you only find in MariaDB compared to MySQL. So we have, because the whole optimizer team and the most advanced developers moved from MySQL and MariaDB. So, and when they moved, of course, they did not know a lot about the server and the already planned features. So they continue with on MariaDB, and that's why we got all these advanced features that never made into MySQL. And one of the, not on this slide, and one of the most important things that we added in 10.3, that we worked together with the DBS Bank of Asia, or Singapore, we added a PLSQL, which is Oracle layer on MariaDB. So how many here are using Oracle? Okay, 2, 3, okay. Just so you know, you can, DBS was able to take all the stored procedures, unchanged, move it to MariaDB, and get rid of Oracle licenses almost 1 year. I don't know how many tens of millions of euros or dollars they are saving every year. You can all do that. You don't need Oracle anymore. You have an open source database that can do most of the important things that Oracle can do. Oracle is a great feature. We don't have everything, but at least we have managed to move one of the biggest banks in the world to MariaDB, almost unchanged. It took us 1 year to add this layer, but we worked with the bank for doing that. So this is something that the corporation do. If somebody has had a problem with big databases and alta tables, so alta table causes disruption because it takes a long time if you have a really big table. In 10.3, you can do instantly add columns. It doesn't take any time to do those. In 10.4, the upcoming version, you can do almost any changes that doesn't change data format. You can add columns, you can drop columns, you can extend columns. Everything is instant within a DB. We have compressed columns. We have packages, which was needed for DBS. We also added system versioning. System versioning is actually really good for security. So I will have a talk about that in a couple of slides, but let's better take it here. So system versioning allows you to say that when you create a table, you say that this table is created with system versioning. That means that the database will remember everything about the old data in the database and allows you to go back in time and see what happened. If you have an intrusion of a hacker coming in, there was just an article today about Yahoo had given letting hackers access lots of data. And the problem was that they can't say what data this hacker access. And you see that basically every month in the news. If they would use MariaDB, system versioning, and audit log, everything that is open source, you can go back in time and see that here's the queries that the hacker did back then, and you can see the data, exact the data that he's accessing. I think that's something that every database should have. Then we have some features that still we haven't have from MySQL. We are working on those. We also do lots of work with different hardware vendors, IBM, to improve performance. So this was work that we did for IBM for their new hardware, and we got about a 30% speed up by working with them for a couple of months. So we are committed to security. Actually, been from the start, we added SSL protocol very early. It was sometimes in the 95, 96. We also are proud to say that we are forcing Oracle to do things in MySQL. So we added encryption of all the important things in 10.1. And 1 year later, Oracle announced that we also know how encryption. My firm belief is that if we wouldn't have added encryption, Oracle would never have done that in MySQL, because they are deadly afraid that too many people will move to MariaDB, so they are adding things just to stop things going away. We also added that we are now doing system version authentication, so we don't need to have default passwords. One of the problems with the database when you install it the first time is that you need a password or some way to access the database first time. And MySQL generates a password and stores that in a encrypted form somewhere that you can access. But that's really hard for automated systems. MariaDB 10.4, we are using the system user as to authenticate the database. So we don't need to generate any passwords. So this is basically socket authentication. So the incident I talked about was that this is just a way how to think about it. So there were 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually last week, it was last week, somebody mentioned that if you have a MariaDB server that is compromised, there's a way that it can, for any, if you connect it from your machine to this unknown machine, and then this machine can actually give a command to say that read this file from your local machine. Of course, this is hypothetical because most times you access your own database server, not other outsides. But that's still a security issue. And it's only with load data local in file, which is the command that says, take this local file on my system and send it to the server, that when this is needed. And we were talking a lot about in the company that how should we solve this security issue. We could just disable load data local in file by default. But that would probably break most applications who are using that because they would then to go to configure file and enable it by the sort and by default. And if you have a cloud vendor and you are running your application there, you will not know how to do that. So what we come up with was that we are disabling it by default, but we added coding to see that if the command that you're executing is a load data in file, then we will accept the command from the server, and not for every command. And that should solve things for most users without having to change anything. But we're also adding a new API that you can in your application to say that I want to have it disabled always, but then you can have a fallback that you can know I'm doing a load data in file and you can allow access to this specific file, and this will solve it completely. But that will require an application change. And you don't want to have a security upgrade that will break things. So this is a kind of mentality of how to do things right. Even if Sergey was talking about us already security, Acronis is also a backup company. And the last 2 months, I personally have worked on creating the best possible backup for MariaDB. Those who knows MySQL knows that in the old times, the only thing you had in MySQL dump. In the beginning of the internet, your database was small. Taking a dump of everything in clear text was good enough. The problem with the dump was that you basically have to, if you want to have everything consistent, you have to lock everything. So your database was inaccessible while you took the backup. And you had 2 options, lock all tables and single transactions for doing that. Then a guy at Yahoo developed MySQL hot copy, and that was basically, instead of doing it logical to physical, it did basically the same thing much faster, but still did flush tables with read lock, which basically locks the whole database. Heikki Tuuri, who's developed InnoDB, he thought that, hey, I can make money of the fact that there is no good backup for MySQL. So he created Inno Backup, which was physical backup, mostly for InnoDB, could do MyISAM in some context, but still had no way to protect against if there's a create or drop during the backup. But Kona did the extra backup, which is probably the most used backup now, and they also had a complete encryption. But the problem is that it's still hard to get a full backup, because to do a full backup that is totally consistent, that you know that I have a backup point where you have all data, you have to use either lockddl or lockddl per table. With both of those blocks DDL operations, either just for everything or for or just for those tables that exist. And that is a problem, because we have no customers who are using MariaDB with, it's actually not 10 terabytes, it's not that uncommon. With copy, even 4 terabytes physically takes an hour. And if you have lots of users and you have no control of the users, there's no way to ensure that there is no alt-tab tables, drop table, create tables during the backup. And until recently, there has not been a single good solution for that. Snapshots works, but snapshots also have some limitations. So what I wanted to do was create the best backup that ever existed. It should have a minimum amount of server locks. Normally when you run it, you should see almost no disruption of service at all, maybe sub-second somewhere. You should be consistent over all storage engine that stores data locally. No locks for area, which is the one of the new storage engine in Maria. You should be able to do create table, alt table during the backup. You shouldn't even notice that that has any impact. We also need the support for statistics and log tables that are updated constantly, and they are not transactional, which is a problem. So one of the unique things with MySQL and MariaDB that actually makes things harder for a backup is that we have this different storage engine that all have different capabilities. Some of those are transactional and some of them are not transactional. And that causes a problem because with the non-transactional engines, there is no way to redo changes that happens. So what we did, so this is something that I designed and I have implemented. So we have now 5 new commands, all backup stages. Basically, you start the backup when you inform the server that, no, I'm doing a backup, and you can only have one backup running at the same time. So the backup start basically just inform the storage engine that, hey, we will take a backup, and also starts a log for all DDL commands. Then we do a flush, and actually after start, you can already start copying all InnoDB tables, but because InnoDB, we also copy the redo log. So even if we copy something that is old, the redo log that we apply later will fix everything. So we can basically copy almost everything without any locks after backup start. So when we have most of the InnoDB and area tables copied, we do a backup stage flush, who will move all non-transactional tables and move them in or prepare them for a read-only state. And then we can copy everything that is not in use, and then we block all DDLs. And because everything is copied, the DDL lock will be very, very short. We just want to ensure that now we have a stage where no new tables are created. And then the backup program can go to the log and see, okay, while I was doing this copy, all these new tables were created or altered. So it then copies only those tables that you created during the backup process. And then you do the block commit, which is the hardest lock where there's no commits, but during those you only have to copy the statistics tables and the log tables and basically the end of those, which basically is a subsequent job. And then you have a backup where basically you will not notice something is backup. But there's still a couple of loose ends. The thing is that one table can consist of many files. I know we had a backup program who's working on the outside. It can know that while we are copying this table that consists of 3 files. The server can do a create statement or alter table, and this can change. So I added a backup lock command that will just lock one file table for DDLs. And so the idea is that you lock the table for DDL. So if it's an alter table, you have basically wait for it. But with most cases, this is very fast. You can do 50,000 of those per second. So if you lock the DDL, you open the files that are related to the file, and then you unlock it. So basically, it doesn't take any time. But this ensures that all files that you copy are from the same generation, and you avoid inconsistencies. And with that, you have a perfect backup. And the nice thing with this backup things for Acronis, we have been working with Acronis, MariaDB is working with Acronis to enhance the backup process of MariaDB. So Acronis only need to do backup state starts and backup states block DDL, and then they can take a snapshot, and then they have a consistent snapshot. They can be sure that there's no intermediate results that they lose. So the backup will be instant also for those who like to do snapshots. So I already talked about the Connect storage engine that allows you to connect to a lot of different servers, databases. It's made by Olivier Bertrand, who is over 80. He's still programming, active, developing it. And that's one of the nice things for programmers who meet me, who are getting a little bit older, that we still have a long way to go before we can stop working. I don't plan to stop working anytime soon. I do love doing development. I spend about 50% of my time doing development and 50% of my time doing conferences and leading the rest of the development group, ensuring they do the right thing when it comes to performance and security. Column Store is our analytical engine that can handle petabytes of data. You can replace Teradata and things like this with an open source alternative. And the design of it is that you can have many MariaDB servers connected to storage. So you have a high availability both on the SQL level and the data level. We just hired the creator of the Spider storage engine, which is a distributed engine that is used a lot in China, especially by Tencent, where and we have been able to replace big Cassandra clusters with only a few nodes of Spider. Myrox gives you the better performance, and we're working with Facebook actively. On this one, we have one person who's doing most of the development of the storage engine side for MariaDB, working full-time on just doing Myrox. And Clustrix is the storage engine that I talked about, that we just acquired. We are just now attaching it to MariaDB. We hope to have it by the end of the year. We should have a demo where these two technologies are integrated. And the nice thing with this one is it solves two things. Just by adding more worker nodes, you get proportional write performance compared to the amount of nodes. So if you have 6 nodes, it's almost exactly twice as fast as 2 nodes. The nice thing what it can do is that it can even do joins internally. So if you have all your tables in Clustrix, in that case, MariaDB server can push down the whole join. You can have many MariaDB servers attach it to get more distributed, and it also keeps duplicated information. So you never need to do backups because it takes backups internally itself. So we started with MariaDB in 2009, and it took some struggle to get people to accept that, hey, can we actually replace MySQL? But starting from 2012, things have gone very, very rapidly. Today, the state is that all Linux distributions are supporting MariaDB. Most of them doesn't support MySQL anymore. So we have, in Linux, we have more or less totally replaced MySQL, at least for new applications. We are just getting, Debian is only using MariaDB, and we are now hoping to get MariaDB 10.3 in the latest Debian that will be released in a couple of months. Microsoft just announced that they will be a platinum sponsor for the MariaDB Foundation. We are happy to have Microsoft on board. And there's, for those who are using MySQL, there's no reason to use MySQL anymore. You can move to MariaDB like that, and you get a better database with a great backup. So we have 3 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your detailed presentation. I'm sure that many developers in this conference hall use MySQL and MariaDB. Now it's time for Q&A session. Please be precise and brief, and please state your name. Any questions? There's a gentleman out there.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
My question is very short. Which store engine you recommend?
In a DB, normally, I would say that in a DB is for most parts a really powerful engine, one of the best that exist for any database. So what I usually recommend customers, start with InnoDB, and then when you know this is not enough, then you can look at your data, what is a better solution. If you need more writes, just adding more replicas, MariaDB can have any amount of replicas in different configurations. So read scaling is not a problem. But if you have data that is, let's say, go over 4 terabytes and you want to access it with aggregates, then column store is the obvious choice. And currently we don't have a solution for write scaling. We will have it by the end of the year with Clustrix. So. But of course, if you want, there's always special cases. Assuming that you want to exchange data regularly with your users and have something they can just go and click and download at the latest version, then InnoDB is not good at that because it has lots of metadata and everything else. So that's why lots of people using Area or MyISM still, just because you can just copy it and you can install it on another server and it just works. You don't need to do anything. So the question about what's convenient. InnoDB is what you should start with. And we have 2 of the main InnoDB developers now working on MariaDB. So we have the best InnoDB engine that exists, much better than what Oracle have.
Hello.
Hey.
So, I mean...
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Daniel Girgiev. So my question is, I understand that you're pulling code monthly from the MySQL database into, not the database, but the code.
Yeah, we pull up to 5.7, we are pulling all the changes that are related to MariaDB. We are pulling into for MySQL that's related to MariaDB, we are pulling in. We're taking all security issues. We don't pull anything from MySQL 8.0 because 8.0 it's not really MySQL anymore. It's kind of a new database where they've done design choices that, in my opinion, is not sane. So we are not really looking at that. We are looking at features, but then we are developing them themselves because we just have better developers in MariaDB because they have been working on MariaDB and MySQL for the last 30 years.
Thank you. You explained my question before I asked it. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
We have a gentleman out there.
Can you say a few words about competitors and why development should prefer MariaDB?
Competitiveness.
Another SQL systems.
Another SQL systems. I mean, you mean like Postgres, MySQL, or something else?
Yeah.
So what we are trying to do is that, because we have 2 groups, we have the foundation and we have the corporation. Corporation works with customers like DBS and say that, oh, you need PLSQL, okay, let's work with it together. So we are driving by customer needs. And that's, I think, is what most companies are doing. What's unique with MariaDB, we have the foundation who is working with companies like Tencent, Alibaba, who has their own development, own forks of MySQL. And we are working with them and planning new features and helping them get their features into MariaDB. So we get also the help from the community that is getting broader the whole time. So we can't say what feature we will have in the next release. We know what the corporation is doing because they're committed that these are the features we will do to these customers. But for each release, we also get a lot of features from other players who are doing their need. So I would say that this is looking at the competitive landscape. The closed source databases doesn't get this. They don't have a community who actively help making the database better, or the clients better, or anything else. You have then you're looking at the open source databases. I mean, there's only 2 relational databases today you can even consider using, the basic MariaDB and Postgres. Postgres is a good database, but it doesn't have the performance characteristics like MariaDB or the breadth of usage. It's a good database, but if you want to have something that actually can hold the state of time and you can guarantee that the data format doesn't change for the next 100 years, which we actually do in MariaDB for MySM and Area Storage Engine. We can do guarantees that nobody else can do. So I think that we are, should be the default choice for databases. We are not perfect in everything, but we are pretty good at most things.
One more question.
Hey, hi. How do you think MariaDB will fit in the new kind of IT world in containers and Kubernetes?
I mean, we have an office here in Sofia, who is just working on creating a DBase service for MariaDB using Kubernetes. And we are heavily investing into making, what is it called? I lost the word. But basically, we are working enhancing infrastructure and making it really easy to use MariaDB in containers and everything else. So if we are, and looking at OpenShift and everybody else, they are heavily using MariaDB. So I think that relational databases are here forever, because the NoSQL, they fit basically one person, one shoe, while a relational database fits all shoes. And so I see that in the future, most big companies may have 1 or 2 non-relational databases, but everybody will have a relational. And my job is to ensure that's MariaDB.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Monty.
Thank you.
We have just heard from the creator of one of the most popular database engines. Now it's time to welcome the creator of one of the most popular web servers, and Jinx, a popular open source project trusted by more than 400,000 million sites. Please welcome Igor Sisayev. Thank you.
Раз. Раз, два, три. О, окей. Добрый день. Do I just start it? My name is Igor Sisoyev. I'm original author of Nginx Web Server, and also I'm co-founder and CTO of Nginx company. I will tell about Nginx Unit. It's our new application platform. The talk has alternative name, Securing Development for Nginx, because it's Cyber Protection Conference. I will tell you about Unit and will emphasize on security features of our project. So, for the start, the history. I started to develop Nginx in 2002, and after 2 years of development, I made the first public release. In 2011, I and two co-founders decided to found the company. And now, according to statistics of Web3 techs, 66% of top 10,000 sites use Nginx. Currently, we have more than 300 employees in 6 offices. The headquarters in San Francisco. Also, we have offices in Cork, England, Ireland, Moscow, Singapore, Sydney, and on the next week we will open office in Tokyo. We developing several products. First of all, we continue to develop Nginx open source software. Also, we released a commercial product, Nginx Plus. It is based on Nginx open source with advanced load balancing capabilities and advanced monitoring. The other rather small project is NJS. This is our own JavaScript implementations. This implementation is intended to be embedded inside Nginx, designed for Nginx. Another big our project is Nginx Unit. This is application platform, and I will talk about this product. Also, the last but not least, we have Nginx controller. This is commercial control plane to manage Nginx Plus instances. So, what is Nginx Unit? Nginx Unit is a web server that is able to run applications. Currently, we support 6 languages. They listed in order of their appearance in the product. Python, PHP, Go, Perl, Ruby, Node.js. And in this month, in the February, I hope we will release Java support. Nginx Unit runs on Linux, FreeBSD. Also, we support macOS because we develop, many developers use it, and Solaris. And of course, Nginx Unit is designed with security in mind. I will tell how we provide security in the unit. The one of the key features of Nginx Unit, which I personally very like, is new configurations. The first of all, configurations is just JSON, format. There is no configurations file at all. You can configure unit only with remote RESTful API through the network. You can dynamically reconfigure Nginx Unit completely or just some parts of the unit. Later, I will tell how we will do it. So, the history of Nginx Unit. In September 2017, we released on our conference the first public beta version. On April 2018, we released the first stable version, version 1. And in the end of the previous year, we released our latest version is 1.7. Sorry. Nginx unit is open source and licensed by Apache to license. You can find documentations and can download unit on the site, unit.nginx.org. Also, unit is available in repositories of many Linux distributions, and you can track development on GitHub, open issues, and participate. So this is architecture of, slightly shifted. Okay, this is architecture of Nginx unit. A unit consists of several processes. The green processes are the processes that written by our company, and the the picture is completely different what I did. Well, and the blue process run PHP interpreter, run different languages interpreters, run frameworks and applications which users develop. So let's talk about a controller, because controller is one of the key things of the project. Controller process handles configurations via remote RESTful API. Also, it stores backup copy of configuration to use it at start. It actually is a file, but we didn't promote to use these files as initial configurations because these configurations will be rewritten after every change by controller process. For security reasons, controller runs by unprivileged users and listen only on local, should be listened, actually it can be listened on every port, but we suggest that you should configure it that it should listen only on localhost interface or Unix domain socket. This is how configurations looks like. This is JSON. It's very simple configurations. You can see the listener. So it says that unit should listen on usual HTTP port 80, and all requests that comes to this port should be passed to application block. Application block is PHP. It should be run by special user VP users. We can application should use no more than 5 processes, and other configurations, root and script tells where PHP should find the scripts. In February, we also add capability to route requests based on host header or based by URI or some by method, HTTP method or by HTTP headers, appropriate, arbitrary HTTP headers. This is how RESTful API looks. You can use browser, you can use curl, you can use write your own configuration interface using JavaScript, and this is how you can configure unit. For example, if configurations stored in files config.json, you can put it with the first command. You can read configurations at any time. the second is just a GET request to the controller process. Also, you can read just part of configurations. For example, you can look listener configurations. And you can change a whole configurations, as you can see on the first command. And you can change just one parameter, for example, or just part of the configurations. For example, in this command, we change number of processes from 5 to 10. And also, you can put SSL certificates to the unit to use them for HTTPS. This can be done with the last command. So, this is what controller does. Let's talk about router process. The router process works with internet, with clients. And it passes requests to application worker processes. As well as controller process, router process works under unprivileged users. This allows to minimize damage which can be occur if the router process will be exploited by from external users from internet. Router process has several worker threads, and each thread listen on each own EPOL or KQ, depending on the platform interface, and can handle simultaneously 1,000 connections. We choose this approach to minimize locking inside the unit. And several threads allows you to utilize multi-process systems. And each thread is able to work simultaneously with several generations of configurations. If you ever work with Nginx, you probably know that when you change Nginx configurations, you have to reload it. And Nginx spawns new worker processes, and if there is some long-standing connections between clients and worker processes, workers can live for a long time. It may live hours, days, and months. And it was acceptable a long time ago when Nginx was started, because it was intended, Nginx initially was intended to run on very high loaded very high loaded cases. But now, in cloud environment, the configuration changes became very frequent, and after several hours of running Nginx, if you will change configurations every minute, for example, you will have a lot of worker processes that eat memory. In unit, router process is able to run with many different versions of configurations, the current one and all previous. After all requests that should be processed in the previous configurations will complete, these configurations will be destroyed from the memory, and this approach allows you to minimize memory overhead for the old configuration. And the next process is main. Also, the name is main. It actually doesn't do many things in unit. This process is initially started, and it spawn and respawn router process, controller process, and application worker processes. The main process doesn't listen on any ports for security reasons, and usually it run by privileged users, something like root, and this is the root is required to listen to bind listener sockets on privileged ports, the ports below 2024. Also, it creates log files. All these things the main process does on behalf of the router process. So router process asks to open listener ports, and all should be done. All this work should be done by main process. And finally, we will talk about application processes. Applications that can be run by unit can be divided into groups. The first one is drop-in replacement. So if your program developed in PHP, Python, Perl, or Ruby, you don't need to change anything in your application. You can just configure unit to run it, and all should be done. This is drop-in replacement. The second group of the applications are written in Go and Node.js. They require, and Java, upcoming Java, they required to make small changes in application code. For Go, you need to add import nginx unit package and change one line and to use unit instead of stock HTTP package. With Node.js, change is similar. However, the changed Go and Node applications can be run as standalone applications, so you can run it without unit, because these packages provides a fallback to generic HTTP processing. So you can, for example, if you're more convenient to develop your applications as standalone, and you can do it, and then you can just put this application to the unit environment and run it on the unit. Applications processes run under unprivileged users. Each application can use different users. The applications processes spawned by main process, and if applications will fail, the main process will fail or exit abnormally. Main process will respawn it. And unit, one unique feature of the unit is that you can run simultaneously several versions of PHP. For example, PHP 5, PHP 7.0, and PHP 7.3. The same is for Python, Perl, Ruby, etc. It's helpful for graceful application upgrade. For example, your application currently works on PHP 7.2, and you can, with one configuration change, you can try to run with PHP 7.3. Also, it can be helpful for A/B testings, etc. How application processes communicate with the router? The main channel of communications is Unix socket pair for control information, and for bulk data transfers we use shared memory segments. However, this approach is different from usual. The shared, for example, in Postgres, shared memory you shared between all the worker processes that Postgres use, and this is common approach. We use a different way. We create this shared memory on demand, and these shared memory segments are private to each worker. So if some worker, application process worker, will write some malicious data to this shared memory segment, it will not affect other processes. And another thing, if, for example, the application's process will exit abnormally and will leave this shared memory on the inconsistent state, router will just drop this shared memory segment, and this will not. It will be no. This will not affect other processes. So, in short, Nginx unit is application web server that are able to run web applications written on these languages. It supports dynamic configurations with JSON format and remote RESTful API, and designed with security in mind. That's all. Thank you.
Igor, thank you very much for all your insights. Now we're going to proceed with Q&A again. So just like I said before, please be precise, brief, and state your name. Any questions? There's two gentlemen out there.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Georgi. My question is, do you plan support for .NET Core, and what are the challenges there?
Sorry, you asked about .NET Core?
Yes, .NET Core.
So will we support it? We have planned to support .NET Core, but its support of .NET Core is always the same difficult like support of Java. We spent a lot of efforts to support Java. The other problems with .NET Core that I don't know actually if it really used in Unix environment. So I know that the .NET Core is very popular in .NET is popular in Windows environment, but I don't know, is it really currently wide used in Unix? I don't know, in Linux, for example. So if we will see a lot of demand of .NET Core, we will add it eventually. But currently, we have no plans to support it. Actually, when I said about two types of languages, Python, PHP, Ruby, Perl, these languages was designed, not actually designed, but have interfaces to embed in some servers. For example, in Apache, you have you know that there is mod PHP, mod Python, mod Perl, mod Ruby. The Node.js, Go, and Java, they have no such interfaces to embed in some servers. They usually run like standalone servers. And .NET is the same. It belongs to the second group. The first type of languages, Python, PHP, etc., it was relatively easy to add support of these languages to the unit. It takes, for example, we added Perl support just in months. The same for the Ruby. And it takes about half a year to add support to the Node.js because it's completely different architecture.
There's one more gentleman out there.
Здравствуйте, Игорь. Спасибо большое за презентацию. My name is Anton. My question is regarding Apache. Comparing to Apache, what are the pros and cons of Nginx? Спасибо.
Could you repeat in Russian? It's much easier. Apache.
Сравнивая с Apache, плюсы и минусы Nginx.
Сравнение, comparison Apache and Nginx. Nginx or Nginx unit? Okay. Apache, why I started to develop Nginx? I worked in Rambler, and we have a lot of Apache instances in our company, and Apache has scalability issues. You cannot, in Apache, each request should be processed by separate worker, one process worker. The things changed later. Now Apache can run, it can be multi-threaded, but anyway, each thread is bound to the request. So if you have 10,000 requests, you have to have inside Apache 10,000 threads. If you have 10,000 simultaneous requests. Nginx can process these 1,000 requests in just one worker with just single thread, because Nginx is single-threaded applications. Later, I added several worker processes to Nginx to utilize multi-CPU systems. So Nginx in general more scalable than Apache because it uses EPOL, QQ interfaces to work with connections. Of course, this benefit has, this approach has not only benefits but drawbacks. It's quite complex, quite difficult to program inside Nginx. To program some Apache module, even in C, is much more easy than to program it with Nginx. I personally developed two Apache modules, one for compressing and one for proxying. So it was predators of Nginx. So with unit we have the same approach like with Nginx, but instead of several worker processes which work with clients, we use the single router process that works with external clients. And the reason why we use it, why I did not use threads 16 years ago, because the thread support was poor in Linux, in FreeBSD. FreeBSD was our main operating system at that time in Rambler. Probably only Solaris had good thread support at that time. Now things changed, and Linux have beautiful thread supports. The same I should say about FreeBSD, for example. So this is the reason why we use in router several threads. It's similar. It's very similar. We did in Nginx with workers, but the advantage of several threads in router is that they can share space, memory space between the threads. And with Nginx, we have to use special shared memory segments to share this data. And program with this shared memory is it's complicated. For example, if some worker damage shared memory segments, all other workers can stack on this. With router, with multi-threaded applications, this process will simply abnormally exit. So it's more easy to recover.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have more questions? There's a gentleman out there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. As a developer, I wanted to ask you something. So far, I have been always deploying my apps in containers. And again, as a developer, this was a huge pain to me. Now you suggest that we use them as unprivileged applications. Would you be able to give short pros and cons of the two approaches?
I didn't understand completely. You said about
containers,
pluses and minuses of containers.
Against apps on the host system under unprivileged users.
Against monolithic applications between against containers applications. Yeah.
Oh. No, I was. It was more about running your applications as just processes under just a normal unprivileged user on one hand, and then containers like Docker on the other.
Sorry, I still can't get. So the question is, what benefits of running containers against monolithic systems, or what? Or usual. Okay, so
just
yeah.
Please be very brief. We don't have much time.
Okay, well, the current popularity of containers, the Docker systems, I believe, is that Docker allows you to isolate applications. Usually people think about containers like that. Containers allows you to run, for example, some applications in shared environment. For example, one application for one user, another application for other users, and this approach allows you to run, for example, shared hostings. But shared hostings, I believe, is quite niche market. And what Docker did, Docker allows you to, for example, you as developer have some applications written in Python, and you need to upgrade it. Or, for example, on one host you have several Python applications. One was written on .7, one written on .7.5, etc. And then you need to upgrade Python. For example, there is some security exploit and security issue. You need to upgrade Python. And when you upgrade the Python that's shared between several applications, probably some of your applications will not work after this upgrade. What containers allows you to do is they allows you to completely isolate your applications. You have container with some Python 2.7.1, you have another containers with Python 2.7.5, and they completely independent. If you upgrade your code in one container, it will not affect in any way the applications in other container. So this is a real reason why Docker became popular, because container system actually exists maybe 20 years. It was started by Solaris Zone. In FreeBSD there was jails, and all that these systems, these subsystems allows you to do is just isolate users or isolate networking, etc. But the real problem of the developers was isolate applications, not the users. Actually, many developers can run several containers and the same users on the system because they don't care about security issues. They care only about maintainability of their projects. This is my opinion.
Thank you very much. You have more time for rebuttals during the lunch break. Before that, we have one more session. We have invited experts from the Ministry of Education, Code Dojo, ETH Zurich, BIT, Software University, and CourseDot, in order to discuss the stage of IT education in Bulgaria. Please welcome Dmitry Kondratiev, Director of University Relationships, to moderate the panel discussion.
Yeah, thanks.
Млади и независими.
Видя ли как екстразират това Росен, дадете има криптоборса? Много е страшно. Но изглежда, не? Имаш точно така. Аз съм в обучението. Добре си обучен.
Please take your seats. Hello. Hello, everyone. While our panelists are taking their places, I want just to make a short introduction to this session.
Okay.
The session called in IT Education in Bulgaria, and so I prepared a 30-minute introduction speech, but then I recognized that the next event after this panel discussion is lunch. And I think that participants are a bit of hungry, so I decided to make it very short. Also, I promised that every panelist would have some time to introduce themselves, but I know that people usually like to talk about themselves, and that would really could take a lot of time. So I will just shortly introduce people whom we have here. We have Ognan Nakov, who is advisor at Ministry of Education. We also have Adriana Panayotova, who is the founder of Coder Dojo in Bulgaria. We have Bertrand Meyer, who is professor of software engineering, professor emeritus at ETH Zurich, also the founder of Eiffel Software. And so just to open a bit of security here, he is joining Acronis soon and would be a scientific advisor in Acronis. Also, we have Svetlin Nakov, who is the founder of SoftUni. He said everybody knows him in Bulgaria, so he even don't need a badge. Also, we have Theodor Panayotov, who is the founder of a Coder course in Bulgaria. And to be honest, it was a question to Sergey Belousov today, and he was asked why Acronis chose Bulgaria. And actually, I was an advisor of Acronis at that time, and I know that one of the most important reasons was the current stage of IT education, and mostly because a lot of initiatives are taking place in Bulgaria in terms of IT education. And also government puts a lot of effort. And at the same time, young Bulgarians are eager to get that education. And just recently, I was aware that Technical University of Sofia has the highest application rate in computer science, Department of Computer Science, or I don't remember, pardon? Faculty of Computer Science. It's almost 10 people per one place, and they said that we can educate much more people if this would be supported by IT companies. So let's try to make this discussion as free as possible. Anyone can express their views. And so I prepared several questions
to the people here, so that would be easier to start. So the question first is, how would you describe the current situation of IT education in Bulgaria? So everybody can share your opinion and point of view, and I want Ognen Nakov to start with this because he is like representing an authority which, by the way, so takes care about this in Bulgaria and have to make these things much, much better than it is now.
Yes. Thank you, Dmitry. Dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to meet you here and to be able to say some words about the successes, problems, etc. in Bulgaria computer science education. First of all, express my joy to be next to Svetlin. We are the same family, but without a relationship. Dear colleagues, I shall continue in Bulgarian. The reason is would be difficult in some topic to express the nuances between the law, government, etc. My opinion and my position in the ministry. Okay.
I am very happy that 30 years ago I chose to study software development. So this long-standing tradition we have in Bulgaria of training programmers and software developers, and one of the reasons why Acronis chose Bulgaria is indeed something that we can be proud of, and I am one of the founders. What is the current state of play? Bulgaria, as you know, in terms of software engineering, is educating, and I'm talking tertiary education here, and in particular public universities. There are two main areas: computer and information equipment, and also programming. They're taught at Sofia University, which is our host today. And the other is taught at the technical universities. These are the two top rated universities in Bulgaria. I think we have a total of 30 accredited universities teaching IT in one form or another, and they teach 15,000 students, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that out of these 3,000 graduates that we see each year, maybe 500 up to 1,000 max are actually ready to work as programmers, and there is still a significant shortage. And I will give you my opinion on the reasons why. The businesses have much greater demand for IT talent. Acronis itself is planning to hire 500 people, and all other graduates, and knowing some of the tutors, need further training in order to make a successful career in this rather difficult professional field. If we look at how IT specialists are trained, the trend was positive between 1995 and 2003, and I apologize to younger colleagues. Every year we started we used to increase the level of complexity, respectively, achieving better results. And then the trend reversed. I know how I used to teach back in the past and how I teach now. And odd as it may seem, the highly democratic University Education Act we have, which gives full autonomy to the management and governance of universities, means that the government has very limited tools to actually support priorities in the area of higher education. It may want to, for example, convince more students to take up IT studies or computing, but is currently facing a mountain of opposition coming from universities. So this is one of the reasons why we don't have enough software developers.
I still have not learned Bulgarian language, but as I said to Professor Nakov before, that the next year when we will have the same, even more interesting conference, I would learn Bulgarian and would understand everything, and we will have this panel discussion in Bulgarian, definitely, and so for participants to make it more convenient. But if anybody else wants to add something to the overview which Ognian provided about the current stage of the education? Okay. So it means that Ognian covered everything, and that is good to have this overview, but also a bit of criticizing of government, but also giving some kind of view to the future of this. And the second question is what kind of demands to IT education are made by market nowadays, and how IT education could handle these challenges. And because we have a professor here who represents the international, let's say it this way, so best international schools, best international universities in the world, he worked with several ones. Maybe you can answer to this question, Bertrand. Bertrand?
Thanks, Dima. So you said we shouldn't spend 2 hours introducing ourselves, but still I give a little bit of my background relevant to this discussion. I have a kind of dual perspective because I was most of my career in industry, both in big companies, in startups that I created. But then from 2001, I was a professor. I have been a professor at ETH Zurich, the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, as Dima mentioned, and now I'm involved in other universities as well. And I did I played all the parts. I sang all the songs. I was department head. I was a member of more committees that I could remember, and so on. So I've played both sides of the game, the industry side and the university side. I don't know that much about Bulgaria, but I know a little. In particular, one of the things I did about 10 years ago was with a number of colleagues to start Informatics Europe, which is the Association of European Computer Science Departments. There was no such group before, and so we built this organization from scratch, Informatics Europe. Again, it's the Association of Computer Science Departments, IT departments, and so on in Europe. It also has some research centers as members, like Google, IBM, Microsoft, and others. I hope we'll have Acronis soon. And so it's a forum for discussing the common problems of our discipline, and we do lots of great things. I mean, I should say they, because I'm not directly involved anymore in Informatics Europe, but I follow what's going on. And so, for example, for those of you who don't know Informatics Europe, go to the website, informatics-europe.org, and you can see, for example, that we have extremely precise and detailed reports about the state of the discipline, the state of IT education. When we started, there was absolutely no such data. So you could come up with absolutely contradictory claims. You could say in Germany things like that. Oh, no, they are not. In Bulgaria, this is how much a professor makes, and so on. So we had no taboo. We looked at everything, student numbers, professors' salaries. Salary is something a bit touchy in Europe, but still all the data is there, and look at it. And so when we started Informatics Europe, around 2005, the interest was very high from all Europe, but particularly from Eastern Europe. And so we had, right from the beginning, very strong Bulgarian participation, and from other countries in the region as well. We had a number of meetings in Eastern Europe, including Sofia, and from then I've kept really good contacts with some of my academic colleagues there. And it's clear that Informatics Europe was fundamental for the development of IT education and the academic community in computer science in Eastern Europe. This was, after all, not so many years after the fall of the Iron Curtain, so the academic community was and still is very eager to be part of the game, to join in the same events and activities and culture as the Western European counterparts. And so I got a direct opportunity to see firsthand how things work here, and of course it's extremely impressive to see the amount of talent and intelligence and enthusiasm that exists. And if I could somewhat pretentiously give advice to finish these observations, my advice would be to shoot at the top. Okay, numbers are important, and we all know that there are not enough developers, and universities throughout Europe, not just in Europe, but if we're talking about Europe, universities are not producing enough software engineers. So there is a temptation just to have programmer mills who are going to turn out Python programmers by the hundreds. And I think we can aim higher, because we are talking about universities, we are talking about institutions and countries with a very proud record of contribution to science and education. So we should not neglect computer science, we should not neglect science in general. What really strikes me, I'm going to talk a little bit about it in my lecture later this afternoon, is that many of the security issues, for example, that arise are fundamentally computer science issues and non-trivial computer science issues. Problems in advanced concurrency, like the stuff that broke the lunar rover vehicle, problems in invariant checking, which is really what brought the DAO, Ethereum, Bitcoin. So we really need to shoot at the top, because otherwise we're never going to be able to compete with the masses of Indian and Chinese programmers. So set your aims, let's set our aims high and reach for the absolute best. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Bertrand. It's really nice. So we have another member of our panel, who is Dimitar Dimitrov. He is a member of management board of Bulgarian Association of IT Companies, Information Technology, right? So you can just repeat a few words. And
hello. Sorry for being late. It's very nice being with you.
Cool. And actually, so the question, I just want to repeat it, that what kind of demand of IT education are made by market today? And maybe you, Dimitar, is the best knowledgeable person. So I think that you know best what IT companies require from universities, from other educational institutions, and basically from graduates. So if you can give us a bit of overview on this point, we will be very happy to know, and then we can discuss this.
You know that IT companies lately are switching in from, they don't care much about diplomas and titles. What IT companies require are skills. So the preparation that the educational systems needs to provide to the people that are going to enter into the business world, into the IT companies, should be focused on the skill set that the businesses need. So probably there would be there is a need for such a switch.
Okay. And you want to say something?
I want to add something. We are talking about IT specialist gap. We're talking about gap between the education and business and market needs. And today, the kids are born digital, let's say that. And it's too late to start learning about coding, about technology, about engineering in the university. We believe that the kids should start as soon as possible as, let's say, at first grade, let's say in pre-first grade, they should start to explore technology. Because the kids are creative, they have open-minded, and it's easy to learn when they have a real motivator in front of them, when they see real people who are good in their jobs. Because this way, we in Coder Dojo Bulgaria, which is a network of free coding clubs for little kids, where mentors are IT specialists. Kids are learning through game, and we believe that after the 7th grade, after the 12th grade, when they should apply for a university, they will be ready to develop the real skills to be a good engineers and to fill the gap for the IT specialists that market needs.
Yeah, and anybody else on this? Yeah, unfortunately, we have not that much people representing industry here, so we might better move to another question. And so then from that question, you, Dimitar, would learn what educational institutions want from IT companies. So maybe people can tell you how IT companies can contribute to improvements of IT education in Bulgaria. And so anybody wants to say so? You can start.
I thought you asked me.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So, let me start with this, is that, once the company needs the certain resource and it's not available, then it starts building it. So all the IT companies, specifically in Bulgaria and maybe anywhere else in the world, started their own training programs, which later expanded into specific educational businesses, which Svetlin maybe might much better than me describe. So in this respect, the companies are contributing a lot to the creation of new expertise that is available in the industry. So what companies can do further is we need to make our impact on the educational system, request and demand from the educational system the change that is fitting our needs. As I said, a switch that is into the direction of building skills. And we see lately some very good examples that the Minister of Education of Bulgaria is trying to, there is a very nice phrase in Bulgarian that I cannot translate right in English. Will you allow me?
You can say in Bulgarian. I think everybody understands here.
The ščupi gipsa. This is to avoid, to overcome the rigidness of the establishment of the educational system and provide flexible ways for the fusion between the business and the IT system, which is very, very important for our future.
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Okay, Theodore here, founder of Course.dot. Short intro, we are a market orchestrator for technology, professional technology classes. Globally, we have about 2,700 instructors all over EMEA. I also sit on the board of alumni of one of the best technology schools in Bulgaria. I also help Coder Dojo and advise a number of educational institutions. So where I want to start is this is nothing unusual. You know, the lack of IT talent is something which is global. It's all over Europe. We work with enterprise companies really all over the place, and it's the same situation everywhere, not enough people. However, I think there are a number of steps which we are beginning to take here, you know, corporate plus the ministry plus universities and everyone else. I think we all see the same picture from different angles. And it's great that we're here on this panel so we can even further our cooperation. But what I think is there's a couple of things we can improve upon. Number one, we can improve the cooperation between universities and schools. So I work a lot with the UK. Some of our main customers are in the UK, and compared to Bulgaria, they started the process 19 years ago. So 19 years ago, they did a study in the UK and found out that what they need to do is do more technological schools associated with universities. And right now they have such schools associated with practically any university. They have several ones with Cambridge, they have several ones with each and every other university which has good IT specialities. So about 50 in 19 years. We have several. We have, you know, you can count them on the number of, on one hand. This gives the opportunity of university teachers to train the fundamental skills of being an IT specialist, be it a developer, be it something else, because we live in a world which is getting more and more connected. So we don't need just developers, we also need hardware developers to work on the Internet of Things, on the new sensors, to connect the Internet, to analyze the big data which is coming our way, and so on. The second one is we can improve upon the cooperation between the companies and the educational institutions, which can be several things. I've spent a lot of time discussing this with the managing directors of all the big companies which have R&D centers in Sofia. All of them are happy to do it, and most of them already have an educational program with which they in some way save themselves. So they produce their own IT talents, but that's not enough for the home market. All of us here, and all of you probably, are struggling for the lack of talent. And what we can do is we can allow the specialists from those companies to actually train in the educational institutions as far as high school. We've seen this, it works, not only in Bulgaria, in many, many countries. However, we need the support of the government, and we also need the support of the companies to do this, because the CSR the CSR programs, the corporate social responsibility programs, they do exist, but they look like something like, we have 40 hours per year, our employees, you know, our developers can do whatever they want to, and they have the choice of teaching a couple of lectures in a high school or, you know, painting benches, to give you a brutal example. And, you know, it's not channeled, and we can do much, much better. All the companies want to help. Then the other way of cooperation would be, we can actually allow the companies to teach full courses. So we have great companies in Bulgaria. We have Acronis. You know, why doesn't Acronis teach full classes on software development, on secure software development?
Even Acronis is eager to do this.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then the last thing is something which Adriana touched upon, would be early specialization. So starting at age 18 or 11th grade, which is the current program right now, it's too late. You need a couple of years to get in the basics, and then you need to specialize constantly. There is a tool developed by Gartner, a very famous company. It's called the Gartner Hype Cycle. And you can check it. It's out there every July with all the new technologies. What you can see is that the technologies which 3 years were on the top of the Gartner hype cycle. So we didn't know, you know, when are they going to be in our life, whether they're going to be real or not. Right now we're using them. We're using NFC payment for our subway in Sofia. We're using crypto technologies. We're using Bitcoin and blockchain all over the place. We're using Internet of Things. All our watches are connected. Our home appliances are being connected. All the cars will be connected. So the world is changing. This is not local for Bulgaria. This is global. The time to act is now, and we have to do it together. It can't be just one player.
Thank you. And what I can just add that I think every company would be eager to this kind of collaboration, but also other ways of preparing software developers exist. And I know that you, Svetling, are running a university, so it's called university, but even not accredited yet, as I know. But at the same time, I explored pretty well your curriculum and what are you doing, and basically those are courses to train practical skills, but you don't provide the fundamentals, and that may be the reason why you cannot get an accreditation here in Bulgaria. But at the same time, I don't know, do you have any issues working with governments or someone? But so I want to address this question to you. What decisions are needed in Bulgaria to make companies like yours to feel comfortable and do things you want to do?
It's a big process in the world, a process of transformation in the entire education, process of moving from the formal and slow changing processes, institutions like the higher education and high school education to the informal. Informal education is getting bigger and bigger and more important, and even companies like Google and Microsoft no longer require diploma because they know that it's not required to be smart and capable of doing good job without a diploma. And the other thing could also happen. Sometimes people who have diploma are also skillful, but there is no connection between. It was in the past, and the things that we should do is first to understand that learning is different. It's different because of the IT, because of the technology, and because of the changed needs of our society, driven again from and by the technology. For example, in the past, there was a concept called lecture. Someone comes at the desk and writes something and explains something. Now, people don't learn from books. It's not nice, but this happens. People learn from, it was transformation from writing and school classes physically through books to videos, and now the next upcoming thing is interactive learning, which means learn by doing, which is possible also through internet, because companies need skills, need someone who is capable to do something. They don't need people who know much. They should deliver, which is different. And it's our educational system, not only Bulgarian, but at the global scale, has this problem. People are not trained in practical skills, how to do things. They are trained to some formulas, to some theorems, things like that. And maybe the existing educational system should transform, because it cannot serve the needs of the business. How this can happen is a very complicated question, but my opinion is that the governments and the educational system should give more freedom. If you give more freedom to the schools, the private schools, to the informal organizations, to the informal learnings driven by companies, to allow companies to enter in the universities, in the government schools, in the public schools, and everywhere else, to allow some innovative schools to have different program for teaching, for example, software engineers or hardware engineers or even construction engineers, this would help a lot. Just a quick example, how many of you know that in Bulgaria, by law, until 10th degree at school, the sports school, the musical school, and the technical school for developers are obligated to have exactly the same number of lessons for the exactly same things, which means that sportsmen and scientists should learn exactly the same quality of math. And both of them are not allowed to learn programming in 8th degree at school. Just a small problem. I have a private school, and it's a big pain to make it possible for my school students to be allowed to learn programming. because the wow, not the ministry, the wow, the government, the assembly disallows this. That's the biggest problem. So it's a problem in the entire earth. So I believe that we should just find the good examples. Examples where university, schools and industry work together, but practically not just talking about working together, working together. In Bulgaria, we are very good in talking about this without doing this.
Yeah, that was a great point. So Bertrand.
Yeah, I sympathize with the idea that it's not what you know, it's what you can do, but maybe to a point. And I think that when you go to a hospital to be operated, you don't really want the surgeon to Google to find out how many kidneys you are supposed to have.
That's good. Okay, that's really funny, but I can just suggest very simple idea, by the way, so how to combine your approach to the approach of the university. It would be so simple. I know that SoftUni has just 1 year program, basically.
So SoftUni has 2 years program.
2 years
and
program.
It combines, it's in the middle between traditional universities
I know.
and code academies. Code
Yes.
academies are trying to teach people for 3 months, which is completely impossible. And I don't want to produce coders, I want to produce skillful engineers with engineering thinking, which takes 3,000 hours of writing code and solving problems to develop this algorithmic thinking. But this should start early. I also agree that it's too late to try to train people when they are 20 years old. It's already past. They should start at 10 years old. This is the right timing, and this already happens through informal learning, like classes, coder dojos, and many other initiatives.
Yeah, so everybody wants to say something.
I think we should refrain from two extreme statements. In one of the previous lectures by Monty on MariaDB, he mentioned a programmer who is making major contributions and is over 80 years old. I don't think, as the French song goes, there's no time to be stupid, but there's also no time to be smart. And I think we should be open for quite a few variants of the notion of programmer. You have the 12-year-old, and you have the 85-year-old, and everything in between. And you have the former musician, you have the mathematician, you have the person who went through full-fledged computer science curriculum, you have the person who learned by himself or herself, you have the person who learned from his father or his mother. There's absolutely everyone. Well, that's one of the beauties of programming.
And I want to add something. The Ministry of Education is one of the best ways to increase the numbers of IT specialists, because this is the channel that we can start learning, that we can start teaching kids from the first grade. At the moment, this is happening thanks to the Scratch program, which is implemented from this year, and the kids are starting coding from the third grade. But there is a problem. It's a great example, great idea, but there is a problem, because all the training materials for the kids are written for the old version of the Scratch. From the start of this year, there is a pretty new version, and all the books are not accomplished for it. What's more, I want to say it again, it's a great idea to start Scratch from the third grade, but there is need to consult all the ideas and all the subjects in the schools with the experts from the private initiatives, with some academies, with some real universities, with the experts. And they are supported by the business. So there are 3 parts that should work together to become a good product.
Yep, please.
Thank you. To add to one sentence, maybe this one is working. I'm fully supporting what all this said by my colleagues here, and should inform you, now the ministry had prepared and given to the National Assembly a new version of the law of higher education. In this new version, we have enlarged the possibilities of schools to work, to cooperate with universities and somehow with business. This law is given to the National Assembly to be accepted, we hope.
That's really good.
So we need to push the National Assembly to accept this good law. However, I will also add one thing that there is a program that is started by the Ministry of Education, announced I think yesterday, about IT companies being able to participate into the teaching process in the schools, talking about high schools, and then teachers from the schools are going to be able to enter into the companies and see the practical things that IT companies do. So this is a good step. It's a very tiny one, and we want a lot more. Professor Nakov.
It really improves, and I really see the attention from the Ministry of Education, which works better and better with the industry and supports national programs for teaching people and preparing them for the high school and for the IT industry in the schools. But maybe the biggest problem is demographic. For example, we as SoftUni, our biggest problem is that there are not enough people who are capable to be trained. So I'm not sure whether this has a solution. Maybe is a problem in the entire Europe. Maybe it's not a problem in China and India. Maybe, I'm not sure. But I think that there will be no solution until we try to some kind import minds like they do in the US. And that's why the Silicon Valley is located in the US, because they import their engineers. I'm sure we should do our best to train our potential here, but also consider other external channels of attracting talent. I don't mean that when you should import people who...
Chinese people.
Only genius people, yeah, that's why. Not only people who make juniors, we already have them.
So, yeah, unfortunately we don't have that much time, and it's very hard to me to stop this discussion, but maybe the last point, Adriana, you wanted to make it?
I want to say that here in Bulgaria there are a lot of kids that want to teach coding and engineering. When we open free places, more than 2,000, they are over for less than in a minute. This way we need to support how to start teaching kids from the earliest age. There is an interest.
Okay, last one.
I don't think anyone mentioned it, but you know, just one small thing. It shouldn't just be a boys' business. I think we need more women in this community as well.
Yeah, but you see, we have at least one, but that's also great. Just to conclude, I've heard a lot of good suggestions, and so I think that new law have to be even more sophisticated. So when the good things which could be done in Bulgaria is, first of all, implement IT education at schools, so maybe starting from the first grade. And that really could be done through educating kids by robotics classes, because robotics has everything which is needed to train programming skills and also soft skills, and we did it in Russia and that worked really well, so we just put it in every school. Another thing which is more controversial is to combine traditional approach of the mature universities like Sofia or Sofia State or technical universities by just them having 2 years teaching students fundamentals and then adding soft uni courses to their curriculum, and maybe soft uni can be even paid or subsidized by government to provide those courses, not to those who pay by themselves, but to all students in Bulgaria. That would be really grand. So just very simple way to improve an education everywhere. But that's, I think, too controversial at this moment. Sorry. So thank you for this discussion. Hopefully, yeah, you like, everybody is hungry, so just give us applause and you've got your minutes. Thank you very much.
And we will have a lunch right now outside of the conference hall. We have 1 hour for lunch. Please be back here at 2 p.m. It will be a great set of sessions, starting from a guy from Microsoft who will tell you about machine learning and AI. 1 hour for lunch. Now we start the second part of our conference. We have many interesting sessions and the panel. And you can see an updated agenda on the slide. So there are some changes. So one change is that we will have presentation by Oleg Kishanov from Acronis instead of presentation of Bertrand Meyer. And Bertrand will present at 4:20 p.m. So just a replacement. And also, we want to remind you that after the last presentation, we will have a lottery when Apple Watch will be priced. And what you need to do, actually, we will estimate the best question during the second part of the conference. So the person who will make the best question will get an Apple Watch. So please pay attention and ask interesting questions. And also, don't forget that immediately after the conference finished, we will have an after party. And 7:10, it's a target time when all of you can just come and meet together and discuss the results of the conference. Again, it's important to say that we have a mobile app, and I'd like to take your attention for this app, which is actually great and very easy to install and start using. Try to download it from App Store or Google Store, and you will see all details about the conference and can ask questions, and we will answer all your questions there. So, I'd like to ask several questions to Alexander. DevBG is supporting the conference today, so could you tell us a bit more about DevBG?
Thank you. DevBG is a community organization. Actually, we're the biggest IT community in Bulgaria because we believe that we are larger than the sum of our parts, reaching more than 1,500 individuals every single month. As an organization, we also put education and training at the forefront of our activities. We provide platform for IT professionals to learn from experience, to share ideas and interesting topics with their peers. What's more, we also try to address one of the major challenges confronting nowadays the industry, namely the hiring process. By using one of the most established approach, the referrals, we have created a platform where IT professionals could help other IT professionals to find their best place of employment. We call it Hire Heroes, and please come and visit us on hireheroes.bg.
Why did you decide to support the conference?
Well, on a daily basis, we meet with a lot of companies, with a lot of individuals. These people just help us to identify what is important for the industry. Cybersecurity and cyber protection has come up on the surface numerous times. It's a very hot topic, so when we learned that Acronis has decided to organize a conference specifically in Sofia, we didn't think twice to sign up. We believe that is going to be enormous value for the community, and honestly, you guys are setting the foundation in this area.
Maybe any specific topics or presentations which would be the most useful for members of your community?
Well, it's very hard to say, but I'm absolutely confident that the variety of speakers and topics will match the interests and expectations of numerous people. So all of them are great, and I can't wait to kick off the afternoon session.
Thank you very much, and thank you for support of the conference as well of all our partners who make this event happen today.
My
we'd like to continue and welcome our next presenter, Dmitry Soshnikov, technology evangelist from Microsoft. Dmitry promotes modern technologies in terms of AI, Internet of Things, Windows app development. Dmitry is also author of more than 60 scientific publications and books. So please welcome Dmitry on stage.
Thank you. So actually, I was an evangelist in Microsoft for more than 10 years. And evangelist, by the way, is a great job. You travel, you give talks, you live at the expensive hotels, and they pay you for this. But now, for the last year, I switched my role to a software engineer, and it's nice to be programming again. We do some pilot projects with partners. We did a few projects with Acronis that I will be telling you about today. And actually, I would like to start with thanking the organizers for inviting me here, not only because it's a great conference with great speakers, but also because I really love Bulgaria. I go here like for the last 5-6 years with my daughter every summer to the junior youth camp. You can recognize maybe some of you the places near Varna, Pobiti Kamni, the place which we love a lot. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. And I would start by talking about artificial intelligence overall and then move to security towards the end. And I would start with obvious things. You know that I want to make a thesis that artificial intelligence is something which will change the most the way we live. Like, for example, in the beginning of the century, the invention of internal combustion engine changed the way that transport worked. And, you know, like those are the streets of New York, which changed completely in 10 years. Now the process which changes our lives is called digital transformation. And I will just give you one example. Example of McDonald's. I think after lunch I can show the picture like this without causing any like hunger in the audience. So McDonald's, you know, they have the thing called McAuto where you drive with a car, you order and you pick the food like shortly afterwards. And in US it's very expensive to put the American worker in this McAuto, and instead they started putting like a microphone and you are talking with a remote operator somewhere in India when you are ordering food. And this case is described in the book called The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman. It's like more than 10 years old, like they started doing it a long time ago. And this is the beginning of digital transformation. And that's, it's clear why it's called digital, because it's easy to digitize the voice and take it to another part of the planet where it will be processed. Nowadays, actually, we can live even without the operator. Here is the project which Microsoft worked with McDonald's like maybe about more than a year ago. And the project was to basically automatically recognize the order. And you can now hear what a typical person in McAuto window hears. It's not a very clear sound, as you can understand. It's actually, even for a human being, very hard to understand. But a computer can do it like even better than a human being. And actually, this problem is not very complicated because the problem domain is very, it's very narrow, right? Like nobody would speak about the meaning of life with the McDonald's booth. Like everybody would be just ordering cheeseburgers. So that's why it's possible to solve this problem quite accurately. But in general, if you talk about the human parity, like how good is artificial intelligence comparing to humans, in 2016 there was a paper by Microsoft Research which showed that there is a human parity in speech recognition. They made an experiment which demonstrated that computers can recognize voice as accurately as humans. And the same was done in 2015 with respect to images. It doesn't mean that computer can see better than a person, because a human being, your eye is a very sophisticated device. You can look in different places, you can like zoom in, focus on something. But if you just take a simple task, you need to recognize, like for example, road signs. And you are given 1,000 road signs and you need to recognize them and sort them, you know, put them into different categories. Of course, the human being would get bored towards the middle of this exercise. Imagine you have to look through 500,000 road signs. But the computer doesn't get bored, and that's why overall computer shows the same accuracy as a human being. And all of those things, by the way, are very recent. When we started talking about the progress in computer vision, for example, there is a big competition called ImageNet, where every year scientists, they compete for the problem of image recognition. And for example, in 2010, the error was something like 30%. In 2010, if you asked a researcher whether it would be possible for a computer to recognize a cat from a dog in the next 20 years, they would say no. It's not possible to do it accurately enough. But then people started using like better, deeper neural networks, deep learning in 2012, and since then you see that the accuracy starts improving very rapidly until it achieved the human level in 2015. So all these things I'm talking about are very recent. You can see the example like this is the algorithm from 2016, which can recognize objects in video in real time. Before 2016, the same process took about 1,000 times longer because the way it worked, you needed to run the neural network many thousand times through the image. And in 2016 came the algorithm called YOLO, which does it in one pass, just basically one computation through neural network, and you get all the bounding boxes, all the images. And that's why you can do it in real time, like shown in this video. Yeah, I will have to stop, even though it's fascinating looking at the video like this, but you can have a look yourself on the internet. So the research, the fast research is powered by several things. First of all, there is a lot of computing power because the cloud now is available, and also because, you know, now with the crash of cryptocurrencies, there would be a lot of cheap GPUs on the market probably, which are very good for doing AI research. Also, there is a lot of data. In general, you know that the amount of data doubles every year or so, so we're getting much more data overall, and more data means we are able to do more experiments and we can do better artificial intelligence models. And all that powers the new scientific research, because right now a good paper typically involves the link to GitHub where you can download the code and you can start actually playing with the code and testing your own ideas and then publish it again. You probably know that there is an application called Prisma, which changes the picture into a painting. There is a iPhone application. It came half a year after there was a paper published on this thing called neural style transfer. And it implements exactly the ideas from the paper, but in the application. So those things can get into production really fast. What's very important to realize is that with artificial intelligence, we have to change the way of thinking about what is important, what is like our know-how. Because data becomes more important than algorithms. If you take, for example, the domain of search, like Google and Microsoft, they were competing for better search accuracy for many years. And in the competition, the algorithm is important because the better you design the search algorithm, the better accuracy would be. And with data, it's a different story. If you want to design an algorithm to determine the emotions on the human face, the algorithm is pretty much well known, but you need the data set. And data sets, they are becoming really important for achieving those tasks. And also, this way of thinking about data and not about algorithms is required. So general understanding of machine learning, of artificial intelligence is really important for developers nowadays, and specialists who are really specializing in machine learning, they are really rare. You know, everybody is looking for them, and they are hard to find. So to tell you a little bit about why Microsoft is talking about AI. Microsoft is now becoming more and more a cloud company. And in the cloud, of course, you can sell virtual machines. That's not interesting. I mean, everybody does that. But also you can sell certain kind of specialized services. And we believe that a lot of workloads in the cloud would be AI workloads. And that's why we think it's really important to provide better and better services for developers to use AI. And that is what's called democratization of AI. And I will talk about that in a moment. And there is also, of course, AI is now being put into very many Microsoft products. For example, do you know any Microsoft products which have AI built in? Anyone? I showed the Skype translator on the slide, so definitely you probably know that Skype translator can translate conversations in real time from a language to another one. But also the products like this, for example, PowerPoint, it has AI built in. For example, if I take the slide and I want to insert a picture from like internet or from my computer, let me make this slide more beautiful by putting a picture of a kitten. So if I insert the picture, automatically the service is called and it creates the textual description. You see a close-up of a cat. This description was derived from the picture. It was not like found anywhere. It's just the computer describes what it sees in the picture. And also there is a thing called this design ideas. I can design this slide in one click like this, and it would look beautiful. You know, the designers, I don't need designers anymore, because artificial intelligence can do slide design, well, not yet better than humans, but at least to some point. I do that, by the way, from time to time, use this design assistant. But for us, since we are at the developer conference, you are probably more interested in what Microsoft does for developers. And with AI, as with any modern technology, we distinguish whether it can be used in the cloud or at the edge, in the device. So I kind of classify the technologies between the cloud and the edge. Cloud means Microsoft Azure, edge means different devices running either Windows or not Windows, any other operating systems. And there are some technologies which are very easy to use. For example, cognitive services, those are already pre-trained models available in the cloud and ready to be used. For example, there are very often typical tasks which need to be solved, like finding objects in the image or describing the image with the text, or maybe doing text-to-speech and speech-to-text conversions, things like that. And those are available as the services which you can use either in the cloud, or you can use them on the edge by getting the Docker container with the running model, which you are able to use in your application. So if you have the task like this, you can really easily solve it without any AI knowledge, just by using the cognitive service. There are also some other technologies for like beginners, for entry-level people. Azure ML Studio allows you to experiment with machine learning models in a very intuitive and graphical way. And because I don't have much time, I will not show you the demo, but I encourage you, if you want to experiment with machine learning and you have not done nothing about this before, just Google it, or should I say Bing it in the internet, and look for it, and you will see nice videos with tutorials. Then, of course, there are just raw computing resources. Like every cloud has virtual machines, and if you need to train your model, you have the already pre-built virtual machine images which you can use on the machines with the GPU to train the model. I use this technology every day. And if you need larger scale compute, there is a very interesting technology called Azure.BG, where you can get the cluster of machines at a really low cost. Because in the cloud, you know that Microsoft is waiting for people to get virtual machines in the cloud. And while it's waiting, there are a lot of machines which are not used. And we can sell them at a very low price, just so that they are not, stay there without any workloads. So Azure.BG takes advantage of those unused machines. They offer it at a very low price, and you can just train the model on the cluster with this. And the model can then be deployed either in the cloud or on the edge. And finally, if you want to design really a large-scale AI service, for example, like the one I will be talking about later on, like if you want, for example, to build AI capabilities into products like Acronis products, you would need to set up really big infrastructure in the cloud. And you can, of course, do that with virtual machines, but there is also a thing called Azure Machine Learning Service, which already does this for you. So if you have really large-scale problem, you can use also technologies for that. They are a little bit more complicated to use than just virtual machines, in the sense that if you have scaling problems, you have a lot of things to worry about. But they are still there, and Microsoft shares its own experience of running machine learning models at scale. Because definitely inside Microsoft, all those services which I showed you, they are being run on really big scale computing clusters. There is also a technology coming up which is using machine learning models on FPGAs. FPGAs, they are chips which are programmed once, and they can be used many times for computations. So if you, for example, if you want to put the service at heavy load with a really energy efficient way, FPGA is the way to do it. It's still in the early stages of development, but already now you can use this technology to run some image recognition tasks. I will talk a little bit about cognitive services. So cognitive services, as I mentioned, they do some typical tasks. For example, if you take an image, they can produce you the English description like I showed you in the PowerPoint, but you can also use this functionality in your own application. What you need is one call to the cloud, REST API. You give the picture, and it gives you back the description. It also gives you back different tags for the objects which are present in the picture. And this is very useful, for example, if you have the large image archive and you don't know what's there, you can index it very easily, you can get the keywords, you can get the faces of people, and organize the search within this image archive very easily. We did a project like that with one media agency because this problem is really typical for media. And you can, by the way, you can try the way it works. Another problems which typically arise are people emotions, age, emotions, and so on. You can see how it works. I have the bot in Telegram, which is called Oh My Mirror Bot. And if you have Telegram, you can try it yourself. If not, I will show you how it works. So basically, I would take my Telegram and take a picture of the audience, like if this part of the audience can smile for me, please. And I apologize for those whose age would not be correctly understood, because as you probably understand, it doesn't work very well with small faces, because like if I take a picture like this, each face on the picture is a few pixels, you know, like it's not really large, so it's difficult to accurately determine anything. But still, you see, we can prove that most of the people are happy during the presentation, which is a nice thing to show you. And not everybody is recognized, because this technology, I mean, it can recognize something like 24 faces, I think. It has some limit. And to write this bot, by the way, is a very simple exercise. And normally, if I speak for more than 30 minutes, I show how to do it right on stage, because it's just a few lines of code. Commercially, for example, how it can be used, The Economist, when there were presidential debates in the US, they showed like broadcast on their site together with these emotion graphs. And without following the debates, you can see how the debates go. You know, you can see the emotions, and you can understand more or less like who is saying what. We use this technology at our summer camp, for example, for kids. We made the system which we put during lunch and breakfast and supper in the Mensa, and they were able to take their photographs like in a funny way. So we collected a lot of faces with emotions, and because we also built in the face recognition using the same kind of services, we were able to distinguish photographs of different children, and we could prove that happiness of children rises, you know, as the time passes, and we can show to every parent the printout of the happiness of their kid during this camp. And this is scientifically proven fact that kids are getting better during summer camps. Instead of waiting them, you know, that at the old times they used to wait, and the more weight the child gains, the better. And the more happiness he gains is definitely the better way to measure it. Another demonstration I want to show you really briefly is the service called Custom Vision. So Custom Vision allows you to train your own model on your own images if you need to recognize or to classify different images. And it's as easy as uploading pictures to the website, customvision.ai, and then it builds the model automatically. So one example here is I built this example for recognizing gestures, so thumbs up versus thumbs down. You upload a bunch of pictures, and then you get the model. Here you see the precision of the model is pretty good on this number of pictures. And then you can export the model, you can download it and run it on the local device, or you can run it as a service in the cloud. For example, if I take like the image from the internet, oops, not this one, but like, for example, this one, a human being. I take the URL, and I can test the model. And it recognizes, let's say, up gesture with 99% probability. And if you want to run it locally, for example, on Windows platform, there is a technology called Windows ML. Windows ML is really easy to use in the Visual Studio. You just drag the model. The model is exported as the file with the ONNX extension. ONNX stands for Open Neural Network Exchange. It's a format introduced by Microsoft and Facebook and some other companies, an open format for exchanging information of machine learning models. If you drag this to Visual Studio, it will automatically generate the C# file, which can be used to call this model. The only problem is that the name of the classes in the file, they are not really descriptive. So if you want to use it in practice, you better rename it. So I have the renamed version of this, which I call from, basically from this application. This application takes the picture from the camera. So I can test the model in real time. If I provide the gesture like this, it tells me it's an up gesture. This is the down gesture. So you see that it's very easy to start using this with the cognitive service. Cognitive services can be used for different scenarios. For example, we did one project with Acronis, which is called semantic search, and the idea was to provide the textual, like human language interface to knowledge base. A knowledge base contains articles about different software products with the known problems. So we wanted to do basically the website where the user can query it in the real language. So first attempt which was done, we tried to recognize the intent of the query. And to recognize intents, it's a typical machine learning problem. But there is also a service which does that, which is called LUIS, Language Understanding Intelligence Service. The only thing you need to do, you provided the sample of phrases and the corresponding intents. And it can capture like what the user wanted. Like if you define certain kind of typical intents, and certain kind of typical entities, for example, software product names, you train the model and it gathers this information from the input. And to find the relevant articles, we used another service called Azure Search, which is basically Elasticsearch but available in the cloud. So we indexed this corpus of knowledge base in the clever way, like putting the product names in one field and attaching certain kind of weights to different fields. And then basically with a simple query rewriting and extracting the entity names, we were able to formulate the Azure Search query and provide the link to the relevant article. So the project like this can be put together like in about a week by a small team of experts. Another project which is not directly related to security, but I just like to tell you about it because it's very interesting, is recognition of events and videos. This requires more complicated AI techniques, like we had to train everything from scratch. But the idea was to recognize different events, and we focused on collisions in Formula E. So basically, this is the typical collision when you have cars crashing at each other. And it's very easy to recognize visually in this case, where you actually see some pieces falling apart. But sometimes it's very subtle, you know, when cars, they just come close and touch each other. Even a human being cannot accurately say if it's a collision or not. So we wanted to recognize collisions, and what we did, first of all, this problem is kind of complex because it's on one hand, it's a spatial problem. You can see pieces falling apart. Probably it means a collision. So you can look for pieces in individual frames. But it's also a time-based problem because when cars are coming together, probably there would be a collision shortly. So you need to look in the spatial domain as well as in the time domain. So what we did, we took the 5 seconds intervals of the video, and for each interval we wanted to predict the probability that there is a collision there. And because you cannot gather a really big data set, you know, collisions are not very often, things which doesn't happen very often because you ruin the car, you know, it's an expensive exercise to do a collision. So we were able to gather something like 300 videos with collisions and about 300 videos without collisions, and to use that as a data set. And because it's a small data set, we needed to somehow come up with really nice features which would show you that the collision happens or not. And we used a technology called optical flow, where you take two frames, you compare them, and you have the vector field of how different pixels moved from frame to frame. So this is the result which shows that in the optical flow you can see the traces of objects moving really easily. And then from the traces you can build the histograms. Like we switch to polar coordinates, so basically we have the magnitude of those vectors and the direction, and build histograms. And in the histograms, for example, we have peaks corresponding to objects moving in different directions. So it should be easier to recognize collision, because like if you have two objects moving towards each other, probably it would contribute to the fact that there is a collision. Then we also noticed that this optical flow does not give you, it does not always track a car. Sometimes it tracks, you know, camera movement or something like that. So we switched to another version of optical flow, which first finds the car in the video, and then it traces the car. So we were able to get the traces like this, the trajectories of the moving car. And then from those trajectories, we also produced the histograms. And finally, we also used the, some kind of encoded version of video frames. We used VGG16 embeddings, if it tells something to people here, I don't know, as a third approach to detecting collision. So if you use just one approach, we were able to get the accuracy of about 70%, 75% of the model, which is not really great, because like 50% accuracy means you do a blind guess. And 75% means you do a little bit better than a blind guess. But then what we did, we combined those two approaches together into one big, huge neural network model, which took like the whole night to train. And this produced something like 95, 94% accuracy on our data set. It's still not really clear whether it's a good result or not, because you need, whenever you have the problem like this, it works on one data set, but then like lightning conditions change and it stops working. That can also happen. But that's the first approach which we did toward this problem. And if you want to know more, we have the nice video cast about this, ak.ms/teamcast. It's like half an hour or maybe an hour long video which describes this in detail. And also there is a code on GitHub which shows you how we did it. We also developed a nice Python library for doing this kind of research, but I will not talk about that. So now coming towards the actual topic, you know, using AI for security, I will just focus on one problem, like malware detection, and to see how AI can be applied here. And there are basically two big approaches here, which is static analysis and dynamic analysis. In static analysis, you look at the executable and you're looking at the code. Like, are there any patterns in the code which are typical for malware? And the way to apply AI and machine learning to this is basically to take a lot of samples and to train your model. But to do this, you need to extract some kind of features from the executable. You do not give the whole source code. You basically try to find some nice features which could tell you, which are typical for malware. For example, is the executable compressed or not? What's the size of different blocks in the executable? Like, what's the distribution of entropy in the file? Things like that. And with that, you can train the traditional machine learning model. Also, there is an observation that if you build like a map, if you take a file and build the map of the entropy of bytes, you can see like the human being can differentiate between malware and non-malware because the patterns would be different. So you can also use traditional machine learning techniques for image recognition, namely convolutional neural networks, CNNs, applied to those kind of images extracted from executables. Then you can also, like more complicated techniques would involve sequence analysis, like what is the sequence of commands which are typical for malware. And the same can be applied, sequence analysis can be applied to stack traces during dynamic analysis, where you actually analyze the sequence of calls that the program makes during execution. This is like static analysis is better because you can take the executable and tell before running it whether it's bad or not. With dynamic analysis, you need to run the program, and then when it runs, you can say, oh, that was a bad program, I shouldn't have run it. Or you can, of course, stop it at the early stage, but still it requires you to run the executable somehow, either on your computer or in the sandbox. So the way typically sequence analysis is done using neural networks is called recurrent networks. And the idea is that you have the sequence, like this sequence of x0, x1, and so on. And you pass this sequence like one by one element by one, into a neural network. Like you pass it and you get some kind of state. Then the next network takes this state and takes the next element of the sequence and produces another state, and so on. And at the end, it produces the final vector. So it converts the sequence into a vector, which represents somehow the nature of this sequence. And then this vector is put into a classifier, which in the end tells you whether it was a good sequence or bad sequence. So that's the rough idea of how sequence analysis, how recurrent networks work. They have a lot of problems. Recurrent networks are difficult to train because they tend to forget the beginning of the sequence. Therefore, there are some more complicated recurrent networks. LSTM or GRU are the two most common approaches, and I will not go into detail here, but so that you know, this problem is really typical for language understanding and things like that. And one of the projects that my colleagues at Microsoft did with Acronis is to apply a really modern technique called hierarchical attention networks to analyzing both dynamic analysis of the sequence of Windows API calls that the process makes and static analysis analyzing the source code. And also there is the link here which gives the complete description of this project. The idea of attention networks is that when you have a sequence, certain parts of the sequence, they are more important than the others. So for example, if you take the executable, maybe like a certain section towards the end of the file is more important to classify whether it's a bad file or not. And this hierarchical attention networks, they learn automatically which parts of the file are more important in taking the decision. So there are essentially, here there is a traditional recurrent network. It then produces kind of this state vector, and this state vector is kind of multiplied with the attention vector. This is the rough idea. And this happens, first of all, at the word level, if you think about text. And then for each word, you get a kind of vector, which you then analyze sequence of those words on the sentence level, and you get the final result. So this can be also applied to executables, and the details are in the paper there. And those technologies, they are already used in practice, like not maybe exactly those neural network approach, but in general, ML approaches to security, they are used already in the Acronis product in the true image. This technology is called active protection. And active protection is basically tries to detect the typical patterns of how software accesses files. And it can detect like ransomware which from those patterns. The way it works, you have of course, you need the cloud. You take a lot of data from, first of all, from the experiments. You have a lot of images, and you run typical problems, and you collect the information about how they access files. And then you run malware. You get those data set with good and bad programs. You train the model, and then this model is deployed on the client, on the actual true image instances for the users. And then more data is collected, model is retrained, and this is how this whole process improves constantly. So this is something which is already in place, and just the work is being done on how to make the models more complicated, like to use more sophisticated neural networks for classification instead of traditional machine learning techniques. So this was the use of AI for security, and there is also another part of the security question is how secure are neural networks themselves. And it turns out that AI presents different challenges to security. For example, there is a thing called adversarial attacks, when you train the neural network which can distinguish between different animals, and then you add some kind of noise to the image, and the image is suddenly classified as a completely different animal. And this noise is not visible, so for the human being, you would not notice the difference. But if you know the architecture of the neural network, you can design this image which would be wrongly classified. And this is very serious, by the way, because it can look simple from this example, but for example, the same thing can be done with the road signs. If you train the network of the self-driving autonomous vehicle to recognize signs on the road, and then you just put a little bit of, adhesive tape to the sign, and it is recognized as a completely different sign. For example, in this case, instead of stop, it is recognized as the speed limit, 100 kilometers. So the car would basically crash if it doesn't recognize the sign correctly. So it's a serious issue which has to be considered. And another issue is that neural networks now can produce images which are indistinguishable from real-world pictures. In this example taken from the paper, the first row are real photographs, and all photographs below are computer-generated. So you can generate fake people, you can generate real people faces in fake situations, and this would be almost indistinguishable from real pictures. And this is also the security issue, like for all news companies, because you can find the picture on the internet which compromises someone, and there is no easy way to prove if it's right or wrong. So AI changes the security landscape. Some things we still need to understand how to deal with. And in general, I think the main thing which I want you to get out of this talk is that learning some AI and ML techniques is crucial for all developers, so I encourage you to do that. And thank you very much for being here, and I would welcome your questions if I have time.
I believe it was a great presentation, thank you, and we have questions for 2 or 3 questions. Please, guys, any questions? Yes, here, Misha.
Hello. Is that software tested for blind people? Or I guess can help blind people to recognize people, places,
yes,
things?
it is used for blind people, and there is an application called Seeing AI in the marketplace, which you can install on the phone, and you can actually take the picture with the phone, and it will tell you what's around you. And there is also a very nice video from Microsoft. I used to show it in the longer presentations, where we have the blind person working in Microsoft who designed the special glasses which can do that. So,
thank you. Other questions? Yes, here.
Hi, thank you for such a great presentation here. My question is about how do we secure the input data which will be used as a data model for the machine learning algorithms, especially when the machine learning algorithms are quite popularly available, like for example TensorFlow and things like that. So how do we secure the input data?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I would like to say it's not a problem of machine learning experts, because machine learning experts require data. I think basically you can use all the traditional ways of ensuring that nobody can interfere with the data. But the problem is really huge, because if somebody is able to inject, for example, wrong data in the training data set, you have no means to notice that, because you cannot possibly look through the whole data set yourself. So there is a problem, and there are some ways probably which can be done to eliminate it. For example, there are techniques called like anomaly detection, and you can say that, for example, if data which is injected somehow is controversial and is completely different from the data set, you can probably detect it somehow automatically, but it's still not an easy task.
Question here.
Hi. It was interesting, very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
All of examples that you present was so-called supervised learning.
Right.
Can you share something in unsupervised learning area that Microsoft and you develop in recent years?
Well, personally, I did not have the projects like that, because most of the problems which we face, they are supervised learning. With unsupervised learning, I mean, there are a few well-known examples, like for example, bots which were trained on conversations with each other and things like that. it's a kind of more difficult. Unsupervised learning is typically a more difficult problem because you need like you need to devise the sandbox to do that, and also you need a lot of training time and training examples. So I do not have existing like projects to share, I think. Yeah.
What about AlphaZero?
AlphaZero, yeah.
Unsupervised learning, but not
Yeah.
Microsoft for now.
Yeah.
I have actually one question to you, probably the last one. Do you think that all IT security specialists should learn AI? And what is the best way to start learning?
Definitely everybody should learn AI. The best way to start learning is probably there are good courses on the internet, and there are some hardcore courses like on Coursera, like machine learning, and courses by Andrew Ng, who is the founder of Coursera. He has the like most classical machine learning courses there, which are a little bit hard, but you will also should be able to find some easier examples, and the good way to start with machine learning, as I mentioned, is Azure ML Studio. Just look for it, and there are videos on the internet, because it allows you to start experimenting just by, in a visual interface without learning to program in Python. A lot of software engineers hate Python, by the way, for good reasons.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Great
you.
presentation. Thank you, Dmitry.
Thank you.
Last year, Acronis established a non-profit organization with the main goal to promote knowledge around the world, which called it Acronis Foundation. And I'd like to invite a person who is a charity program manager of Acronis Foundation, and she's going to present you some overview of the project which we are doing.
Good afternoon. I'm not alone here. It's my colleague Pavel, and he will also share some meaningful things about the Acronis Foundation. So in Acronis, we strongly believe that knowledge should be available to all, and we also believe that all the evils are caused by insufficient knowledge. Last year, to mark its 15th anniversary, Acronis decided to expand its commitment to knowledge by establishing a non-profit foundation. Excuse me. So the Acronis Foundation builds a community of those who believe in the power of knowledge and supports the initiatives in the field of education. Acronis Foundation does it through its school initiative, through rehabilitation of inmates program, and also through publishing the books. But today I want to tell you a little bit more about our very important school initiative. So what is so significant about the school initiative? Today, 617 million children are not achieving minimum proficiency levels in reading and mathematics. Within our school initiative, we help underprivileged children to get access to education. We build schools in the remote areas in the developing countries. We've already built 3 schools in Myanmar, Tanzania, and Cambodia. We have big goals for the next 3 years. We want to build 15 schools. We also want to launch the educational programs that will help to raise the quality of education in these regions. We are constantly looking for new partners and volunteers to work together on this school initiative, because for us, the school initiative is not just about donations, it's about participation. In November 2018, 20 employees of Acronis went to Senegal to start building a new school in the remote village of Supa Serere. I'm pleased to introduce Pavel, our Director of Product Marketing, who volunteered in Senegal. Pavel saw firsthand just how valuable building schools could be for people who live in such rural areas. Pavel, please tell us a little bit more about Supa Serere and this project in Senegal.
Thank you, Nastya. I had the privilege to really visit this construction site along with 20 other people. Let me start maybe with the team which participated there. So this really was an international team with persons from all over the world and from all over the grades and positions from the company. So everyone had a chance, and I had my privilege to participate in this event. So first of all, a couple of words about this village. Supa Serere is a relatively small village, very lot of children, and what they are doing, their traditional way of living is they are farmers. They have nothing else to do, so they eat what they grow. They have no money at all. Only when they sell something with what they grow, they can have some cash. But basically, they're ultimately poor. And they have no opportunity to build the school themselves, no chance for this community. Though this village is not that small, so it may be relatively to about 300 people, maybe 500, so, but still they're that pure that they cannot build it themselves. And this is the real picture from the construction site on the screen. That's the circumstances, that's how they study. These children are motivated like hell, I would say. So they have just one chance in their life to change something. They either repeat their father's fate and they become farmers and they grow just like hundreds of years before them, or this is the biggest chance in their life to go to the school, to have some knowledge and to change something, to leave this village, maybe to go to some other place and to bring again resources to this village. They are very motivated, so no one is after them, no one reminds them what to do, so every morning they go to this school and they study very hard. But they need some help, and motivation, at least. So their elders really need some reinforcement that this is the right way to do for their children, so that the education is good for them. And having this international team who goes to this site, who works with them, who is making bricks, doing digging, so is really a very inspirational thing. So this is how we deliver the message that knowledge is everything for them. Yep. So without just sending money will not have that big impact. Okay, they will have a school, but that's just half of the business. Being there, working with them, it's a totally different game. It's a game changer. 20 people from Acronis, maybe 50 people from Superserver, all the children, so once the lessons are over, they are around us, they are working, they are trying to do the best they can, so they're mixing concrete, they're bringing whatever they can, so they try to help the best they can. They are very motivated. With us, they stay very motivated. Okay, and we can show you maybe a little video on that, how it was, so please have a look.
I'm now in Senegal, and why I'm here?
And the reason why I'm out here?
I'm here for this fantastic opportunity. It's a once in a lifetime.
Helping them, building a school.
To have an adventure in new country and a new continent.
To help all these kids to have a better future.
Just have a look on the shelter, that's a school for the moment.
I can't imagine how important it is to get some education done here.
Give a better condition, better education, better perspective in the life.
60% of the children, they have no chance to go to the school.
They just want to learn because it's the only way really to have a good shot at life.
So it's about knowledge, it's about knowledge exchange.
I don't have any more words to describe it. Really amazing.
All those children laughing, smiling, and realize that they do have some future, that's really great, and I'm really proud to be part of it.
Laughing, smiling faces from the babies to the adult, and never gonna miss this experience in my lifetime.
It's taught me a lot about myself and the people of Senegal.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Acronis Foundation to give me the opportunity to be here.
And we are here to build a more knowledgeable future together.
I'm so proud to be part of this project.
We'll finish the work tomorrow and go home with a good feeling.
And hopefully, guys, a lot of new donations coming up with all of our partners, customers, friends, families all over the world. We are really proud to be part of that. Thanks.
Yeah. It really was very emotional. And, you know, I don't know how to share this, but you have to see these children, how talented they are, how nice they are, how, you know, bright and interesting they are, how they are willing to learn, and how they are repeating everything after you. So being there and having the chance, having the privilege to you know, demonstrate the value of knowledge and what Acronis can do, you know, it's the biggest change in my life, and I'm thankful for Acronis for that. An international team delivering this message is very strong message for them. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add to your story that next year, most probably...
Yeah, maybe one more word. So the story is not over with that village. So as I said, they're extremely poor. So we've started this project, we've helped them with the construction of the building, but that's just the beginning. So we really can, and anyone can make a difference in the life of these children in this village. So we continue supporting that, this effort through Acronis Foundation, and really a lot of small things are required for this village, and everyone can participate in this project. So that's basically it from me.
Yeah, if you want to learn more about how to get involved with our charity initiatives, please do not hesitate to stop by the Acronis Foundation booth on the first floor of the university. I will be there the whole day. I'm happy to talk to you. And also the announcement for the Acronis employees, most probably the next year we will send another team of volunteers to Nepal. Please participate. We need your help.
It was very emotional, and it's really unique for Acronis, right? I don't think you heard something similar from other software company, but this is a major topic which is driven by our CEO, Sergey Belousov, and it's very unique for us, and I believe all people who work for Acronis we really feel this participation in very important things, not just creating some piece of code. But the next speaker, Oleg Kishanov, let's welcome him on stage. Oleg is Director of Information Security at Acronis, and he will talk about how to make the software secure. Because insecure software, it's not just a problem for a business, but it's a problem for society. You can really damage the society because of bad code which you are written, and it's very important to understand how to write the good code and how to make your application secure.
Thank you. Well, hello. It's a really nice place to give a talk on software security. And so let's go. A few words. Does it work? Other thing? Not this one? Okay, no, sorry. This one. Okay. Yep. Thank you. So something about myself. So I worked for 2 years as a Director of Information Security and Compliance for Acronis. Previously, I was working more in the cybersecurity world, doing anti-malware protection and also some just generic software development. And so now I'm based in Singapore, and out of there we have a distributed team of people working in Acronis on security of our products and other security aspects of overall business. So, and today I want to talk about how and why we should develop secure software, and actually what each of you as a developer, as a manager, could do in order to have a more secure software in the world. And by the way, the amazing thing is that we all is living in a world where software is everything. So originally it was like just mainframes and just normal computers. Now it's laptops, smartphones, cloud, IoT, everything is software. At the same time, the things are getting more and more complicated. So the complexity growing over time, tremendously, more and more people involved into the development of the software. So that's why there could be definitely some problems and issues. And some question for you. So there are two things. First is what do you think? What is it? It's kind of old computer. Apollo computer, yeah, that's right. So, and on the right you have some very nice vacuum cleaner. So how do you think, what was the size of the software in the Apollo computer? How much memory it has, so what is the size of the code? Any ideas? Okay, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes? Kilobytes, yeah? Okay. Yeah, that was around 64 kilobytes of memory, and now in the vacuum cleaner you have a firmware of more than 10 megabytes. Of course, yeah, that's just an approximate numbers, but still the amount of code we wrote every day, it's tremendous. So, but why people actually talking about software security? So what is it about for the average person? So I guess that some of you may remember some days when you have such images on your Windows computer and saying, oh crap, I need to reboot again, or I need to fix something. It was the early 20s, so maybe not everyone were working on the Windows at that time. But also there are some other issues, like you don't have access to the website, you actually cannot be sure about the security or safety of your children with the new devices, or even you cannot be sure about the safety of yourself. Or for example, you cannot travel, or you cannot trust the transportation system in the country. So that's why people are talking about software security. But then why industry, or all of us here, are actually talking about software security? Obviously, we're users, we have the same problems. Maybe we are really geek people and we would like to, fight security or malware. But actually, there is something else, and I believe that because of the security is not just a user problem, but a business problem nowadays, we actually can spend time, come to such nice conferences, or actually work dedicated on, spend our time full-time on security problems. Because business risks are really high, so it could be financial, reputation, litigation risk, and so on. So this is a really big shift, which actually I think happened within the last 1 or 2 decades. So, and there is another way of thinking about software security. It's actually the ecological risk for IT industry, for our community. And a good example of that is the recent Mirai botnet, which was just using different IoT devices, or like here, webcams, security cameras. And that was not a problem of the developer of these cameras, that was a problem of all of us, because the DDoS attack, which were possible with these cameras, is actually the record DDoS attacks in the history. Yeah, and there is also a good book by David Rice on the geekonomics, or how the software or irresponsive development of the software could, make our life worse or just bad. Okay, so now moving to the thing is how actually with the industry is solving that problem. So what we can introduce. And I want to talk about the secure SDLC. Who knows what is the SDLC? Self-defined local controller life cycle. Yes, software development life cycle. Great. So so back in 2000, early 2000, we've seen a lot of different attacks or epidemics. Actually, there were a number of network worms which actually hit thousands or hundreds of thousands of computers, and that was not a good time to to live in the IT world, and I think especially in Microsoft. So even one of these attacks, the Blaster, I think, they actually were saying, like, Bill Gates, go and figure out what's wrong with your software and fix it. It was actually the message to the Bill Gates. And it's interesting to see that in that exact time, or even before that, in January 2002, Bill Gates wrote an email to all of the employees of Microsoft saying that we now should focus on security of our software. It was a trustworthy computing initiative in Microsoft. And this initiative was moved into kind of execution very quickly. Yeah, by the way, he was promoting the book of one of the Microsoft employees. It's, I think, about 400 or 600 pages. So he specifically said, guys, go and read that book, because we cannot live in a world when our software is insecure. And then he kind of approved that all the Windows developments, around 9,000 people, I don't know, what is the community of Bulgaria, software developers in Bulgaria? Is it kind of comparable numbers, I guess? So all of them just stopped working or stopped developing new code and spent 2 months training and fixing existing security bugs. So I think this is not what every company can afford actually nowadays. So, and then closer to the end of 2003, there were the first versions of this formal software development lifecycle at Microsoft, which were actually putting the security as a part of the software development process and not something which you can put on top of it. So, and you know, over time, there were multiple different frameworks, technologies, methodologies of how to implement or add security into the software development. So the first one is the Microsoft SDL, then the more kind of independent open SAM framework, and more recent BSIMM. So all of them are about specific practices of what should you do as a developer or as a software development company to actually have less security problems in your software. I wanted to just say one thing. Yeah, go and just read briefly what is it if you didn't do that about these frameworks. The BSIMM is specifically interesting because they are collecting practices which are used by real companies, like 120 specific companies in the world, like Oracle, Microsoft, and Google, all others. So what they actually do in their process to deliver secure software. And then they kind of they prioritize, they create some specific kind of benchmark tool for you, so you can understand where you are in comparison to these companies. But the main feature of all these approaches and methodologies is that you need to use the security as part of the overall process, not as a separate approach which you can just put on top of your software. And today I want to talk a bit more about the specific part of the SDLC process. This is the overall kind of hierarchy of practices and functions, which is defined by the Open SAM framework, and specifically about construction verification. So why about this? Well, I think it's more related to the day-to-day work of the developer or QA engineer, so we're just focusing on that now. So talking about the construction, there are 3 things: the threat assessment or threat modeling, security requirements, and secure architecture. So 3 practices. Let's start with threat modeling. So the threat modeling is sometimes considered something boring, or which, well, why I need to do the threat modeling? Why not just go and develop my functionality? So actually, the threat modeling gives you, through, I think, a quite funny exercise, a very important answers. So you're trying to say and answer the question, like, what I'm actually building. Okay, I'm taking this Jira task today and developing something, but it's very interesting to just stop for a moment and ask your product manager, why are you developing this? What this whole thing's supposed to do? So second thing, you should probably take someone who is more or less familiar with security issues, potential problems, and try to generate ideas of what could go wrong, what are the key risks and problems, and then how to mitigate them. What are the potential solutions, how to prevent, for example, an attacker to get access to my data, considering that we have these APIs or this platform and so on. And of course, you need to kind of do it in a regular way always trying to understand what we're actually missing. Maybe the situation changed. And there is a great book on that from 2014. I think it's worth at least looking into that for all of you. So there are a few different approaches, like formal, when you need to take a spreadsheet and just fill in all your components of your software and list of the potential risks. It gives you very granular results, but it could be actually time-consuming and sometimes, as I said, boring. So brainstorming is that what we're more kind of doing at Acronis is when we have a security team and we go together with developers and product management together before we develop something new and spend a couple of hours thinking, well, what is this, how it's different from what we were developing before? What are the extra risks we could see in that functionality? And now we came up with some ideas of what risks we have and how to mitigate them. But always do not underestimate your current kind of threat landscape, and your threat model could be incomplete all the time. So just think about all the time, maybe spend even formal kind of meetings on that on a regular quarterly basis. So I wanted to talk a bit more about how cloud applications. So we are, and Acronis is a cloud service provider, so that's why we're focusing on how to make our cloud applications secure. And I want just to share some thoughts of what should be important in a cloud environment. So, and how it's different from the on-premise classical approach. So first of all, the normal user who is just getting a trial in your cloud could be an adversary. So it could be a hacker who is trying to figure out how to break your software. Or at the same time, your software, which if it's on the internet, is always on a radar of different people who are scanning the network and trying to hack things. So, and it could be, well, it's a big surprise if, I don't know, some journalists will call you and say, hey, I see your IP address with this SSH with just a normal password authentication, and I also store my data on the same, I just kind of send my backup to the same IP address. What's the problem? Why? Or you need to think that users tend to use the same passwords in different services. So for example, if some website would be hacked and some of the passwords would leak, then these same people could get probably into your service at the same time. Or for example, cloud intercommunication. So if you rely on authentication with some other provider and that provider could be hacked, that means that people who use that for authentication can get into your cloud service as well. So talking about the next practice, which is the security requirements, the key thing here is that you have two piles of requirements. You have business requirements, and you need to understand like what my user, or different types of users, are supposed to do with the data, where they're supposed to have access, or where they don't need to have access at all. Or there may be some other compliance requirements which I need to apply before designing my software. And another pile of the requirements is something specific which each developer can use. We call it a baseline or application security policy baseline, where you say specifically which things you should use for cryptography, for authentication, how you test your API security, and so on. So yeah, we have a specific policy in Acronis. So all that is what each new engineer should go read and ask questions if you don't understand why is it so. Security architecture, the next practice, is actually about that the tools and technologies you use is helping you to improve security of the overall product. So I think it's quite simple principles, but it's hard to kind of apply all of them to your kind of architecture because, well, sometimes it's already defined, or sometimes it's really lots of kind of discussions going on inside, and not everything could be achieved at the same time. But still, you need to think about the deny by default. All access should be denied by default, or your design should survive actually if you will publish the architecture, your architecture tomorrow at some white paper, and the next day your system will not be hacked just because you published the architecture of your system. So the least privilege, I think it's easy, and it depends on depth. Don't think that you have some one layer of protection, like, okay, authenticate my user, that's it, I don't need to do anything else, or I have some kind of secure environment where my application works. It doesn't work, actually. So also some cloud considerations. So as I said, the perimeter, which could be present in some environment like enterprise, is not available in the cloud. So such attacks for the web services could actually easily allow attacker to query or get access to the other components of your software in the cloud, and you need to be ready for that. So the web application firewall is a good thing, but it will not help you to protect all the components inside without adding more measures, more security measures. So such measures could be the mandatory service-to-service authentication. So just one service cannot go, or just unknown service cannot go and query something inside your internal cloud, or each component should know what is the current mandatory access control list for him, so he can answer requests from this service but not from that service. And of course, it's better to split services by their criticality, by their kind of risk, and try to think about how I will deny access from that type of services to this type of services. Another aspect of the secure cloud architecture is you need to think that, well, it's very much kind of a chance that at some moment you will be compromised. So you need to think about how you can slow down the attacker and not allow the attacker to achieve its goal with just one step. So one of the examples could be that you could use some encryption on the database. So for example, if there is a SQL injection kind of vulnerability, all the data will not be just easily grabbed and used, because it's encrypted, and you need another service to query another service to actually decrypt it and use it. And also introduce a number of monitoring tools which allow you to, for example, identify internal scans that some service is, for some reason, trying to reach all of my IP addresses and send random queries to them. So this should be on your radar. But I was talking a lot about some concepts, but don't kind of get me wrong. Don't use it from the day one. If you're building something which the world built a million times, don't reinvent the wheel. Don't kind of build the threat model for your tiny mobile application. Go and actually read some well-known papers or some manuals on how to do that for web applications, mobile applications, and start from there. Second part is the verification. So we were doing the development. So now we need to verify that security of the software is within our boundaries. So the first thing is the design review. Okay, we know that the feature was developed. Now we want to put it in production. But before that, you need to sit with maybe with the security person within the team or with the external team and figure out if the threat model was actually considered when we developed this something new, or there were all the security requirements are met, or no compliance requirements we were missing. So, and at Acronis we also did some checklist, and it's not the checklist to say if the design is okay or not. It's the checklist for the product manager, for the person who actually tried to create a new piece of functionality, to figure out, okay, should I do a formal design review from the security standpoint for this piece of functionality or not? And this allows us to build in that to our development process. Like in Jira, person could say, okay, I need a formal design review for my epic, so that we as a security team will know that someone will come at some point to us and we will discuss this functionality. We can prepare for that. And we can actually measure our loads, we can plan our time. So this is one of the examples how you need to combine security practices into your software development process. So implementation review, well, maybe something obvious like manual code review. Nobody actually likes it, I know, but sometimes you need the very highly skilled people on the team. But for the critical parts, we may say that these functionalities should be manually reviewed by some expert. This is normal. But of course, for the normal things, we need to use some tools for automation. So here are just a list of tools we used or using or playing with. All of them are free, so you are very welcome to also go check them out and maybe use in your projects. That shouldn't be something complex. So security testing practice, it's about manual security testing, like kind of penetration tester. It could be your internal person, or that could be an external company, your contractor, to go and manually check the system in the runtime, to actually be able, trying to crack it, to find vulnerabilities and problems. We actually do both of that practices. But at the same time, there are the things like bug bounty programs. I think everybody is aware of what is it. It's actually automating for you this process and providing incentives for external researchers to find vulnerabilities in your software. Few words about that. So the good thing is that you're paying for the real result. And security researchers, they also get paid for specific finding. That's kind of cool. There are also a huge community on some of the platforms where you can find people with specific skills or specifically motivated to work on your bug bounty program. Types of the bug bounty program are really different. It could be a private one, so as an average person, I cannot go and submit a bug to that private program because I don't even see it, or a public program where everybody can compete for that bounty. Also, the scope is very important. You cannot say just test all of our resources on the internet. You need to carefully explain what are you focusing, what you don't care about, and also adjust your payments depending on the resource you're testing. And also important to provide some access, if we're talking about the cloud environments, some test access to some of your systems. It could be sometimes even production, a staging environment, or a beta environment. So it's for you to decide what is kind of suit your risk appetite and your requirements. Yeah, just one thing. When we launched recently our private bug bounty program, we were kind of, well, unsure and a bit skeptical about the results, but we actually got a few really good findings just within a month from one of the researchers, which we kind of thought that if they would stay in our code for longer, and we will not find them by ourselves, that could be a real, and if they will be revealed by someone else, that would be a big problem for the company. So there are some real practical results from the bug bounty program in our experience. We will see how it goes over the next year, but it's definitely worth to start it, and it's not very complex project. So for the dynamic testing, there are common tests, and there are common tools to test your software for the known web security or OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, or just scan for open ports, or figure out if there is sensitive data leaked with your APIs or in your logs. That's kind of cool. All of them are free as well, and you can go and play with, or even write your own. And talking about writing your own tools, it's actually not something you can do for fun. I think you should do this on purpose. Like, not every well-known tool can specifically track one of the vulnerabilities you found before in the new versions or in the new products of your company. So your API security, your past issues are known only by you, and you cannot use just standard tools without any customization to use them. So we're also using some tool called Defect Dojo to orchestrate and provide some reporting and dashboards for our team. So we can collect all the tool results into one place and prioritize our work, create Jira tickets and so on. It's also free, so go and maybe test it, play with it, quite useful. Yeah, but again, don't reinvent the wheel with the security verification. There are a number of verification guidelines which could be used by every average developer or QA engineer, which you can take as a checklist or the step-by-step recipe and perform some very basic but still sometimes very useful testing of your mobile or web application. So don't start with, from scratch. Use what community already provided to you. So key takeaways for all my talk. So first thing is that the security is not kind of just a user risk, it's a business risk. So if you want to improve security in your organization, software development organization, just go and talk to the business. So you need some business support. And I think nowadays it's quite simple to explain the potential risk to the business if you don't invest into security. So start implementing your secure SDLC, even if your team is small, like 10 people or, I don't know, 15 people, still try to find a dedicated person who can start doing that as a part of the overall development. But don't do it kind of on a big picture, trying to do everything at once. Start with small steps and kind of give a very tangible result. Okay, I now do a static scanning for my code on kind of regular basis. And I found already kind of 3 specific bugs in our software. That's cool. Okay, think about it and do this thing first before moving to other. And also invest into people. So people is how we actually, deliver the results. So knowledge and motivation should be available for people who want to do the security of the software. And the last thing kind of is everything else was not interesting. Just know your technology, because all of us as software engineers, we work with specific platform, specific technology stack, specific type of the applications. There are a bunch of different articles or materials or conferences on that topic, so know how these things work, and there are, I'm sure, many interesting things you will learn about security of the tool which you're using. So, thank you. That was nice to explain you how we do it at Acronis and how you should perform security in your companies.
We have time for a short Q&A session, so any questions to Oleg?
No. Everyone is secure, okay.
Any questions?
Anyone?
Okay.
Okay, Oleg, let me ask you one question from my side. So, you saw many issues in Acronis software, in other type of software. Can you remind us maybe one specific example where the issue was really easy to prevent, but people just not to think about security from the beginning, and this is why we need to spend time after that to fix the security issue? Anything on top of your mind?
Yeah, I think it's probably something from the configuration standpoint, because at Acronis we not just develop a software, we actually manage the full stack from the hardware till the UI. And I think it's something when the person who's deploying a new version or who is just making a small change could mess something very simple, like, I don't know, some passwords. They could be, for some reason, or, okay, password was insecure, but it was supposed to be kind of switched off when it's moved to production, but, well, some developer came on Monday and say, I think it was something I've seen in the code like on Friday, maybe it's already in production. And yes, it could be in production, it's very, very kind of scary sometimes. So the most, the biggest problems could be from the simple mistakes, I think.
Just pay attention to security.
Yeah,
right?
pay attention to security on a very small scale.
Okay, thank you very much, Oleg. Thank
Okay.
you. So next session, which we will have right now, is a panel. We will talk about the ecosystem. We have many panelists here, but the topic is very important. So software development cannot live just in vacuum, and all it depends on how we work on IT and how we unblock IT potential. So we will talk about IT potential of Bulgaria. And let me invite to the stage our panelists. So first is Stanislav Protasov, Chief Operating Officer and President and co-founder at Acronis. Todor Mladenov, who is the Director of Sofia Tech Park, first science and technology park in Bulgaria. Velizar Shalamanov, Institute for Information and Communication Technologies. Bozhidar Bajanov, engineer and founder of Log Sentinel. Orlin Vasiliev, who represents VMware, and he's a big fan of Kubernetes, and we'll talk about it later today. Dr. Georg Sharkov, who is director of European Software Institute, Central Eastern Europe. Guys, please come to the stage. And sorry, not forget the last but not least, George Brashnarov, who is experienced entrepreneur with demonstrated history of working in the computer software industry from Bascom. Guys, please join me on stage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we missed one person, but I think we can start. We already have very representative panel. So, thank you to being here, and today we'll talk about how to unblock IT potential of Bulgaria. And mostly, there are several questions I have in mind, and I would like to ask first Stanislav Protasov about his view of Bulgaria as Acronis representative. Stas, please tell us what you think, how to unblock potential of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Nikolai. I think Bulgaria is great, and I was told that we are going to have slides, so I prepared. It happened that I'm the only one who prepared, but fortunately I can go through them very, very quick. First, why to unlock IT potential at all? It's quite simple. IT industry is a very interesting industry. It actually generates more GDP value than pretty much any other industry. And on average, it generates for economy from 3 to 5 times more dollars or levs or euros than any other industry. Does Bulgaria have any chance to be successful in IT? Yes, Bulgaria has quite successful history in science and in computers as well. And basically, Bulgaria right now is in the focus of major IT companies from the whole world. So actually, yes, Bulgaria has its chance. But let us look comparatively to other countries. I specifically selected several countries of comparable size, and you can see that, for example, Estonia, which is a tiny country, 5 times less than Bulgaria, they have more IT specialists, they generate phenomenal 15% of GDP from IT sector, and their venture industry right now is around 400 million euros. And they were able to grow it 10 times for the last 5 years. For Bulgaria, for example, the whole venture industry is about 80 million euros. And IT venture industry is 2 times less than that, about 40 million euros. So Bulgaria right now is 10 times less in investment than Estonia. And number of people working in IT in Bulgaria is actually not enough. I hear all the time that this is because Germany, United Kingdom attract our people and they leave the country. Yeah, but basically it's because there is no focus on attracting people back to the country. I'm pretty much sure that many Bulgarians working today in IT in Ireland, UK, Germany, US, they will get back if they will see the opportunities home. And universities. Universities is a very important source of new talent. And I specifically choose computer science because for general universities, while it's very important, it's a little bit misleading. And as you can see, all the countries has universities which are in the ranking, but Bulgaria. And this is a big problem. And essentially, Bulgaria needs to start working into getting the rankings and to have good and excellent computer science inside the country. It's possible to do. The same was for Estonia, for example, and for Singapore 20 years ago. Right now, Singapore National University in computer science is 10th in the world. So getting back, you need people, you need good universities, and you need state helping to bring the talent, to do the knowledge transfer, and to attract foreign and local specialists. That's pretty much, that's my recipe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stas, for your slides. Indeed, you're the only one who made it. But so let's go maybe one by one, and I'd like to ask Velizar, can you share your experience, because you have such great years of work as a Director of On-Demand Management in NATO Communication and Information Agency, and served as Deputy Minister of Defense, right? What do you think about IT potential of Bulgaria and obstacles which we see right now?
Thank you. It's a very important topic because I'm sure Bulgaria has a great potential if you look with the young people. So our young people are one of the best in all Olympiads of mathematics, informatics, physics, robotics, etc. Because as a tradition, Bulgarian families invest in their children. Still, we have a good education system with specialized mathematical schools that are doing better and better, but the real challenge comes after that, because most of these people, and definitely best of these people, are leaving to study in foreign universities in Western Europe, United States, Canada, Israel, and most of them never come back. Thanks God they support preparation of young people, and there is a lot of work even in Academy of Sciences. I'm representing here Academy of Sciences to help young students to develop their STEM education, including with the support of people that left Bulgaria. The challenge, we are not able to really attract and keep this good specialist in Bulgaria is, I will look from the state perspective, because business is business, company are coming, company are leaving, but I don't see real strategic thinking when it comes to use of information technology in administration and security sector. We are still struggling to establish the position of Chief Information Officer, someone to be responsible for strategic planning management, to establish the proper governance structures that will really generate proper requirements to universities and to research institutes. I'm a strong believer that with more than 50 universities in Bulgaria, it is very difficult to have consolidation of education. Instead of that, I believe in Academy of Sciences, if we focus on research-based education and really accelerated move of the people from initial IT development knowledge to research, to PhD studies, to further development in deep of innovations for IT, this will help. And another aspect that I see as a challenge is we still don't have, again from the state perspective, a good system of rotating our people. You mentioned the NATO Communication Information Agency. It is a great opportunity for every NATO nation. This is the best agency in the world, 4,000 people, doing the best of the best for command control, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, cyber defense. It is important to send people there and to get these people back working for Bulgarian government, for Bulgarian security sector. if we have large projects, if we have a good consolidated research program. I will finish with our ambition. We're working with George together to establish a national science and research program in cyber resilience that probably will help moving in this direction. And of course, if there is more effort from the state, but not just funding, more on governance and management for implementation, ambitious implementation of IT, this will keep young people in Bulgaria, and this will be beneficial for the business as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And George, maybe I can ask you, right? You're serving as head of cybersecurity lab at Sofia Tech Park, right? And also served as national coordinator on cybersecurity with Cyber Resilience Bulgaria 2020. Do you think Bulgaria IT has enough specialists in cybersecurity? Is there good programs in universities who can prepare specialists in IT security? What can be done to make the situation better, in your view?
Thank you for the question. Sorry first that I joined the panel last minute because it's between the airport and the Ministry of Defense where I have to go to the committee, but normally I was supposed to be in Brussels today. It's an interesting and challenging topic. Actually, let me start with a broader comment first, because we talk about how to unlock the potential. So first, we have to identify what is the target of unlocking this potential. What do we want to achieve? You mentioned experts in cybersecurity. Actually, there is a vision that you can make just like that a specialist or expert in cybersecurity, starting from some networking experience, some protocols, some technical experience, and something. The reality is, and Velizar mentioned that, the goal is not actually only cybersecurity, not network security, not firewall security, and everything like that. So we talk about cyber resilience, which means that we have to do all the ecosystem cyber resilient, which means also the business models, the applications, and everything to be designed in such a way. We speak about the security by design, resilience by design, and something like that. So why I'm saying that? Because this doesn't come from few trainings. This doesn't come from few courses. You need to know everything about the software architecture, systems, organizations, including the business processes, and then to go with your particular technology niche among these layers, like layer 7, and then you go to layer 13. This is what we consider now in the IT world, or information systems connected. So in order to do that, you really need a complex knowledge and experience. And how do you go to this knowledge? So we speak about potential. I'm afraid that a lot of the potential just run out of this room when we started the session. They're outside. So the same thing happens with my classes at Sofia University. So we have every year I teach, I have like 4 or 5 different courses at different universities, starting from software quality, architectures, design of software, active security, together with my technical colleagues from the lab. And what is happening, like in the class or in the system, we have like, in general, 200, 300 students subscribed. How many do I have in a class? Can you imagine?
10.
So out of 100, I have 20. Okay, active security, out of 40, we have almost 40, or we have 50, but that's interesting. So the story is really that university is not considered, well, because I have also the hat coming from the business, like 15 years ago, we always criticize the university programs, but since 10 years, I teach at the university as a guest professor. And I teach what I know from the experience. I teach practical experience. I teach what in Carnegie Mellon University is taught in the software engineering classes. And then, so we have the foundations of the software architectures, we have the templates, all the standards and algorithms and everything, and including the quality standards, including security standards. When you go to the companies, and I ask also the students, okay, why you don't come to the class? It's not interesting. They said, no, it's very interesting, but I have to work. So we have to differentiate between the work and the study. I'm talking about really software engineers, about IT specialists that can design new things, that can invent new things. And we have to make it clear then about what kind of potential we speak. When we speak to or when we ask the companies and managers, they want, well, if they're honest, they will say, okay, we want software engineers, software developers, inventive people. At the end of the day, it turns out that they need coders, they need programmers, because they have to build to the client, they have to produce the code. And this reminds me the old time, like 20-something years ago, when we started the Olympiads in informatics here. So in the big room where we were solving these challenges, when we have the challenges to solve, there are like two categories of people. So some of us, and I'm proud I was in that category, coming from the maths to the computer science or informatics, that we were thinking like 2 hours and then coding 30 minutes. Some other colleagues, they started coding from the very beginning. So normally, if my program worked, that was very short, very efficient, and the algorithm was based on stronger maths or the model. The other code maybe, so there is a chance that it doesn't work or it works. Okay, or I didn't solve the problem. No, the other colleagues, they had the program written, occasionally it runs with many errors, or doesn't run, but for sure did not solve the problem, did not work efficiently and so on. So now it's the same story with the software and IT industry. Do we need coders, programmers that make it quick and dirty, or that could be built to the client, or we need really something that is inventive development, new development. So you cannot request from a programmer to apply security by design, because it doesn't know. You need to know a lot of things before we go security by design. So I go back with this pledge, like, or appeal, let's say, for the companies and the colleagues. Stimulate the students to go to class, finish their job. At Carnegie Mellon, you don't see any student working in a company. They work after that in Google, Microsoft, everywhere, which are around. But when you're in the class, be in the class, which doesn't happen. So this is the way to unlock the potential, by the way. Not to produce number of developers, because there are not 30,000 like it is written there. There are more than 120,000 IT experts in Bulgaria. More than 50,000 developers or programmers. How many of them are developers? I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me switch to another speaker, Božidar. I'd like to get your opinion, because you represent the company Log Sentinel. At the same time, in your experience in the past, you served as an advisor for e-government and information security in the public sector, right? Do you see this problem with IT community and the potential of Bulgaria, which is not fully developed right now, and maybe people going outside? What's your view on this? What can be done, maybe top 3 actions to improve the situation?
Well, yeah, obviously there is a problem. It was on the slides here that we have too few IT specialists. Whether the figures were correct or whether they're slightly deflated, doesn't matter. Still the percentage is low. So what do we do about it? And I'm afraid I'll say something very abstract, and that is we need vision. And that's political vision, because if your prime minister says that IT specialists should be shepherds, then obviously that's not a high-level vision that will motivate society to go to more technical endeavors. And speaking of Estonia, which was there on the list as well, and they have a very high percentage of IT specialists, Estonia has had that vision since the 90s. They're politicians that were young back then, and they were IT skilled, if not developers themselves. And they led all of these programs, were they educational, were they e-government focused, and all across the spectrum. And in the end, that resulted in digital society in Estonia and reflected into their IT sector as well. So this is one thing that is very abstract on the one hand, but and very hard to achieve on the other hand. Then there's obviously education. And what the state can and should do is first help the currently rising trend of private schools and private academies. Yesterday we had at dinner, we spoke with Svetlinakov. He's one of the founders of Softuni. There's Telerik Academy as well. But there are some obstacles into creating these kinds of schools. There are obstacles of all sorts of obstacles. For example, universities refusing to host such schools. I know of such examples. Or the legislation forbidding some sorts of more innovative schooling and or universities. So work with the legislation and the universities to allow more flexible forms of training software engineers, because I kind of don't necessarily agree with George here that you should do one first and then the other. You should do a little bit of both, a lot of both. So yeah, go and learn how to do things properly, and then as soon as possible, go and implement them. Do it with your hands, because this is how you do software engineering. You don't do it by just learning stuff, and then you forget things because they're constantly moving. So we have to have these partnerships. I know it's a trite and too often used word, but these partnerships between universities and companies, and focusing the programs on particular knowledge areas, something like that. And maybe finally, one measure that doesn't sound quite popular, but we have the option, being a European country, to attract talent from non-European countries, like Moldova, like Macedonia, like the other countries in the region, or even from further abroad. And we should improve our procedures for letting these people, the highly trained experts that exist in those countries, to come here and boost our ecosystem.
Thank you. It's an interesting idea. Yes?
Just one remark, because when there is a lot of demand for people, we tend to be not very careful, and if we really want high quality software and secure software, clearing the people, vetting the people that are doing software is extremely important, especially if you are EU and NATO countries. So let us not neglect this and just getting people from everywhere, rushing to bring them to coding. Thank you.
Also good point, yeah. And we talk about people, but let me ask Todor about your work. So you're executive director in Sofia Tech Park, which is first science and technology park in Bulgaria, and you want to put this park to be a preferable place for innovations, for collaboration and business expansion. So you already do some real steps, right, to unlock the potential and provide some facilities for companies, for IT. What do you think you already achieved, right, some successes? Because we talk about some issues. Maybe you can provide us some info about some good things which already happened, and what additional steps can be done for the future.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here today and to just a little bit tell more about what Sofia Tech Park is trying to achieve in order to really improve the innovation ecosystem and more properly the IT industry. So in generally speaking, Sofia Tech Park actually is very much looking like a startup entrepreneur. So we have almost 2.5 years of operation. So we are trying to first learn our lessons. We are trying to learn how to achieve bigger steps. And I think more or less we have been really successful in the last, especially in the last year, to provide good environment for the companies that are actually working and living in Sofia Tech Park. So the technology park actually is designed in a way that it can supply services in the whole chain of the innovation service, in the whole innovation service chain. So what I mean is we have a wonderful infrastructure to disseminate knowledge, which is our conference facility, where we achieved to really attract one of the most appealing events in the last year and a half. So we've been able to attract also a lot of business exposition, business forums, science conferences, a lot of policy making events and stuff like that. So most of our visitors and most of our tenants at Sofia Tech Park were really able to attend those events, which is really helpful. Next, this is the incubator where a number of companies can temporarily live and work. So over there we are trying to provide them with access to either knowledge, but more importantly, they are provided with access to really state-of-the-art scientific equipment, so they can prove or they can test their innovative products. And of course, they also work in a very nice environment with nice offices. They're surrounded by a number of fellow companies where they can exchange knowledge, they can exchange issues, if you like, I can say. So this is improving infrastructure, improving environment that we are also opening to the rest of the stakeholders in the innovation ecosystems. Like there are, I mean, it is a well-known fact that Sofia has become really a very attractive place to develop your startup. So there are a number of really nice and fine places where those startups really develop their products, their business cycle, and we are really open to complement or to cooperate with those places, and we have certain cooperations with all the guys from those places. So we are trying to be a good part of the puzzle, improving puzzle of the innovation ecosystem in Sofia.
Thank you very much. And so I'd like to ask Orlin, so you are in IT since 1996, and you graduated from Sofia University in 2007, right? Currently, there is a name of big company near your name here. At the same time, I know that you spent your time a lot playing with Kubernetes, trying to run the community of Kubernetes. So you have some experience, and I'd like to ask you about the historical view of, do you think something changed for the last 10, 20 years in terms of how IT is developing in Bulgaria? At what are obstacles and what can be done to improve the situation?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. Right, I work for VMware, correct? But I'm here more to represent the community around Kubernetes. If I can compare now and 10 years ago, how IT was 10 years ago, it was more like hobby people. For me, at least at that time of my career, it was enjoying the technology and less thinking about the business. Now, the people from 10 years ago are more mature, they have families, they're grown-ups, so they think about the IT in a different way. So these days, those people tend more to be like enterprise-oriented. Still, the hobby part is still there. That's what keeps us doing it. So, yeah, I think that's the biggest change. People are more mature, and they're the people involved in the process now are leading positions in major companies. So, yeah, things are changing quite fast, and for 10 years, a lot of things changed.
I see. So, any specific ideas you have what can be done by someone, by government, by companies, to attract people to develop the IT community?
Yeah, that's a good example what I'm and my fellows we're doing. We try to involve the companies into the community by supporting the community and to invite the people in their offices, so hosting the community for meetups and stuff. So the people first to know the companies and what they're doing, so there are always some involvement from the company. It's not purely non-corporate. So we try to meet the people and try to meet the people with the company. So that's what we do, and I think that's working. The community is growing, and it's not only us by the Kubernetes, but we have other communities who are following the same path. Yeah, so.
Thank you. So now I'd like to ask Stanislav about the following. So we as Acronis recently decided to go to Bulgaria. We are hosting this conference and investing in Bulgaria. Stanislav, do you see some specific obstacles or issues we experience here which we'd like to, like local government or IT community to solve? So what are the major issues for us which we see on our way to develop our presence in Bulgaria?
Basically, we talked already, and there is an idea that procedures could be improved to bring people here. Frankly speaking, Bulgarian procedures are not the worst I saw, right? I mean, they're reasonably okay. They could be better. Well, actually, in order to work really well, you need to be able to bring a person to a country and get him a work permit like in 2-3 weeks. Right now in Bulgaria, it's more like 2 months, frankly speaking. And this is a little bit slow. But fortunately, this process still works, right? So I would not say that there are a lot of obstacles, so it's very difficult. Actually, we are quite happy with current progress, both in relocating people and hiring local people. We actually doubled our office in the last 4 or 5 months. So it's very good progress. But yeah, there are some issues. First of all, there are not enough schools for kids, for those people who are relocating. Expats actually will see a problem here. Second is medical insurance is kind of something we still have to understand much better. And this is very important for expats. I live in Singapore, and in Singapore, actually, there are 4.2 million citizens and 1.5 million of expats. So Singapore is doing this extremely well. And actually in Singapore, expats do not have problems like how do I get medical insurance, where do I go if I have a problem, how do I call the police, will they understand me or they speak only Mandarin and things like that. In Bulgaria, it's a little bit different, at least for now, but it's kind of nothing which could not be improved relatively fast, like in the next 2-3 years, if there would be a focus on that. One thing which I actually noticed is that we were comparing Estonia and Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, there is an investment agency in the government who has a KPI of number of companies brought to Bulgaria. And they are working towards this KPI, and they bring companies like us to Bulgaria, and then immediately they start looking for a new company to bring in. In Estonia, they actually created different set of KPIs, not number of companies, but rather number of workplaces and number of qualified people brought in, and how it will affect GDP and things like that. As a result, in Estonia, when they bring the company, they actually babysit this company for another year or 2. And I think that if Bulgaria will do pretty much the same, then with minimal investment, it would be able to achieve much better result that we see right now.
Thank you. I have a question based on what you just said. There are some interesting cases, some experience by Singapore, by Estonia. It's a question to all panelists. So what do you think, who should lead this activity? You know, in software development, we need a project manager who coordinates all works in one project, right, to make it successful. In terms of such big project, who should lead this? Anyone from government, from local government, from educational society? Who should be a project manager of such improvements?
Well, we pretty much in every country, everybody knows what government should do. So I would not stop here. I think it's getting formed here, and I think BASCOM as an association of IT companies, can actually play the leading role here. And I think Bascom wants to play this role. And I really hope we just actually being accepted to Bascom, and I think all together, all local companies, we can do the situation much better very fast.
But actually, I'm not sure, maybe I'm mistaken, but George Brashnarov, George, you are not here, right?
Yeah, he's not here. He told us yesterday that he has a conflict.
It's a bit funny
schedule.
that he needs to lead this, but he's not with us today.
He was in our office yesterday.
Okay.
So we did talk. And I actually showed him my presentation, and I actually asked his feedback. And those numbers on number of people is actually from him. I had a little bit higher numbers.
George, anything you want to add from your side?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit on behalf of Bascom because I was the first chairman of that association for 5 years, more than 15 years ago. And among the missions, because you said like national project, actually the project is to create capacity of that industry. And when we started Bascom, like I believe 13 companies at the very beginning, mainly export-oriented companies, we said that the major profile expected from such a small country is not a huge competitor of the outsourcing destinations like India, like Brazil or whatever, and that our potential is really to focus on not that much on a number, but on a quality. And this means also that the profile of the companies was more in not direction like outsourcing, but more like development centers, and those are good names. Some of them are here, like even VMware, which is later. At the moment in Bascom there are more than 50 companies, 60, some the big, some small. I understood that Acronis also applied for a membership. Yeah?
Yep.
And multinational, local companies and so on. And still among the very main goal of that association is really to increase the capacity for the software industry by increasing both like numbers if possible and quality. And a lot of the activities that Bascom was doing were related first to revise the university programs. That was at the very beginning. So a lot of obsolete courses, trainings, they were replaced, modernized. Along with that initiative started the collaboration with Carnegie Mellon University, and our European Software Institute actually started like that to increase the higher level quality of the software project managers, designers of systems and so on. This is the higher part of the software engineers, let's call it like that, based on among the top 3 universities in the Software Engineering Institute and Institute for Software Research at Carnegie Mellon. And so this is one thing, focusing on quality. On the other hand, focusing on the numbers, you know, there are at least 3, 4, 5 different academies that help, and a lot of them consulted, or some of them are initiated by members of Bascom actually. Companies to increase the numbers of people that are interested in programming, let's call it like that. Some of them will stay at that level, some of them will go at the higher level, like designing systems and so on. This is really a good scoping of the project. So on one hand, you need the numbers of people that can do programming, but software is not just programming. So and then another number of people, or that experts or specialists interested, or talents that can go higher. There is also improvement of the, because it was mentioned like the role of the government, so there are like standards or programs for education. There was a new discipline, or the new profile of education program that was created entirely by Bascom, by public-private partnership or private-public partnership initiative applied developer. That's extremely important, especially now with the IoT and all the other, I mean, it's cloud computing and so on, including security, cybersecurity aspects of that. So I think this is a huge project where the industry leads at this moment. The government follows with the Ministry of Education. And a lot, not to offend any of the colleagues, but you know, like Telerik Academy, Softuni, and many other Imperial Online, the school there, and so on. Everybody is contributing to increasing the number of developers. There is one specific category that I would like to mention, that people get other type of education like physics, chemistry, and anything else that get requalified, or technical education that qualify for developers, and they become extremely creative and good developers because they do have domain knowledge from a certain area. So in this case, software language or the system, programming system, is the language they express what they know in the other, and they contribute a lot. So that's why we do have a lot of very successful companies developing software in the field of fintech, finances, because we have strong mathematicians still, hopefully, and in terms of security as well, but also medical and many other systems as well. Okay, so this is the key for the added value, let's say, development at a higher level. So the broader education, we call it not T-shaped, like just programming, but we call P-shaped, at least one domain knowledge and development or software. That is like the number P, the letter P. Okay, thank you.
And let me ask an audience, because we have 6 bright minds on the stage, but many people here on the audience. Maybe some of you have some ideas or recommendations or questions to the panelists regarding how to unlock the potential of IT in Bulgaria. Any ideas, questions? Please name yourself.
Hi. Hi. My name is Hristo Todorov, and I'm a new employee in Acronis Bulgaria office. And I have a question, especially to Božidar. He mentioned one step for unlocking the IT potential is the vision. And as your role as an advisor of the government in all ITE government stuff, what is your summary of the progress of the government in the last, let's say, 3 or 4 years in unlocking the IT potential? As a summary, just.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I was not directly involved in the improvement of the IT sector. It was more of an internal work for the government, but also that work had to be customer-faced, which means citizen-faced. And the example with Singapore and Estonia, how it's very easy to handle the insurance and all of the administrative services, opening a company, all of these burdens that the administration has to, they just do it because they are the administration, and our goal was to remove that burden and to make the government more transparent. That said, the progress was, I think, moderate. We did some legislation changes and some actual projects. Now, continuity is also happening more or less, but with a decreased speed. And to go back to the vision problem, I wanted to say one example on the previous question as well, where yes, the business should lead these initiatives because they know what they need, but there should be someone, if possible, as high up in government or local government as possible. For example, a deputy prime minister. And I think Acronis has met with Deputy Prime Minister Donchev, who is responsible for that kind of thing. My example was about to be Plovdiv, which is the second largest city in Bulgaria. They have a deputy mayor that probably very few people have heard of, but his vision and his understanding of technology and investment allowed, among other things, Plovdiv to become the second largest IT hub in Bulgaria. So, yeah, you just need the right people in the right place to remove roadblocks, because roadblocks are the thing that we were removing when I was in government, and the things that stop any good initiative from happening.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
Let me add something about the vision part, because it was mentioned in previous presentation as well. In IT, people are the most important asset, and IT people are very sensitive, very responsible people. They are sensitive to the environment. If the environment is not fully digitized, if they cannot benefit from IT in their daily life, of course they will work initially, but after that they move to Estonia, to Singapore, to United States, because of the opportunities to grow. So the vision is not just to educate people or to create opportunities for the companies. The vision related to a digital society has to come from the highest possible level and to address all the aspects of digitalization of society for the benefit of the citizens. Only in this environment we could expect young people to grow in IT, to stay in Bulgaria, and of course I will finish with this. Every person wants to be proud of doing something for his or her own country. So yes, it is great to work for a project for Germany, for UK, for Singapore, but I think Bulgarian IT specialists want to be proud of developing Bulgarian e-health system, Bulgarian VNIT system, Bulgarian whatever trade register system that is best of the world, not the worst of the world. Thank you.
Yes, and here maybe give me a chance to express my opinion because I have more than 20 years in software development of big international companies. I believe it's very important word is ecosystem because as in software development, if you have a platform with a lot of investments, but the ecosystem of application is not here, the platform is dying. And with all respect to Microsoft, Windows Phone platform is exactly this example, which is late and without ecosystem, it can't work even with Microsoft behind. And the same here, to attract people to stay in Bulgaria, to develop this, we need an ecosystem of companies, many companies working. So if person finished with one company, he can find easily a place in another company. And this company should live successfully if there are a lot of projects and demand from the society, demand from government, from people to develop different type of applications, the software. And it's all about how the society and government think about the next steps of like next 10 years, next 20 years, what Bulgaria, what Sofia will be, what type of different electronic parts, IoT, artificial intelligence really applicable for life of people. We do not have time for more questions. I'm really sorry. I just want to be on time with our agenda. So let's say thank you very much for all panelists. It was a great panel. And so we need to go to the next part. And it's a real pleasure and honor to invite to the stage Mr. Bertrand Meyer, who is a professor of software engineering and Swiss Federal Institute of Technology at Zurich and CTO of Eiffel Software. Professor Meyer is the author of the Eiffel programming language, and he will talk about secure development approach.
Okay, wait. Oh. Wait. Don't. Works. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks for the applause. I'm going to check whether the applause at the end is louder or less than the applause at the beginning, because what really counts is not the applause at the beginning, is how much I am able to convey to you. So I'm not a security expert. I cannot pretend to be one. Maybe I'll become one someday. My field is software engineering, and this talk is going to be a little bit different, not completely, but a little bit aside from the rest of the conference. I'm going to give you a kind of stern view of a plain software engineer about how the community, how I view some of the issues in security and how I think that software engineering can bring support and help to improving the situation in cybersecurity. So I think I should use or I allow myself to use the opportunity to start by a couple of commercials. One of the commercials is about one of the projects that we are pushing, that we are working on with my colleagues from Acronis, which is an ambitious new project of establishing a new university in Switzerland, the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology, or SIT. So it's all a vision. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have a building. It doesn't have security guard. Doesn't have faculty. Well, it has one faculty member. Doesn't have students. Doesn't have a PhD program. But come back in a year, it is going to have all of that. And we're also working on having satellite campuses, including one in Bulgaria. The other thing that I want to sell, well, in quotes, is the next edition of our great summer school. I've been running this summer school initially with ETH Zurich since 2003. We've had Turing Awards. We've had the absolute top names in the field of software engineering in a broad sense. And the next iteration is from 2 to 10th, I think it's a mistake, of June of next year in a beautiful setting in the on the island of Elba in Italy, following on the footsteps of Napoleon. And so you can just look at this website, Laser Foundation. There's a great roster of speakers. Okay, so yeah, it's always nice to have a little time to update your slides until the last moment. So this was in my mailbox on my web browser this morning. As you can see, it dates back from yesterday. This is the kind of thing that we're dealing with in today's world. Every day, so this is just FaceTime. I mean, what else is new? Some teenager somewhere found that he or she could follow everything on his friends' phones just by dialing in early enough in FaceTime from Apple, and the New York Times is criticizing Apple for not reacting fast enough. So what else is new, right? This is the kind of thing that we see daily. Now, let me take a little bit of distance to try to describe with a metaphor what has happened with the world of IT. So let me take a city design metaphor by looking at French cities and French castles. So this is like Middle Ages, 13th, 14th century. It's Carcassonne in France. And you can see that everything it says is defense, protect, go away, you are our enemies, we are protecting ourselves, and so on. Now, a couple of centuries later, you get Chambord. And so what's interesting here is that, of course, from a defense perspective, it's completely useless, right? You cannot there's some walls, there's kind of an imitation of a moat, but it's all for show, okay? It's clear that it's not even, maybe the previous one was also in part for show. I mean, if you read historians of urban architecture, they tell you that actually these defenses were not that effective, but at least they carry a very strong idea. Whereas with Chambord, we're still kind of pretending that there is a defense, right? But it's clearly not going to be very effective. So you can imagine the amount of social and political and military change that must have happened between this and this for the change of architecture to be possible. It means that there was peace after the wars of religion. It means that you could actually have nice gardens, all ideas stolen from the Italians. You could have nice gardens, you could have this beautiful French architecture, but that doesn't work if you're being attacked by Visigoths every second week, right? And so one century later, then you have Versailles, and here it's the social context that makes this possible is complete peace, complete stability. I'm exaggerating a bit because the reign of Louis XIV was not so quiet, but still, you cannot have this kind of thing if there is constant, yellow vests destroying the roads every morning. So now if we look at computing, initially, to me, it's really started out like Versailles. This is an extract from the preface to a famous book from the 1980s or early 90s, The Structure Interpretation of Computer Programs by Abelson and Sussman, which served as the textbook for teaching computer science at MIT for 2 decades. It's a preface by Alan Perlis, and you see when it started out, computing was fun. Of course, the paying customers got shafted every now and then. And then, I'm sorry. After a while, we began to take the complaints seriously. Okay, I found it. And we began to feel as if we were really responsible for the error-free use of these machines. I don't think we are. Shaft the customer, I'm saying shaft because this is a kind of family-oriented presentation. This is the word that he uses. So, this was a time, it's really Versailles, right? Let's have fun, let's have balls, and who cares about the peasants who are dying in the provinces. And then, of course, it didn't last very long, so the evolution in the computing world has been in the reverse direction. First, we kind of made a show, a pretense that we were protecting ourselves like Chambord, and then this is today, right? Everything is protected. You cannot go anywhere without, two-factor identification, authentication, and so on. And the reason is very clear. It's that we have all these problems. Software everywhere. You have the dark web. It's actually scary if you start going. If you talk to one of these consultants that offer to find everything in the dark web that's about you. It is a completely different world there. Absolutely terrifying. You have the state actors who intervene. A couple of years ago, maybe 3 now, the New York Times site, including everything, reporters' emails and so on, was hacked by the state actor of some nation, who actually gained access to everything through a thermostat. Okay? Imagine just a thermostat. Well, everything is connected to the internet. IoT, Internet of Things, is great, but this is what you get. And so, of course, this is all because our programs are buggy. It's very difficult to produce software that is not buggy. We used to say, there's a bug in my program. Okay? Today, this is a bug, right? A Volkswagen bug. And there's a program in your bug. There's actually lots and lots of programs in your bug. Think about it. In today's top-of-the-line cars, there's over 100 million lines of code. Okay? Now, lots of processors, no one actually really keeps track. And surprise, surprise, if you look at the recalls for cars, software now accounts for 15% of these recalls, and this is 3 years ago. I'm sure it has increased since then. Something closer to the kind of things that were discussed earlier. I'm stealing here some slides from Maurice Herlihy from last year's laser school, the same one that I referred to at the beginning. So this is the DAO incident. How many of you own cryptocurrency and are willing to raise their hands and to admit it? Okay, well, this is what could happen, or maybe has happened, to your Bitcoins or Ethereum or whatever. And so the details, say 60 million that were 50 million that were lost. And what I find really interesting as a kind of, as a nerd, as a programmer, and as a professor of computer science and software engineering, or researcher, I should say, is that it's known stuff, without going into the details. Now, it turns out that one of the things I've been working on, like a number of people, is verification of programs, in particular object-oriented programs, with invariants. So, you know, class invariance is a very important notion, one to which I've devoted a lot of my work. It was introduced by Tony Hoare back in 1972, and it's very the basic idea of invariance is clear, elegant, and very convincing, and then the devil is in the details, and it's very difficult to account for all possible cases. And now, so this is the kind of thing that we discuss in theoretical conferences, and you know, people look at us and say, why are you hair-splitting about these theoretical things? No one is really interesting. And then here comes this $50 million loss, which is exactly this. So class invariant is a property that objects, instances of a certain class, are going to satisfy before and after every application of a method. So you say, you know, you printer print this, you printer flush the buffer, you printer send a report, send a log of previous jobs, you printer print this new job, and so on. So these are all printer dot do something. And the class invariant is a property that has to be satisfied before and after every one of these. Okay? And you need a class invariant in order to prove properties of how the printer behaves. The problem is that when the software is executing one of these printer.do-something methods, the do something can actually go out to another object, and then the object comes back to the printer object and finds it, so to speak, with its pants down in a state that does not satisfy the invariant. So that's the basic issue, and you know, I've proposed solutions to this. Colleagues have proposed, other researchers have proposed and published solutions, but honestly, I don't think anyone thinks that there is an absolutely perfect solution, so we are still kind of searching, and this is, you know, boom, this is exactly what happened in this case with people who really didn't know what they were doing. I mean, they're very good. They're star programmers. I guess it's the people at slock.it. They're absolutely outstanding. But in this particular case, they had no idea what they were doing. So this is kind of sad because it shows that simple solutions are not going to work. I mean, you can put all the security checks that you want. These are inherently difficult issues, like the failure of the Mars, or not the Mars orbiter, I'm sorry, forgot the name, but a vehicle on the Pathfinder, the Mars Pathfinder, which was due to a priority inversion, which is the kind of thing that textbooks about concurrent programming discuss in a section somewhere, and which actually caused this particular Pathfinder and the Mars vehicle to crash. So how can software engineering help? Well, there's this business of prevention versus cure, or if you like, a priori versus a posteriori. And this is a different mindset. You know, many of the people who are in security are interested, of course, in the a posteriori approach, the cure. Okay, the customer comes to them and says, well, so someone broke into my system, what should I do? Or better, can you show to me that no one can break into my system or can do something bad with it? So this is all a posteriori cure. Okay, it's like going to the doctor with a disease. And of course, you know, doctors need business, right? If everyone is healthy, doctor is not a very lucrative profession, and you know there is this famous play in French literature, which is Dr. Knock. Who has heard about Dr. Knock? Okay. Dr. Knock. Okay, so he is a doctor who makes a fortune by convincing everyone that that they are sick. Okay, and he has a famous formula that any healthy person is a sick person who just doesn't realize it, okay? And so he makes a fortune out of this. And, well, we don't want to be like this. I mean, a good doctor of course, is going to cure people, but a really good doctor is going also to give advice as to how to have, for example, a better lifestyle to avoid problems in the future. And so we need a bit of both. And my position here, my place in this discussion is more to be on the prevention side. What is software engineering? Well, it's engineering applied to software development. So what's engineering? It's the application of the scientific method, which, and more than that, management, I mean, systematic techniques. And the scientific method, in our case, basically means mathematics, right? Because we don't really need natural sciences, physics or biology or such. We need logic and mathematics. And perhaps this is a really, really extreme view. Perhaps we could need a little bit more of that in programming. What do you think? Could we use just a tiny little bit more of a scientific approach, or are we absolutely already perfect in this respect? Okay, we'll take a poll at the end. So, no, one thing to say about software engineering is that it's passé. You know, it's corny, it's obsolete, it's very 20th century. No one is interested in software engineering anymore. So let me just, I'm exaggerating a bit, you know, maybe I'm a little indulging in self-pity here, but still, this is from the US. It's the Tolby survey, which every year analyzes what universities do, in particular the PhD graduates they produce. So you can already see that in 2016, there were only like 7% of the PhDs in the US in software engineering, as opposed to, of course, the cool, sexy stuff, right? AI, wow, yes. Software engineering, wow. Yeah, my grandfather did this. And his grandfather, his grandmother before him. So what's cool? Of course, it's artificial intelligence. It's maybe, well, networks, less than software engineering. And to me, the most striking is this one. You know, this is what actually universities are looking for. So in particular, you know, both the PhD 100, so these are the top institutions, like Stanford and MIT and CMU and Carnegie Mellon and so on, which offer the top 100 PhD granting institutions. And then at the other end, you have the more technically oriented schools, which give either just a master's or, I mean, either just a bachelor's or a bachelor's and a master. So everyone wants AI, I guess DM is data management, and machine learning. Wow, yes. This is how you get girlfriends, you know, or boyfriends. You're doing your PhD in machine learning. Wow, okay. At the discotheque, you're going to have a lot of success. And then, of course, security, which is great for people in this room, and software engineering. Would you like to dance? Oh, software engineering, sorry, I'm a little tired right now. Okay. Wow, 3%. I don't know what you think. To me, it's completely absurd. I mean, because after all, these schools are going to train largely software engineers, right? So especially, you know, if you look towards the right side of these institutions. So there is really, there's an imbalance here, which is going to take some time to be corrected. Of course, fashion effects last for a while and not forever. But I think the industry, and in particular academia, is going to come to its senses at some point. So let me take an example, a kind of absolutely fundamental, almost cliche example of where we need more software engineering. So you want to know about, so who has never heard about buffer overflows? Okay, okay, good. There's one happening on your computer right now, okay? So the buffer overflow happens when you have, for example, some field that the user is supposed to enter, and then he enters something strange, typically, not just a name like this, but maybe 1,000 characters, something like this, and then the attacker can take control of your machine. So how does it work? Okay. So you have, you know, when I enter BERTRA and so on, well, this is in some input, and so it's going to be copied into some buffer, which I call name, okay? So let's see how it works in memory. So the program is at one end, and then when we execute, we go down, we go up the stack, but up means down, okay, in the figure. So data for the main program, for the first routine that it calls, for the second routine, and so on. These are called activation blocks, and they contain the local variables, the arguments, and, very important, the return address, the place where you're going to go when the routine execution terminates. So at this point, we're doing this thing, right? We're doing the code that we just saw. Okay, so we are copying the input into the buffer name. And so the memory goes up, the stack goes down, and the buffer, of course, name, it goes up again. So we're going to fill it, and of course, we overflow because we have a very, very long name. And we have targeted closely enough that we know where the return address is, and we're going to override this return address by something much more interesting. I mean, it was going to go back to this, the code of routine n-1. Boring. It's much more interesting to make it go to my nasty code. Okay, and it doesn't work because I have a big sound effect here. It's supposed to go boom and wake you all up, but obviously I have a problem with the sound. So I'll do the boom myself, okay? Further and further, boom. Okay. This is what it's, this is an audiovisual presentation. That's what it's supposed to be. And okay, that's it. I've taken control of your machine, right? Well, I mean, this is absolutely trivial, elementary, and of course, from a programmer's or a good, serious programmer's viewpoint, is because this code is poorly written. What should be changed in this code? It's the condition that is wrong. Oh, come on, wake up. You're all security people, okay. You profit from this, okay. You don't write it. So we should exit not only when we exceed the input size, but also when we exceed the buffer size, okay? By the way, the typo buffer is the same thing as name. I forgot to update it, okay? In this line here, the buffer is what I called name on the previous slide. Okay, trivial, right? We teach I taught introductory programming at ETH Zurich 14 times. This is one of the first things I taught. Apparently, since I started this talk, there's probably 10 programs just in Bangalore that were written with this particular mistake in it, okay? Now, there was a buffer overflow in the code red virus, which wreaked havoc in 2001, and the editor of Computer World wrote, there's not a competent programmer on the planet who cannot write a buffer that won't overflow. No one should ever have accepted this code. There's no excuse, as Microsoft chief architect Bill Gates should feel personally ashamed. Well, this was 2001, and today, it's still there. This guy here did an analysis of 25 years of vulnerabilities in the official bug databases, and the winner is buffer overflow. So buffer overflow is the cause of 23% of the attacks, but even when it's not the primary cause, it's involved in some way. So is this reasonable? It's like, if construction engineers systematically ignored the basic rules of their discipline. This is about the level at which we are, okay? So yeah, this is a recent one, an example from the CV database. Now, there's a lot of, I've added these a couple of slides because of the very interesting keynote by Monty Wedenius this morning. Open source is great. Does open source fare better in this respect than commercial software? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I've seen some studies, they're not so conclusive. What really strikes me is the contrast between the grandiose style of the beginning of, for example, the GNU public license, we're here for the benefit of humanity, please kneel and thank us, and the part a little further down which says in uppercase, oh, by the way, we don't take any responsibility whatsoever, which is the same as in typical commercial licenses. The point is, they're not better. Here, there's absolutely no responsibility, and I'm a software provider myself. I mean, for the past 30 years, I've been selling stuff to customers, and our software licenses is not much better than that, because this is what everyone does, and it's very difficult to take responsibility, legal responsibility. But we are going to have to go beyond this. We are going to have to be able to guarantee at least some properties of the software as if it were some other product. So there's been a lot of progress in software tools and methods, and my point is that we're not using it enough. So compilation, and having compiled languages or compiled language processors rather than interpreted is a big progress, because you have a step that enables you to check things, and we don't take enough advantage of what compilers can do. Type systems typing is one of the best gifts of humanity to itself. And why people would go to untyped languages is absolutely beyond my understanding. It's supposed to be for convenience, where the convenience of the programmer is that what matters, or the convenience of the user who gets hit by a faulty system. So all object-oriented techniques, inheritance, polymorphism, dynamic binding, genericity, and the combination of these, that is to say static typing for object-oriented languages. I'm not the greatest fan of Java in the world, but one of the real achievements of the Java school has been a number of verifications, including mechanical verifications of the JVM, the Java Virtual Machine, proving that it's not going to apply an operation of the wrong type, an operation that is not specified as applicable to the corresponding object. This, in terms of actual advances in security, this is a major one. Design by contract, of course, which is one of the approaches on which I've been working. Void safety. So I'm going to talk a bit more about void safety, because this is something that we have done with our language, with Eiffel, and of which we are quite proud. So the void safety, I didn't even write, the basic operation. In object-oriented programming, but also in C or in Pascal or whatever, or in Python, you write all the time x.f. meaning take an object known as X, known through X, and apply a certain operation or access a certain field, F. Okay? But X is not an object, really. It doesn't denote an object, it denotes a reference to an object. And a reference could be null or void, so same thing. Okay? And so as soon as you have a null pointer, a void reference, all these are synonyms for the same thing, you run the risk of a crash. So as the buffer overflow example illustrates what's good, what's rather bad from a software engineering viewpoint, that is to say from the viewpoint of reliability, is actually good for the attacker, because the attacker can take advantage of a crash to hijack it for himself. So Tony Hoare, they described this as a billion-dollar mistake, and to be a bit more empirical, from a PhD thesis at ETH by Alexandre Kaktenkov, which is specifically devoted to this topic, here's the statistic of void safe or null pointer related attacks, again in the common vulnerability and exposure, common vulnerabilities and exposure database CV. And you can see that it's in the dozens or altogether in the hundreds, and it's been growing over the years. And you find these attacks in products like, or protocols like JPEG, for example, or Adobe stuff, things that we use absolutely all the time. So one of the big achievements of Eiffel has been that we have made the language completely void safe by basically saying, if you are going to do x.f, you have to guarantee that it's that X is not going to be void. And let me very briefly illustrate this. Okay, I don't know if I can type. So just to give you a very it's not very, yeah, I would need a slightly better resolution, but I'm going to do my best. So let me create a variable called Sophia, a local variable Sophia, which is, I think that I have a class called diagram, and then I'm going to do something on Sophia. Dot. Okay, whatever, the first one, allocate, okay? And then I try to compile. So the problem is, yeah, this is not going to work because, an attribute of a local variable of type diagram. Diagram is just a class. I mean, it's one of the classes of my application. So Sophia is a reference, right? And so I've not initialized Sophia. One of the rules of the language is that you must initialize every such variable so that it is not void, not null. And then now I'm going to compile, and it's going to tell me, you know, here, sorry, the font is a little small. The target of the object call, meaning x in x.f or Sophia in Sophia.allocate could be void, okay? So I'm not going to correct it. There are things that I should do in order to fix this. But basically, there are two ways to go here. Either I declare Sophia as detachable, which means it can be void, but then every time I use it, I have to say something like, if Sophia not equal to void, then do Sophia.whatever. Or if I don't declare it as detachable, then I have to make sure that it's initialized properly. By the way, initially you think that void or null is very useful. And as you start programming in void save IFO, very quickly you realize that you need void very, very seldom. Void is useful, for example, to terminate a link structure at the end of a linked list, things like that. But most of the time, things are not detachable. So this is one of the things I've learned. And this void save style, which is a little bit difficult to learn. I mean, it took me some time, even though I had been one of the, I think I can say, the main designer of the mechanism. It took me several months before I really internalized the void save mode of programming in my own programming, but it's the right way to go. So actually, this is how I'm going to conclude, you know, how I program, okay? Because fortunately, I don't just pontificate about programming and then publish papers about programming and teach programming, but actually I've started, especially in the past couple of years, to program myself more. Not as much as I would like, because I do too many things. And you know, programming is like having a very demanding mistress, right? I don't know, she's Argentinian or Russian or something, and she wants your undivided attention. So I don't know about you, but I cannot program 1 hour and then go to a meeting and then take a Skype call and then check my Slack channels and so on, and then go back to my program for half an hour. It doesn't work. I have to start at 8 in the morning and do it all day, and it's very hard. So I'm not progressing as much as I would like, but still. So actually, let me just show you quickly what is this program that I'm developing. So it's in very, yeah, it's in very partial form. But did anyone by any chance attend the SECR conference in Moscow a few in October? No, okay, well, I presented this, okay, good. So I'm doing program analysis, okay? So I have a program, like for example, this one is a very simple program, which does, it's an if then else, right? On the left, you see that actually it's not exactly an if then else, it's more like non-deterministic choice. So either C receives A or C receives B, okay? So first I create, in this very simple example, create A, create B, and then C receives a value of either A or B. So it's an if then else, but the condition is not explicit here. And so what the program does is an extensive analysis of all the possible executions, and it's, I would say, sound and precise in the sense that it's guaranteed to be correct, and it's not too pessimistic. So and it produces this kind of analysis. You know, here you can see that as a result, there's going to be 2 objects plus the root object 1. There's going to be 2 objects, and then A will always be attached. Will always denote object 2, B will always denote object 3, and then the dotted lines mean that what could happen in some execution. So you see that C sometimes is going to be like A, and sometimes it's going to be like 3 pointing to 3. And then, of course, this was a very simple example, but then there's the analysis. There are much more complex examples with loops, for example. And okay, so that's what it does. And the applications are, the potential applications are numerous. You can do alias analysis. You can do void safety, which is not needed for Eiffel, but for languages that do not have void safety, of course, you want to do that kind of analysis. You can do all kinds of security analyses and so on. So it's a general purpose analysis of the, yeah. But here it says 10 minutes. Okay, I'm almost done anyway. I need about 5 minutes. So it performs a deep, sound and very precise analysis of the object structures that can arise at runtime. So this is, I'm using a somewhat agile method. This is just an opportunity to pitch my my agile book. I produced an analysis, a critical analysis of agile methods. So I'm retaining the best elements of agile for my own development. And sometimes I don't quite know whether I'm in a movie Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I explained why before. So just let me go through this. So these are some of the internal data structures that we have. And so a data structure like this is represented by many different internal structures. Like, for example, there is a list of the triples. A triple is, we go from node 26 with the label T to node 57. So there is a second data structure which is triples from. Given a certain triple, given a certain node in the graph, what are all the nodes to which it goes? And then there's one which is triples with. Given a certain tag, what are all the edges in the graph that are labeled with that tag? Okay? And so on. So there's like 4 or 5 redundant data structures, because depending on what you do, one viewpoint is better than the other. But then the potential for messing up with such a complex, I mean, not rocket science, but still quite complex collection of data structures, the potential for messing up is enormous. So the way it works in the internally is that it relies fundamentally on invariance. Okay? Invariance which gives, so class invariant, which says, for example, that across all the routes, so this is a for all, all the elements that we find are between 1 and the maximum number of objects, or something more much more elaborate, which these are for all, like for all x syntax is across. You can see that there are 3 of them nested within each other, which basically express the consistency between all these data structures. So this is the kind of thing that mathematicians do. And the point, and here I'm coming to the Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the point is that I'm totally unable to understand how one can program complex applications without this kind of thing. Because what this means is, if you, in one execution, like the one I showed very quickly, it means literally hundreds of thousands, probably millions of these checks. Checking that a reference which is supposed to go from here to there does. It's millions. What you saw in this execution, it executed this kind of internal property. It checked it millions of times. And so any minute mistake, and believe me, I've made these mistakes many times over the development, would have been caught. Okay? And then, of course, when this works, when the type system gives me, the compiler gives me the OK, and then the runtime check gives me the OK, then I'm not sure my stuff is perfect, is correct, but I'm pretty close. And so this is where I come to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and to the conclusion that is, at the beginning of this great Miloš Forman movie, you see the patients in a psychiatric hospital and the doctor, giving them their examination of the day, very, very serious, telling each one of them how he or she is doing. And then after 5 minutes, you realize that the doctor is one of the inmates, is one of the mad guys. They're just role-playing, one of them is just pretending to be the doctor, and then the real doctors come. And so this raises the immortal question, the eternal question, is it the others who are crazy or me? Okay? So because if you're in the asylum, very often you think that the rest of the world is crazy. Okay? And the rest of the world thinks the reverse, and finding empirical, strict criteria to determine who is the insane guy and who is the doctor is not that obvious. And if you look at the statistics, if you look at the quantitative measure, the rest of the world who thinks we are crazy, those of us who program like this, must be right, because there are many more of us than there's many more of them than of us. Still, honestly, I think it's the rest of the world that is crazy.
Bertrand, thank you very much for this vivid and passionate presentation. Let's have the same lively debate in the form of Q&A now. So I'm expecting your questions. This gentleman out there.
Hi, my name is Martin Ruskov. I'll admit I like untyped languages, but obviously your arguments, even though I couldn't follow all the examples, they were a bit too fast for me, but your arguments are very strong. Obviously, it gives you much more verification when you have types. Void safety is a very strong thing. Why do you think that most people don't really adopt this approach? And maybe the same question, a second part to it is, what do you think is...
So maybe I should answer the first question before I forget. Why do I think that so many people use Python and stuff? I mean, untyped languages. I think what's happening really is that we are using, for professional purposes, things that are really appropriate for amateur developers. So if you're putting together the website for your soccer club, and it's not going to be a disaster if something goes wrong, okay, you can learn Python quickly. There are lots of web pages around. I mean, and it's easy to get into, so fine. But then that's not a reason for using it for professional developments where the impact of a mistake is going to be much more serious. So I don't see any valid argument for using untyped languages for professional, mission-critical, life-critical developments. I think people forsake the benefits of type checking out of a search for convenience at the expense of the quality of the final result. Convenience and quick prototyping, which is okay for experimentation, for small developments, but then gets, in my opinion, wrongly transposed to developments which should really follow the rules of engineering.
We have time for one more question.
Sorry, if there's no one else, I really... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So among the most popular languages, I mean, you mentioned Java, but what would be the one that you think is closest to the architecture of FIFO? So what would be a language that is spread enough to be, let's say, of commercial value?
Yeah. So no, I'm the wrong guy to ask, because I've been working for several decades on one particular programming language, namely IFO, and that's what I want the whole world to use. So I mean, there is no point in asking me that question because every good idea that I and my colleagues have found anywhere in the world of software engineering, we have put it into iPhone. So there's no need to consider, for us to consider anything else except for applications that fall outside of the scope of iPhone. Like if you do scripting or if you do maybe some UI development or things which are not strictly software engineering. Sorry? Second language? Second best language? No, I don't particularly want to answer that. Maybe iPhone as it existed 5 years ago. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Barton. We're going to move on with our next speaker. Since many of the applications are web-based and performance of such application are crucial because it's used by many people. At the same time, we have invited Minko Gachev, who will share his ideas how to improve his performance. Minko is engineer with Agile team at Google. Thank you. A best-selling author and speaker at more than 50 global technical conferences. Minko has been recognized by Google and the Bulgarian president for impactful and influential open source projects. Minko was the first laureate honored in 2 categories in the prestigious Jonathan Asaf Award of the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. He authored the best-selling book Switching to Angular from Pack Publishing. Minko is joining us online from Silicon Valley. Minko, the floor is yours.
Много се радвам да говоря на това събитие. Много благодаря за поканата. За съжаление нямам възможност да присъствам на място заради различни административни причини.
Unfortunately, due to various mishaps, I can't be at the conference in person. Unfortunately, we won't be able to talk about programming, and I regret this, and cybersecurity. But if you would like to get in touch, we can do so on social media or meet at a future event. And because the official language of the conference is English, I will speak in English from here on.
I'm impressed by the quality of the conference that Acronis puts together. I'm really thankful that I'm a speaker on this event, and well, let's get started. I hope you all see my screen. So the topic of my presentation, it's not going to be only security related. Basically, we're going to have some security subtopics, but the main purpose of this presentation is to show you how at Google we're building JavaScript at large scale. Some of these practices are going to be applicable for small projects as well, so yeah, bear with me. I'm an engineer in the Angular team at Google, and let me start with the agenda for today. So basically, first, we're going to cover the evolution of the web. What actually requires us to introduce a build process in the development of modern web user interface. Right after that, we're going to take a look at Google 3, which is our monorepo, which helps us to manage our source code more efficiently and reuse infrastructure. As next step, we're going to take a look at how we're building JavaScript applications at Google. And finally, we're going to discuss some open source tools that can help to achieve seamless effects. So what is the web platform? Well, this is just a collection of technologies which are developed as open standards by W3C and some other standardization bodies. I think the key part here is that we have open standards. I think this is maybe the biggest distinguishment of a web platform compared to other alternatives, other platforms which did not make it over the years. We have different organizations with different interests which are working together in order to power the business with leading-edge technologies. So the web platform consists of different network protocols, such as HTTP, we have WebSockets, TOS, and others. We have programming languages, such as JavaScript. I put even CSS here because CSS, together with HTML5, they're actually Turing complete. So every problem computable with a Turing machine is actually computable with CSS and HTML5 as well. Interesting fact. We have different browser APIs, such as web workers, web audio, we have local storage, service workers, and so many others. We have hundreds of APIs right now. But anyway, let us just take a look back in 1991. Back then, a lot of very exciting things for humanity happened in general. First, the Hubble telescope get launched to orbit around the Earth, and it took amazing photos of the entire universe, of places that, basically of the past of the universe, places that we have never expected to explore before. Back then, I wasn't very excited about anything. Basically, I was just a walking plant, so I was about to explore that year as well. Sir Berners-Lee, he released the first website ever, which was very simple. It was just HTML with different hyperlinks to other HTML documents. Back then, we didn't have any HTML. We didn't have any JavaScript and CSS, excuse me. No client-side scripting and styling at all. Everything we had was just very basic markup. We transferred over the wire using HTTP version 0.9, a protocol which specification you can read on one page. So life was much simpler. If we take 5 years forward in time, on 5th of March 1995, the development of a language which was about to change the industry started. We have JavaScript's age device. Pretty much any device has JavaScript virtual machine inside of it. So JavaScript is the most widely used language in general. It was about to change the web. We're going to start building very complex enterprise applications with it. So it was very essential for us as human species to do JavaScript right. About 9 days after that, JavaScript was born. This wasn't a huge space of planning, as you can imagine. JavaScript has a lot of issues right now that we're trying to fix with different languages which transfer out to JavaScript. JavaScript is basically our compilation target. And in the same time, we ask the business, what do you want? Do you want the power of desktop applications or the convenience of web apps? And of course, the business said that we want both, right? So we had to somehow make JavaScript work for large-scale applications as well. And this is what required us to complicate the entire development flow of web apps in 2019. Currently, in order to start a web application in 2019, we first need to pick a language which fixes some of the problems that JavaScript has. For example, with Google, we're using TypeScript, a statically typed alternative of JavaScript. You can use either TypeScript, like CubeScript, or even CoffeeScript if you want to. We need to pick a minification tool in order to deliver very high quality, very small bundles to the browser. There are different tools for static code analysis, which can help us to discover some potentially security issues in our apps, or just to make sure that we're following a style. There are different application frameworks, test runners, routing libraries, state management, and so many others. Everything is getting so complicated that we need another meta tool, such as scaffolding tool like Angular CLI or Create React App, in order to help us to bootstrap the entire build process. So this is getting even more complicated when we want to build applications in a large organization, when the applications have to scale as well. In a company like Google, we face a lot of difficulty because of organization size as well. We have over about 100,000 employees, and huge chunk of them are actually engineers. So we have engineers with different backgrounds. We have projects with a variety of sizes. We have projects varying from a couple of thousands of lines of code to several millions of lines of code. And we need to somehow make our infrastructure, our infrastructure scale so that we can handle the project growth. We also need to provide very high quality development experience. For example, we would not want to have round-trip time between save of a JavaScript file reflecting the change in the browser in several seconds. We would want them to, we don't want to wait to make the developer wait several minutes actually. Maybe 1 second is fine, but more than because this is going to lead to a significant drop in productivity. Let's take a look at a very example. Let's take a look at Google Cloud. It's a very high level architecture of the entire project. Basically here, it looks like a traditional single page application where we have Google Cloud as the app. We have user interface, which depends on Angular material, and both depend on TypeScript. Angular material, of course, depends on Angular as well. On the other side, we have backend services, which just provide some APIs over different tools to the. The only difference from a very traditional single-page application is that Google Cloud's UI is more than 10,000 files of TypeScript, or more than 2 million lines of code. That is a lot of code, as you can imagine. If we can try to build this application with the traditional state-of-the-art tooling in the web. For example, the first step would be to npm install in order to get Angular material, Angular, TypeScript, and a few other tools which are being used in the UI. But as you know, npm is kind of fake in general. First of all, if we run it as a super user, anyone can swipe out completely our file system just by adding rm-f/ and completely destroying our machine. But even if we ignore this, recently there was a very interesting security scandal that someone was stealing crypto coins by sneaking malicious source code in one popular npm package which had over 2 million downloads per week. And the owner of this package didn't have anything to say, and I can understand that. Although it was his fault in the end, just by inherently, npm has a lot of security vulnerabilities itself. So in turn, we're not using npm, but let's forget this. Let's try to build our application with Webpack. I don't know if you have ever tried to build an application with 2 million lines of code with Webpack, but that's pretty much what you get. You get out of memory, unfortunately. So we can work around this fact. What we can do is we can decompose Google Cloud Console into several sub-projects. We can have compute. The compute part can be one application. We can have the marketplace, which is second sub-project, and so on and so forth, basically. We can have separate Webpack configs for each individual sub-project. And in the end, we can just merge them together into one unified application. So this is something which is going to work. Basically, we're going to decompose the entire project into smaller sub-projects. Each of them can have several different build steps. You can combine them together in the end and get what you can see currently when you open cloud.google.com. We can even run individual steps in parallel, which is a great benefit. For example, here we're building in parallel the compute part, marketplace, and security part. So we can take advantage of the multi-processor nature of our machines. But here we suppose that the dependency graph of our project is very simple. We suppose that we have only one application which depends on small sub-projects. In reality, we can have cross sub-project dependencies. One sub-project may depend on the other, and we might not be able to build one project without building another one. So this means that our algorithm for building projects from the scale of Google Cloud should be a little bit different. We should first discover the build graph. So we should decompose the entire project into smaller sub-projects. We need to find out whether we have cycles in this graph, so we can run something like topological sort. We can distribute independent tasks so that we can take advantage of the fact that we have multiple CPUs. After that, we can synchronize the build tasks to make sure that we are consuming the dependencies in the right way, and in the end, we can collect the build artifacts and upload them. Well, there are a lot of issues with this. First, we would have to discover the build graph by ourselves. So we have to perform topological sort by ourselves as well, which is very inconvenient given that computers do this very efficiently. In order to distribute the individual tasks and synchronize them, we need to introduce a lot of custom logic if we want to do this with a state-of-the-art tool in JavaScript, Webpack. So this is a lot of boilerplate, and there are a few other issues as well. We don't want to introduce complicated configuration among the individual sub-projects. We don't want to have redundant rebuilds. Imagine if 2 team members are working on the same sub-project, let's say the Google Compute part, the Google Cloud Compute part. If one of them builds the project, we don't want the other team members to have to rebuild it as well. We may want to just reuse the artifacts produced from the build. We may also have cross-language dependencies. This is something that Webpack does not allow right now. We may want to run the end-to-end tests, the integration tests of the front end once the backend APIs change. Unfortunately, we cannot do this with the modern JavaScript tooling right now. And of course, we have team members with different backgrounds. Some of them may have more C++ experience, so they might be fans of, let's say, Make. Others may prefer Gradle or Ant or Maven. Even in the JavaScript world, there is a jungle of different build tools. For example, we have Webpack, we have Build, Grunt, and many others. So we need to agree on one tool which understands how to build the entire infrastructure, all the different projects, without actually knowing anything about specific technology, just being pluggable. What we do instead is let's just ignore all of this and let's try to give Webpack a chance again. So we already saw that, unfortunately, we have a lot of boilerplates for a cold build, but the round-trip time is another very important metric. For example, round-trip time when building a single-page app is when you update a JavaScript file, and right after that, wait until your update reflects in the browser. With Webpack, we saw that this does not scale perfectly. In a project with very small lines, with very small files, we noticed that it takes us about 15 seconds between saving the file and reflecting the updates in the browser. In a small project, in a bigger project, this grew up to several minutes. And we can notice this in a lot of our customers as well. For example, in VMware, Capital One, and many other organizations. So Webpack does not scale too well. We already saw that we can eventually make the cold build fast by parallelizing to multiple CPUs and reusing artifacts from other builds, but this is still not ideal. We had to introduce a lot of custom logic. So what we do instead is to use completely different tools. And some of them are open source, so we're going to discuss them in details in a little bit. The challenges with Webpack are a lot. So instead of Webpack, we're using something else. We don't like to use, we prefer not to use NPM because of the different security vulnerabilities which are inherited from its design. If we want to stay basically decoupled from the external world, we need to maintain our own custom registry with custom NPM packages, but this means that each package may have different versions. And having multiple versions into the same organization, it's not ideal, because the individual projects, they cannot take advantage, they will probably not take advantage of the latest security patches that we have introduced in our libraries, because this requires efforts to go and update your source code. What we do instead is to use monorepo. It helps a lot with many different quality characteristics. It helps with reusing infrastructure. It helps with finding and fixing security exploits and propagating them inside of the entire organization. So the entire source code of Google, except a few projects, live in the same repository. You can think of it as the same directory called Google 3. We do not have any security vulnerabilities from NPM this way. If we want to reuse an external NPM package, we're just going to look at its license. If it is appropriate, we're going to open an internal, let's call it a pull request. We're going to try to sync the external dependency internally. A team of experts is going to perform a security evaluation of the package. We are going to see whether we are not going to introduce security vulnerability in our source code by adding this dependency to our code base. After that, we're going to take a look. After that, we'll be able to reuse the entire infrastructure that we already have internally, right? Because we can have a single continuous integration system for the single repository that we have. It is very easy to reuse knowledge by having a monorepo as well. For example, I can get inspired from Google Search's code base very easily. And we can reuse code just by using very simple relative imports, since everything is basically into the same into the same directory. As I mentioned, we don't have different versions of the individual dependencies, which might seem very counterintuitive at first, because we're used to have semantic versioning, right? We're used to have different versions and different libraries and one project can update it. Like, that's pretty much what we're used to each day to do, to update the dependencies of our projects. Well, the good thing is that once a library changes its interface, introduces breaking change, the author of this library needs to go to all the projects which are using it and fix them. So as part of the Angular team, we have about 1,000 projects which depend on us. And if we break Angular, we need to go and fix all of these 1,000 projects. So we kind of feel the pain of the external users when we release a backwards compatible. All right, so we don't use NPM. Instead, we use a monorepo. But what do we use instead of Webpack? So over 10 years ago, the infrastructure team in Google developed a tool called Bezo. Bezo is a universal build tool, which is inspired from functional programming. It is built for caching and parallelism, and it hasn't changed for the past 10 years. It has been inspired from the previous solutions that we used in Google, such as Make, and it grew up from there. How does all this work together? How does Bezo work together with our monorepo? If we take a look at the initial graph here, the dependency graph of Google Cloud, and we translate this in terms of directories in our monorepo, we're going to see that we have a single directory, of course, Google 3. Inside of it, there are different projects. We have Angular, Angular Material, we have Google Cloud with its backend and frontend, and we have TypeScript. Notice that how most directories, they have associated build files. The build files, they just create a compilation unit. So the files in the directory where the build file resides, they're going to be compiled together. The cool thing is that each individual package can depend on any other package in this monorepo, unless it introduces a cycle dependency, circular dependency. That's it. So packages define compilation units internally, and still this may sound a little bit abstract. You can imagine as just a directory, flat directory with TypeScript files is going to be compiled together, same as a flat directory of Java or C files. They're going to be compiled together, and one package may depend on other packages in this Google 3 directory. Here is an example of a build file. Build file consists of definitions of different targets. For example, here we have ng module and the rollup targets. The ng module is called SRC, and it depends on all different TypeScript files in this directory. The rollup bundle target, it depends on the SRC main production. So the different targets, they have names and dependencies. They also inputs, excuse me. They also have dependencies. So here we can see that the SRC target, it depends on to-dos, on Angular core and NGRX store. So these are very important characteristics of the targets. They have names, they have inputs, which are the files that they're going to consume, and also they have dependencies. On top of that, they have outputs. The outputs are very well defined as well. So each target has inputs and outputs, and it does not produce any side effects at all. That's by design. I like to compare Bezo and the build that it performs with functional programming. Basically, in the end, we're all inspired from Lambda calculus. Later, it evolved to Lisp, I guess, and now it is into more widely used programming languages. So we have functional programming in Bezo. We can create mapping between individual concepts. We have pure functions on the side of functional programming, and this roughly translates to Bezo targets. We have immutable data structures in functional programming, and this, again, roughly translates to build artifacts. It is amazing that in functional programming, because of these two features, we can take advantage of memoization and running functions in parallel when the dependency graph allows it. In Bezo, we can take advantage of these two features as well. Let's take a look how. So here is the high-level execution algorithm as well. We have discovering the dependency graph, topological sort, distributing the independent tasks, synchronizing the build tasks, and collecting the build artifacts. How are we going to discover the build graph? So remember that each individual build file has very well-defined inputs and outputs. They're determined ahead of time. So with Bazel, we can just query this directory structure and see what are the individual dependencies among the individual packages. Bazel query is going to produce a target graph, which looks something like this. This is, in fact, automatically generated graph on a small project. For the entire Google 3, we will not be able to produce such graph unless we are running it on like hundreds of machines in a distributed network. How do we perform the rest? How do we do the topological sort, distribute the independent tasks, synchronize the build, collect the artifacts? Well, we can just run Bazel build. The Bazel build is going to produce this build graph, and after that, it is going to run in parallel as many tasks as possible. We're going to take advantage of parallelism. Here is an example. Basically, on 12 cores, we were able to compile Angular because each available core gets already consumed by Bazel running a computation task. For example, compiling TypeScript or even compiling some lower level primitives such as the Go compiler, because it turns out to be a transitive dependency of our development server. So when the cores on our machine are not enough, when the build graph is huge and there are a lot of tasks that can be, a lot of targets that can be run in parallel, we can even run the build in the cloud. That's actually how by default we are building all the applications internally. We can just run Bazel builds, and over gRPC, Bazel is going to communicate with the build farm and distributes the tasks, distributes the build tasks out there. Of course, this is we need to balance between speed of the build, like distribution, and network latency, because both can be somehow competing goals. So we saw how we can take advantage of parallelism thanks to the functional nature of Bazel. But how can we take advantage of memorization? Each individual build artifact, it can be cached. So once a team member in our organization builds a project, they're going to upload all the artifacts, all the build artifacts to a global cache eventually. And anyone else, before building the same project, they're going to first take a look at the build cache and download all the artifacts if available. Basically, each individual build artifact is going to have a key, just produced by a hash function, and it is going to go to static HTTP server. That's it. Bazel is going to look in this cache before trying to rebuild even targets. So this way we can share the cache not only across different builds on our local machine, but also across different team members, even between us and CI, the continuous integration system. So we already saw that Bazel provides very fast spatial call. How about round trip? Well, Bazel takes advantage of incrementality. Basically, the time to rebuild is proportional to the change, not to the size of the project. As you can imagine, once we change a package, Bazel can very efficiently localize the change and update only the current package and all the dependent packages if required. So once we update the file, Bazel is going to detect the affected packages based on the declared inputs, because each target has well-defined inputs, right? And it is going to compile, localize their dependencies, and compile the dependencies required. Let's take a look at a specific example into the context of TypeScript. So we have our to-do application. We have our web application here, which has a to-do target. If we update the to-do target, Bazel will have to recompile this package. After that, we're going to check whether we changed the public API of this target. Files inside of this package, excuse me. If we did change it, because of the late, if we did change it, then we will have to recompile the SRC target as well, because it depends on the to-do target. However, if our change did not impact public API, we do not have to rebuild anything else except the current package. This is because of the late linking in JavaScript and in TypeScript. If we change a public API, this means probably some other package may get affected. Otherwise, because of the late linking in the browser, we may not have to rebuild the remaining part of the graph. So how does Bezier detect defect effects? First, it calculates the hash of the package by calculating the hash sums of the individual files. Internally, Bezier maintains a Merkle tree, which is a very convenient data structure in this case. Let us take a look at it for just a second. So the leaves in this tree, they are the individual files in the file system. Later, we calculate hash of these files, and we calculate the hash of the concatenated cache of the individual leaves. This propagates to the top, and it is a very convenient way for us to check when given target has actually changed, because we can just verify whether the top hash differs from its previous value. From there on, we can just perform traversal of this tree in first order, let's say, and figure out which packages require rebuild. Actually, Bezier is open source since 15th of March 2015, and has a lot of other alternatives out there. So, engineers who left the company, they were excited about the system, so they built their own alternatives. Facebook have their own alternative of Bezier as well, which has similar approach. If you want to have remote caching in your organization, you can completely do that with Nginx. The setup is trivial. I had to configure this for the Angular team, and I can tell you that, yeah, it was a pretty smooth process. There are open source build farms maintained by Uber and other organizations, and soon the remote build execution is going to be available as part of the cloud as well. What about Gradle? So Gradle is another tool which is very strongly pushed by the Android team, for instance. Gradle is an amazing tool, for sure. It has some differences with Bezier. For example, its JavaScript support is less mature. I can comment on this because as part of my responsibility as member of the Angular team is to improve the Bezier support, the JavaScript support for Bezier. We do not have remote build execution there, and to be honest, it needs to be very precisely configured in order to make sure that it works for small projects as well, and the network latency does not impact it. The configuration languages between Gradle and Bezier are different. Gradle uses Groovy, and Bezier uses Python dialect, which is called Skylark or Starlark. It is much more restricted in terms of constructs. For example, you don't have recursion there, you don't have loops. It is just pretty much function invocations with named parameters. So this sets further constraints in Bezier. It is it is harder to mess up the build. Both tools have pretty much the same performance characteristics. So if you're using Gradle already and you're happy with it, it definitely does not make sense to switch and to learn a new tool. Well, here are some links that you can take a look at. I'm going to share my slides so that you can actually click these and check the Bezier documentation if you're interested. I would strongly recommend you the paper on point 4. It compares Bezier with Make, even with Excel, because at the end, on very abstract level, Excel and Bezier are not too much different. They are just self-adjusting. They are just systems which maintain self-adjusting computations. So it is very interesting, abstract, and academical paper that is fascinating. So I would strongly recommend this to you. And thank you very much for your attention. I would love to get your questions, probably with a few seconds delay.
Thank you very much for your elaborate presentation. We can now move on with Q&A. Do we have... Maybe I should start. Minko, does latency impacts the speed of the build when using remote build execution?
Maybe I should start. Does latency impacts the speed of the build when using remote build execution?
All right. Yes, the latency impacts the speed of the build when using remote build execution, even remote caching. Excuse me, latency currently impacts our Q&A as well. Let me just switch to the live stream on my laptop. Yes. Yes, latency impacts the build execution for sure, because there is a huge overhead from building the actual artifacts, uploading them to the cloud, and after that consuming them. Sometimes when we have to do a cache lookup,
I'm not quite sure whether the connection is quite good. We can't hear
the remote cache. After that, once we verify that the artifacts are there or not, we need to come back, which actually may make our build much slower compared to just running it locally on our restricted set of CPUs.
Unfortunately, we have to cut off the connection and move on with the next speaker just because there's some problems with the connection. I'm sorry about that. You're gonna have chance to just like he said at the beginning, to find him in LinkedIn or Twitter him, so in order to address your questions.
Want to add one thing that, Minka, thank you very much for the presentation, and hope next time you will be in Bulgaria, so we'll be able to ask you many, many questions without any latency delays.
Okay, let's move with our second last speaker tonight. Just like Nick said at the beginning, Orlin is running Kubernetes community in Bulgaria. Kubernetes is a new idea deploying software in the cloud. As every new idea method, it could open the door for attacks. So Orlin will share with us how to deploy software in a secure way. Orlin, the floor is yours.
Hey. All right. I need to set up just for a sec. That's not mine. Right. Can you hear me good? Thank you. Thank you for staying for that late hour. Maybe most of you want to go home now. I'll be quick. All right. Today, I'm going to talk about Kubernetes security. Short disclaimer, I'm not a security expert. I'm engineer at VMware. I also try to drive the local Kubernetes security, Kubernetes community. I have 2 kids. I like to snowboard, do stuff with my hands, except the keyboard, and I like to do barbecue. If you want to contact with me, Twitter or GitHub, it's a good starting point. All right. That's what we're going to talk about today. It's about CNCF and how CNCF is presented in Bulgaria. I'm going to touch base on container security. Also, I'm going to talk about Kubernetes security, and I'm going to do a couple of demos. I don't feel brave enough today to do live demos, so they're recorded. So yeah, it will be, we'll have some time for questions during the demo. Right? What I want to do with this talk, I was invited, not because I'm an engineer in VMware, I was invited because I try to drive the community. The second point is Kubernetes, it's a new good stuff, right? But there are many attacks and many risks if you have not enough experience with Kubernetes. So be careful when you install Kubernetes and start using it. I'm going to demonstrate some attacks which are not specifically working all the time. They're more like a teaching attacks to Kubernetes. And then I'm going to provide, on the way, I'm going to provide some hardening methods how to avoid this. I'm not sure how many of you in the room are experts in Kubernetes. Can you raise hands if you know what Kubernetes is? Good amount of people? Nice. How many of you feel comfortable with Kubernetes and feel experienced with Kubernetes? Right. Okay, I'm scared of you guys. Those things are needed for most of you to understand what I'm going to talk about. What's Kubernetes? Some few concepts of Kubernetes, the scheduler, pods, for example, services. You should be having some understanding about Docker containers, because I'm going to show the Kubernetes installation with Docker, not with any other runtime. And some networking very briefly. Right. What's CNCF? CNCF obviously stands for Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and it's a child entity of the Linux Foundation. That organization or foundation tries to help the software vendors and the organizations using software to be cloud native. And what's supposed to mean by cloud native is there are a long list of explanations about that, but the short one is your application should be aware that it runs in the cloud. So it knows that it's in microservice and it runs in container, which should be able to communicate with other containers somehow. For some reason, I cannot see my notes over here. Anyway, the CNCF, under CNCF, we have not only Kubernetes. Kubernetes was the first project that graduated from the CNCF program. Now we have Prometheus, Envoy, and we have many others. If you're interested in other projects under the CNCF, so those projects that drive the cloud-native world, just check the landscape. It's very interesting to see a lot of companies and a lot of projects trying to drive their way to the cloud world and to help you out with your deployments or your applications that are running in the cloud. CNCF Bulgaria. We have 7 meetups already, quite successful, I would say. Mostly, we're doing them in 2 offices, in 2 companies. VMware, one of them, Limplim is the other one. We have around 550 members, which is quite good for Bulgarian community, especially in Sofia. Vladimir and Spas are the other 2 guys, which we met in Copenhagen on KubeCon and decided to do that. If you're interested in the community, please join us. We're normally recording every session that we do. We're looking for speakers, so if you feel comfortable speaking in front of people, like I'm tending to do right now, you can attend. You can subscribe and then send your paper, and yeah, you can come and talk. You can practice your presentation skills there. Okay. Okay, let's go to the topic. Next, I'm going to talk about possible attacks and where normally you can attack something or you can be attacked. Right? I come from old infrastructure world, like where servers were physicals and you have data center. That's still true. So if you want to be safe from attacks, you definitely have to take care of your underlying infrastructure. So operating system, if you run, for example, on-prem, or if you run on the public cloud, you should know your images, where that comes from, or you should protect all your metadata API on your VMs running in the cloud. Next layer, I would say, it's the container itself. So there are many areas where you can attack all that, right? But those are just few of them. So one of the biggest issues I've faced so far is malicious image, which means you're installing some image, you run some application that comes from some repository. Are you sure what exactly you're running? Are you sure that that image is the one that you think you're running? So you should be very careful of what you're running. Sorry. Next one, it's a very interesting approach to attack. Just a sec, I need water. That one works if you don't have configured properly your, for example, container runtime. You can escape the container, you can gain access to the underlying operating system and do nasty stuff. Metrics scraping, it's a common issue, or it was in previous installation of Kubernetes. I'm going to demonstrate that one, and I intentionally did it this way so I can show you what you were able to do in the past. Now that's more or less fixed, but still you may end up with these issues. Next one, you can attack the kubelet. For those of you who doesn't know what kubelet is, that's like the main component of Kubernetes, which drives the whole thing. So as the main one, it's exposed normally to the network and can be attacked. And the last but not least, the service account tokens. Service accounts in the terms of Kubernetes are, it speaks for itself, service account. That means some account that your pods are talking to the Kubernetes API, and you should be very careful with how you treat your accounts, because those accounts normally, they have quite a good access to your Kubernetes cluster. And many others, right? The kube API, the dashboard, if for some reason you run the dashboard, and you can access the etcd and so on. So Kubernetes, container security, some tips. Those are, if you're running any type of containers, you have to make sure that you run your containers in the least privileged way possible, which means you're not sharing, for example, the process ID namespace of the host to the container, or you're not mounting any file system from the host to the container. Those are good practices, and they make your life easier, right? Other stuff are, when you use some image to run a container from it, you have to make sure that the base image is the one that you want to use, again. So if it's secure enough, if that image is up to date and has all the latest patches, who's building that image? Do you trust that person or organization? Is it IBM or some guy somewhere who wants to break stuff down, right? Always scan your images. I'm sorry, guys, I have a timer over here which ran out. Is that all right? I spoke like 5 minutes, and that's all right. You should always scan your image for vulnerabilities, so outdated packages or malicious software. And the last one, it's signing. It's well discussed now in the community, so that's a mechanism that you can check if that image that you use is actually the image that you're supposed to be running, right? And again, some tip, never run your container, if possible, as root. So when you're building your container image, you can specify this one in your Docker file, and that will make sure that if you try to run your container as root, it will fail. So enforce that one. Okay. Some words about Kubernetes aspects, the security aspects. We're going to talk about RBAC, secrets, pod security policy, and we're going to demonstrate them. We're going to talk about network policies and mission controllers. The RBAC. RBAC, it's a well-known term, and Kubernetes is using it. So role-based access control. Easily explained. You have role, and that role is bind to some subject. In this case, can be a user or can be a service account. The role defines what that user or subject can do. It's not defining what is forbidden to do. It's defining just the verbs, so the actions. For example, can you list pods? Can you create new pods? Can you list namespace and so on? The row bindings, the rows are on two levels. So you have rows on namespace level, and you have rows on cluster-wide level, which are applying for objects on cluster level, like namespaces or nodes. So you have respectively the row binding for the cluster. So the account, either user account or service account, can do these verbs. As a good practice of security, set up your kube API to log every interaction with it, and then analyze that one. It can give you, first, it can give you good insight if someone is misusing the kube API, or if you have some pod that is misconfigured and is bombarding or trying to crash your kube API with requests. Here are two examples of row and row binding on your, what's that? On your left. We have a row called pod reader. The row, as I said, are related to the namespace. So this one is for default namespace. That's when you have a new installation of Kubernetes, you have the default namespace, which you can use to run your workloads. That one applies for resource pod, and you have the verbs, you see it, get, watch, list. On the other side, we have the binding, which in this case connects the row, which is the pod reader, to the subject chain, and that allows the subject chain, in this case, it's a user account, it's not a service account, to list and watch and get the pods in that namespace called default. The Kubernetes secrets are objects in the Kubernetes, and they're on the namespace level. They're not especially part of the security concept, but are good to treat well, right? Treat your passwords well. So in secrets, you keep your passwords or your credentials to access something, right? For example, I have put an example over here. It's for a Docker config file, which holds your token for accessing Docker.io hub to pull images from. Secrets are consumed by the pod as a file systems, so you have them either var run, whatever, and then you can read them as files. Pod security policy, it's again object on cluster level, and those policies are, in few words, they're defining if you run a pod, and that pod has some requirements, like can I run this privileged? Can I mount the file system of the host and stuff like this? The pod security policies defines your pods, how they can behave on your system. So there are a set of rules, and they say, for example, privileged true, host process ID namespace, can I mount it? Yes or no? If the policy says no, your pod will never be created on your system. To have pod security policies, they normally, in my experience, they do not come with the default installer, so you have to set it up. After that, as a tip, create your PSP's definitions before enabling the pod security policy admission controller. To be able to use them and apply them in a namespace, RBAC is helping out with this one. So if you have a service account which runs specific set of pods, this service account should be bind to the row of the pod security policy. I'm going to show that a little bit in the demo. I'm not sure if that, can you see guys this one? Yeah, good. That's a very simple pod security policy definition straight out of the Kubernetes documentation. It says privileged. As you can see, there is no namespace in there because that's applied on the cluster level, right? So that policy practically enables you to do everything. You have PSPs enabled, but if you have that policy and you have the correct bindings in your namespace, you can run any kind of pod with all the nasty stuff. Network policy is another concept which helps out to filter traffic between the pods and the outside world. So you can take it as a firewall definition. How the rules are applied by matching a label on the port. So you have, for example, I'm going to show that in a demo in a second. You have a label, and the network policy has that label defined in it. And if the port matches that label, the rule is applied. So you can have like incoming traffic and outgoing traffic, and you can define a number of definitions, what's allowed, and of course, what's not allowed. To have a network policy enabled, you should have your network plugin should support that. Calico and WaveNet are two good examples of having that in place. Very, not brief, it's good enough. Network policy definition. Again, a namespace. You have the pod selector, which matches a label called row and should be having value dB, right? If you have a dB pod, which has that label, that network policy will be applied. You have the ingress and the egress definitions. So obviously with that policy, you're going to control the incoming and outgoing traffic from the pods. You have definition from the block, for example, IP block, which is allowed in specific subset of that IP block. You have namespace selector. That means these pods can talk to pods in another namespace in the same Kubernetes cluster. And yeah, and so on. And then you have the egress, so the outgoing traffic, again, to specific IP block, and then even you can specify the port. How we can say that our cluster is secure enough, and what we can do. The Center of Internet Security releases a Kubernetes benchmark, like they release a benchmark for Docker, for your operating system, and they release for Kubernetes as well. It's a very good guideline how to secure your cluster, but it's too big, right? And if you don't feel comfortable reading 200 pages and more and applying every single check and trying to figure out what's wrong, the guys from Aqua Security, they have written a tool called KubeBench, very popular on GitHub. You see 30+ contributors. I'm trying to be one of them. So I'm going to show how you can use that tool to identify possible issues in your configuration. That tool scans your, for example, your Kube API installation or your kubelet setup. There are more tools to do that. Sonoboy from Heptio, Kube Audit, and KitGat, and many more. If you feel adventurous, go and try them out. Now, I'm not sure how I'm doing with the time because my timer is not working, but whatever. I have prepared 3 demos for you guys. The first one, I have intentionally configured the cluster to allow scraping unsecured ports, so we can gain some information about running pods, namespaces, and so on. Then I'm going to show misconfigured taints. So taints in the Kubernetes world means a rule which allows or disallows if you can run specific type of workloads on the master, for example. And then I'm going to demonstrate a little bit the pod security policy and network policy. I have recorded that demo because, yeah, I said I'm not brave enough to do it for live. Yeah. Ooh. Sorry for that. I have a few more slides, but they're like for after reading. My personal, I'm going to do this, right? My personal analysis, how I boost my productivity because I'm spending my day normally in kube control. So a few commands. And then I have attached a few references to external presentation and links to some other very good videos about Kubernetes security. So feel free to check them out after that. Now, I need some water, sorry. From now on, feel free to stop me and ask me questions if you have something. I'm sorry that that blinks quite a lot. Can you see the console good? Or it's too small? Too small or too good? Okay. Okay, I have recorded the demos with a tool called ASCII Nima, and I'm going to play them one by one. All that, it's in GitHub, so you can play it at home if you want. I have set it up. I have uploaded all the setup instructions and everything, so you can actually do the demos on your own and test it out. Okay. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to SSH to my master, and I'm going to show you what I have configured wrong on purpose. I have changed the authorization mode to allow. I'm sure you can see that. I'm not sure. Should I zoom a little bit? No? It's all right. Okay. Then that's the port for the kubelet, 10250, and then I have enabled the read-only port, which is for metrics from the kubelet, which gives you idea how loaded is your kubelet. So all this can give you insights of what you can get. Then I'm running the kubebench tool. It's a relatively long command. Everything is on their GitHub page, but what the kubebench is doing is mounting the etc and the var file systems. Runs is privileged, obviously. And I run the master check because I'm running this on the master node. That thing over here, I want to show out. It's the version. Right now, CIS have released a benchmark only for Kubernetes 1.11. 1.13 is on the way, but they need some time. They need contributions to do all the checks properly. I'm sorry. Okay. When you run it, it's quite fast. It just parses out some of your configuration files and checks your running configuration. I have filtered out only for fails. I don't want to see the whole list because it's too long and gives you a recommendation what you should do and so on. It will be good for the demo. But what I want to show you guys is this one, that I have allowed anonymous auth to my kubelet. And the one is this one. I don't have pod security policy admission controller enabled. So in the next steps, I'm going to enable it and see what we can do with this one. But let's first focus on the scraping the unsecured metrics, ports. Can you see that down there? Right. I'm not sure if that was visible enough. Come on. Yeah. Okay. I'm curling the master node on the read-only port for the metrics, and I'm saying, okay, give me all your ports, and then I'm run that through JQ because otherwise it's one long line which doesn't mean much. And then I want to grab for all the names. That will give you all the ports and their names, all their namespaces and their names. So without actually having access, because I run that from my local machine, not from inside the cluster, you can get access to very sensitive data, like what you're running there. The next one, it's, can you see that? Let me just run that. Again, I'm curling, again, the master, sorry. Okay, this time it's the node that I'm going to curl the master. That's the kubelet port. That's the port that normally it should be with authorization, with some certificate, and that's the port where the scheduler and the kubelet are talking to each other, and that's how the kubelet is getting instructions what to run and so on. So from that one, if you have configured it wrong, as I did it, I have always allow on the kubelet, I can still get the information that I want. In the real world, that's not true, right? There are many articles how not to do that, but for the purpose of the demo, I did it so you can get the feeling if you do not pay attention on your cluster configuration, because many people are just installing it, hey, it's cool, let's play around, and then all of a sudden that becomes production or semi-production environment, and yeah, you can have it unprotected. Okay. And again, I'm curling on that port, the node, and obviously I have less ports on this one. In the next step, I'm curling for specific port called tiller. For those of you who are not aware, tiller is the name for a pod which runs the packaging system for Kubernetes called Helm. Sorry. Because I saw it in the previous output, that means I have a Helm installation, so package manager for Kubernetes, and I have service account for this one, which normally have a very nice, from attacker point of view, privileges to the Kubernetes cluster. So let's see what I'm going to do next. I'm again curling. Yeah, sorry, I'm curling all the time. That's the node, and then I say run. That's the API of the kubelet. I say run in the kube system namespace. On that name, that's the pod name, and that's the container inside the pod. Run that command, and that command is actually showing you the certificate of the service account which is used to run the Helm or the tiller. So with this one, practically, I'll show you in the next step. If I have the certificate, I can do authorized request to the kubelet and to do some nasty stuff like running workloads. So in the next step, I'm running the same thing. I'm running again command to the same pod, but this time I'm saying, okay, can you download from that repository the kube control binary? Obviously, it's downloaded. Now I'm changing the permissions to it so I can run it. And then having the kube control inside a pod, I'm running the kube control get pods from inside the tiller pod, which has a service account associated to it, and certificate, which has good privileges like to list the pods in this case. Okay, I can list the pods from different places, right? But now let's see what I'm going to do next. I'm going to say kube control, please run that image. In this case, I'm running very simple thing, Postgres, right? It's a stock image from Docker.io, but can be anything. I've downloaded the kube control from my own repo. I can do the same with the image. I can specify the image repository and download whatever I want and run inside the cluster without actually any authorization. So I'm able to get all the ports, and I can see that I have my pod, my workload running on the cluster. Right, that's about demo one. Do you have any questions or? All right. It's either very unclear or very clear. I don't know. You tell me later. Okay. In demo 2, I'm gonna show. Yeah. All right. Okay. No questions. All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna create a namespace called secconf. And I'm using a tool called Kubernetes. It's like a supplementary tool of the ecosystem, which I can define in my context which namespace I'm going to use, right? So in the next step, I'm going to show a few actions, like I'm scanning again the master, and I'm going to look for a specific thing, like if I have the pod security policy enabled. Obviously, I don't. So I'm going to try. I'm going to implement a few steps, which are going to show you how the PSP is powerful and what we can do with them. Right? I have a simple definition of a pod. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's a simple YAML file, and you have the kind and the name, and you have the image. That's the source that I want to download. That's an image that I've built for the demo. It's a very simple image, just runs endless loop with sleep. But the thing that I have in that image is a couple of clients. Like I have the Docker client, binary, I have kube control, and so on. So I'm going to apply that one and see what will happen. That's very simple stuff, right? I can apply that, and I can have it running. Now, I'm going to show you the pod security policy. Oh, sorry, I fast forwarded a little bit. That's another pod definition, a bit more tricky. It's the same image, but this time I say, okay, Kubernetes, mount your Docker socket from the host to inside the container. That's all right if you're going to do stuff with the local file system. But in this case, I'm misusing the case that I don't have PSP in place. So Kubernetes, by default, allows me to do that. So I'm going to run that one. And I'm going to bash into it. So I'm going to get shell to it and see what I can do from there. Because I have the socket in place, can you guess what I'm going to do next? No? All right. Okay. What I've done is I've created that pod, I bashed to it, and then I'm able to execute the docker ps command inside the container. And because I have the socket from the host mounted inside the container, that's the list of all pods running right now on the node. In other words, you normally shouldn't be able to do that. Because now I can run any workload that I want, or I can delete pods or containers in this case. Now, in the next demo, I'm going to apply the pod security policy and see how the cluster will behave having that security policy in place. Because the pod security policy is something that you can build on later on, all running workloads are not affected by it. So you have to start over or just set it up in the beginning and then be careful what you're doing. So again, I'm SSHing to my master, and I see that the pod security policy is not enabled. Simple script that SSH to the master and replaces a string in the kube API, which says, okay, just apply not pod security policy. And I'm restarting the kubelet. I don't want to wait 30 seconds to get restarted because I have new configuration. And the part that I want to see is this one. So in perfect world, when you run kubebench, you should having all your checks pass. And it's, for some reason, it's obvious that you cannot always have that, right? In some cases, you should be able to run, for example, privileged containers. So you never pass that check. Some people like Spas, we have a joke about that. He claims that all his clusters are green. I don't believe that. Vladimir doesn't believe as well, so yeah. So I have the pod security policy admission controller in place, and I try to create the same pod again. That's the one that is not with the specific configuration, but just a simple pod running an image. And the message that I hope you guys can see, it's on the bottom, says, I cannot create that pod because I don't have providers which can validate your request. That means you have the PSP admission controller installed or enabled on your cluster, but you don't have any definition of PSP, so the policy, which cannot match your pod requirement. So the cluster said, no, you cannot do that. Now, I'm going to apply this pod security policy. It's called default. It's again very simple, straight from the Kubernetes configuration. Documentation. What defines? It's specific types of volumes that you can mount inside your pod, and some rules like, can you share the host network? Can you share the process ID namespace? True or false? So, and then on the bottom you have the cluster row. Because I'm running everything flat, I don't have much of fancy RBAC setup. I can just apply the cluster row, and I use my admin user account, so that links straight to the policy. Right. I've applied that pod security policy, and now the message is a little bit different. It's again, I cannot do that, but why? Because I've specified in the YAML that I want to mount a host path, so that's like a file system or file from the host inside the container. And by that policy, it's not allowed. I have a specific set of volumes, and host path is not one of them. So I can alter that very specially crafted pod of mine that can read the socket. But then someone comes to you and say, hey, we have to run privileged containers. So can you do like a special case for us? And I'm going to apply the pod security policy, which gives you privileged setup. And you can, with the role bindings, you can specify for which namespace. So namespace is like a tenant. So you can have your development team or your whatever SRE production team, and they can have different rules, what they can run in their namespaces. That security policy allows pretty much everything. So if you just want to have pod security policy enabled and be able to run any pods, that's your pod security policy. So I'm going to apply that one. And then I'm going to rerun the same pod definition with the socket. But I'm going to try it differently, and we can see what we can do from there. Okay, I'm going to show again to the pod. And I can see it again, right? And now I'm going to demonstrate something else. That's the second part of the demo, which says misuse of wrong configured taints. So as you can see in the first part, I'm getting all the rules for the master. Let's say if I can schedule any workloads or not. Obviously, I have taint. Yeah, 2 more minutes. Ooh, okay. I'll try to be fast. Okay. And then I'm going to apply the worst pod ever, which in this case not only mounts the Docker socket, but mounts the process ID namespace of the host. So if I do that, now when I'm going to show to that pod. Okay, because I have 2 minutes, I'm running too fast. That one has a node selector, which means I want that pod to run on the master with this node selector. But now I have taint, so my master says, okay, no, I don't want to. I cannot run any workloads on me because I have set it up like this. And then I'm removing that taint. That's a very common case. If you have a single node installation for testing, you should remove the taint. Otherwise, you cannot run any workloads on your test cluster if you install it with kubeadm, for example. And now you can see the pod is creating, and now I'm going to SSH to it. Now, Docker PS doesn't work. Doesn't work because I haven't mounted the socket, but I have mounted the whole file system. So next thing that I'm going to do, I'm linking the socket, and I can do Docker PS, and that will give me the output for all containers running on the master. Then I'm going to do the nastiest thing ever. I'm going to browse the file system of the master, and I'm going to steal the administrator certificate. And from now on, you practically own the cluster. Yeah. That's about it, demo 2. Any questions? I'm not sure if I have enough time for the demo 3, so okay, cut it off. All right. Thank you, guys. Maybe some questions, maybe not. I'll be in the lobby, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing experience with Kubernetes. We have 5 minutes for questions, so there's gentlemen over here.
Hello, groups. Orlin, thank you for the presentation. My name is Sergey. I have a question about security delivery application to Kubernetes. Do you use in your regular process Helm and Helm charts?
Yeah.
Okay. Why you don't mention about this in your presentation?
Why?
I mean about Helm charts security.
Well, yeah, because I obviously cannot fit in 40 minutes with this one if I have more.
But Docker, you shining here.
No, I'm sorry, I can hear you very bad. What about Docker?
No. My question about Helm charts and its security.
Yeah. I think Helm owns a totally different topic, and it will be like another 40 minutes talking about Helm charts and how we can secure them. If I'm getting your question right.
Okay, I mean about Helm provenance and it's production ready or not?
Sorry,
I mean about Helm charts provenance, and my question is it production ready or not?
Is it what?
Production ready.
Helm? Yeah.
Helm chart provenance.
Yeah, definitely. We use them on production every day, and yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm getting your question. I can hear you very bad.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question over here.
I know you from the meetups, yeah.
Hi, Orlin. My name is Konstantin. Thank you for good presentation. And in your presentation, you mostly talk about securing on-premise Kubernetes. But what about the cloud? As you know, many cloud providers have their own version of managed Kubernetes. So how they are secured? What cloud is more secured? Maybe some special sort of attack for cloud version of Kubernetes?
I'm not sure if I can answer the question with the whole, but I was surprised the other day. We discovered that if you install, for example, Kubernetes and you use GCE, you don't have pod security policy enabled by default. So I cannot say which one is the most secure one, because I don't use managed Kubernetes installation from the cloud. I do them for my client. So
okay.
I haven't evaluated which one is the most secure one. Yeah, maybe we can discuss that offline. I cannot answer right away. Sorry for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
that was
the
everything.
fantastic
Thank you.
presentation. Now the time has come for the last session. Please welcome Božidar Bujinov from Long Sentinel, who will present best practices on developing secure software. Božidar is a senior software engineer, architect, project lead, and coordinator, mainly working with Java-related technologies. Interested in large-scale distributed systems, as well as researching open problems. Božidar, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So hello. The other one. Okay. Hello. I have been previously in the role of having the talk before lunch. Now this is much scarier, so I'm the last one before dinner, so bear with me. I will be talking about how to make secure software. Obviously, that's a very broad topic, but we'll focus on some interesting stories. And I really hope that you don't learn anything new today, because that would mean that your software is mostly secure. But let's see that. A few words about me. As the presenter said, I'm a senior software engineer and architect, currently founder and CEO of Log Sentinel. We do cybersecurity stuff, secure audit trail, and encrypted database. I will mention it a little bit through the talk, but not too much. I used to be advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria for e-government and IT. I have a technical blog, used to be top 30 Stack Overflow user, haven't been answering in a while, so now I dropped to top 50, and you can follow me on Twitter. Now, what is information security and what is cybersecurity? Obviously, we won't delve too much into the definitions because that's some boring Venn diagrams. The point being that all of these circles, it is your responsibility. You have to handle everything, no matter whether it's information security, cybersecurity, ICT security, data security, or just security. And let's see where things can go wrong, because that's what security is about. It should prevent things from going wrong. Well, practically everywhere. They can go wrong on the front end, they can go wrong on the back end, they can go wrong in the infrastructure, and most importantly, they can go wrong with the humans that manage all of that. What would be the purpose of attacks to systems? Which is basically why we have to secure them, because some people might want to attack them. The most famous, at the moment at least, are the data breaches. It is breaching payment information, like credit card numbers, breaching just personal information for whatever reason, including emails, including behavioral data, like where you want to spend your money, how do you consume online. They can breach personal messages, emails, for political reasons. Other purpose of attacks is disruption of services. This means damaging reputation. For example, a few years ago, when we had a referendum on whether to have electronic voting, there was a DDoS attack on some of the institutions. It didn't stop any actual election process, but it did damage somehow the reputation of, well, look, they cannot handle a simple DDoS, how would they do e-voting? They might be trying to stop some time-sensitive services like promotional sales or, again, elections, which have to be up at the given moment if they're online. And there are the types of attacks where some men just want to watch the world burn. So no actual motive, just want to try it and see whether you can make it crash. And there are obviously all sorts of other motives, like trying to get money from the bank. That's a good motive. Extortion, personal vendettas, and state-level espionage, which is a very interesting, even for movies. I'll structure the talk by going through a little bit of front-end vulnerabilities, back-end vulnerabilities, and the rest. Obviously, won't cover everything, but let's focus on a few of them. First, XSS, cross-site scripting. This is something very standard, typical, and yet too popular, unfortunately. It means if you have such a vulnerability, it allows attackers to insert any JavaScript that would run on people's computers. And here you can see how it might look like if you didn't escape your input and output. Instead of displaying a comment on, for example, your blog, an attacker types in a crafted message, which includes some script, and then it outputs to all of the others who read that comment, and then the script is executed in their browser, which could do a lot of things, and they could be harmful. The prevention is to escape the output. Now, this is the mandatory thing to do. You can filter the input, but the most important thing is to filter the output, because even if you filter the input, someone can then change the contents in the database, and if you don't filter the output, it would still be an XSS exploit. You can have man-in-the-middle attacks, which is someone manipulating the data between your server and the user, and that might mean they can do anything with your users. And this might happen not simply by your connection to your server, but also to third-party resources, as we'll see on the next slide. And the other one is the cross-site request forgery, where an attacker can make your users submit things that they don't want to. For example, make a bank transfer. And this, it kind of allows them to execute forms with it's a JavaScript exploit. And the way to prevent it is to have one-time tokens so that each form submission is actually tracked against a server token. And if it has been already submitted, or if the attacker doesn't have the token, then they cannot do it. Now some recent examples. British Airways recently allegedly leaked some millions of payment information from their reservation, I think, mobile application. Well, it was because of a static resource from their unprotected server, where the modernizer JS was modified by the attacker. And so whenever it was loaded on the page, the modernizer just got all of the payment details, the credit card number and the CVC number, and sent it to a third party. And yeah, they stopped it after a while, but it managed to collect a lot of payment information. How to prevent it? Limit third-party sources, check them regularly, whether they checksums match, and do have some good operational security to prevent people modifying your JavaScript files in the first place. The other example is the New South Wales e-voting. This is a state in Australia, and they did this. They do e-voting, which is nice. And it was a very nicely designed system, all of the proper cryptography, the security of the vote, the privacy of the vote, everything was okay. But they used to have a Pyrrhic analytics JavaScript included from an external source. And unfortunately, that external source was vulnerable to a downgrade attack on TOS. So an attacker could downgrade that particular resource, do a man in the middle there, so basically excluding the HTTPS at all, and then drawing anything on the e-voting site that they want. So they could practically change the order of the ballot, and you may think you have voted for someone, but to vote for somebody else, because of an external script loaded from a location that is vulnerable to a downgrade attack. Now, obviously, the prevention is to limit these third-party resources and to check for downgrade attacks. Another very simple front-end example, this is a very recent one from an Android app that simply exposed an unauthenticated HTTP interface to everyone on the mobile phone who wanted that. So any other app could just abuse and read your file system even if it didn't have permissions to. A big list of best practices, obviously no time to go through them. There were talks on that previously. Go check the OWASP checklist. It was mentioned today, I think, a couple of times. Focus on access protection, make sure you escape all the output. Always use HTTPS for everything, static resources, non-static resources, whatever. I don't submit sensitive data is not an excuse. Use HTTPS because otherwise bad things happen. Consider having cross-site request forgery protection. It's not always mandatory because in some cases you're not vulnerable to that, but have it in mind. Minimize external static resources. It's easy to include some static resources. It's easy to not put them on your infrastructure, but that's tricky and that's risky and you should minimize that. And regularly scan them. You should know when they have newly discovered vulnerabilities. Disable framing. This is a specific header that you should set to your website so that nobody can actually frame it in an iframe, or because this is how they can exploit it. Regularly update your dependencies. Get notified on new vulnerabilities that get discovered because that happens regularly. Fortunately, GitHub has that functionality. It automatically notifies you when there are vulnerable dependencies, and many, many more. Now a little bit about backend vulnerabilities. The most horrid one is the remote code execution. If that happens, it's most often game over because someone was allowed to execute code on your server. Now, if they don't have the right privilege, it might not yet be game over, but still it's very, very bad. As I said, that GitHub notifies you about things, about vulnerabilities. Recently, I got a notification that a famous Java JSON library, Jackson, up to a very recent version, allowed remote code execution by just deserializing carefully crafted JSON. And that's scary. So an attacker could just send you some JSON and be root and execute stuff on your Linux machine, and that's horrible. So yeah, do regularly scan your dependencies. Your code itself may introduce such remote code executions, as we'll see in the next example. So if someone uploads a file, don't run it. Sounds obvious, but not so. And yeah, check if your dependencies don't accidentally expose such vulnerabilities. SQL injections, kind of a trivial thing to grasp. Still, it happens too often. It practically gives an attacker access to your database. They can get all the data, or they can destroy your data. They can do anything. And this is basically by allowing, by having your queries concatenated with the user input. So if the user input from the get parameter is the user ID, and you don't do anything with it, don't sanitize it, you don't use prepared statements, then an attacker can type a specially crafted value, which is 1 semicolon drop table users, and then your query would look like that. And it would obviously first select things and then drop the table. Some databases with some sophisticated functionalities can allow them to even get all the data and send it to an email or send it to an external API. They can basically screw you. Use prepared statements. That is the default option for that. Weak authentication is another major backend problem. That includes a lot of things like bad password storage, for example, using MD5 to store passwords, non-secure session cookies. Your session cookies should be marked as secure because you are using HTTPS, as we said already. And if your authentication is bad, or you don't have one, as by the way, in the example earlier today, someone showed a Jeep that's external, that attackers could crash while not in the car. Well, one of the issues there was that they were having unauthenticated endpoints in the car, and you could connect to them externally, and that was horrible. Prevention, it's not tricky, it's not easy. You should review your authentication security regularly. You should use bcrypt or similar to store passwords. Just having MD5 or even SHA is not enough. And you should prevent attempts to brute force authentication. Some funny stories. There was a popular blog post recently, how I hacked 40 websites. And it was about a remote code execution attack. Basically, the guy uploaded a PHP file instead of an image. It was supposed to be upload your profile picture, but he uploaded a PHP file. And turns out that the website didn't do any sanitization on that and allowed him to run it by URL. So the image was supposed to be uploaded somewhere, and you could get it by URL. Well, he invoked the PHP file, and then he got access to the whole machine, because through that PHP file, he basically created a shell for himself. And why it's 40 sites, because the vulnerable site was one, but it was a shared hosting. So there were 39 other sites on that machine that he could also manipulate. The fix sounds easy. Check your upload contents. Don't allow people to execute them. Fortunately, languages like Java, you cannot just upload the Java file because you have to compile it and put it in the runtime. But scripting languages like PHP allow these kinds of things. One story, when I was advisor in the Council of Ministers, some investigative journalists discovered that personal data for ministers, for diplomats, for directors in the administration were leaked or could be leaked from a government website. And so I asked the investigative journalists what's the problem. Turns out to be a simple SQL injection on a website that was used for something like tourism or reservations or whatever within the administration. Turns out it wasn't supported for years because the company had gone bankrupt. But fixing that was just a matter of a few lines of code that I added to the site while I literally went down the basement in the Council of Ministers and fixed it. So use prepared statements, then SQL injections can't happen and people can't leak your data. If you can't use prepared statements because of an older version of PHP, which was the case, try to escape or sanitize your input as much as possible. Another thing was the recent Marriott data breach. It's a huge hotel chain. They actually bought other hotel chains, which was the source of the exploit. And attackers got millions of passports and visitor locations. So not only your passport number, which is not that interesting probably, but also where you went in the past 10 years. And that was useful information for example, Chinese intelligence, because once they knew from previous breaches who were the people with high security clearance in the US, then they could match them to the Marriott things and see where basically US agents were around the world, which is kind of scary. What was the problem there? Well, they stored all of that data unencrypted, and it could be just extracted by using select star. How to prevent it? The general cybersecurity practices and IPS is intrusion prevention system, so do have some way to detect, at least, if not prevent intrusions, but also encrypt your sensitive data at least in a more granular way, so not just encrypt the whole database at rest, because that protects you from something grabbing the hard drive, but doesn't protect you from someone doing select star. So granularly encrypt sensitive data at least. And some best practices here again. Use prepare statements. I've said it too many times now. Force use HTTPS. This is also repeated here. Simply having an option to use HTTPS is not enough. You should redirect HTTP to HTTPS always, without any exceptions. Validate the input on all layers. It's not enough, obviously, to have it validated just on the client side, because people will circumvent that. But also on your other layers in the backend, do some validation there as well, because at some point you may introduce a RESTful API in addition to your user front-end way of gathering data, and then the validation might either have to be duplicated in the RESTful layer, or you can forget it. Regularly assess your protocols. If you have some custom ways of exchanging data, some tokens, password reset flows, whatever, check them regularly to see if they are up to the scrutiny of the current requirements. Because yesterday there was an article about the two-factor authentication flow of Google and Instagram and Facebook and many others, and turned out that they have an issue there. It was too complicated to explain. Now it's an edge case, but still even the best companies have issues with their two-factor authentication flows. Again, check dependencies for vulnerabilities, encrypt as much as possible. Encryption is not that expensive in terms of resources. Encrypt sensitive data granularly. So for example, if you have to store passports, encrypt them per record if possible. This is actually what we do with one of our products, the Sentinel DB one. We allow encryption per record, not just a broad encryption. Use bcrypt for passwords, or scrypt or similar. Regularly review your authentication mechanisms, whether it's API authentication, OAuth. OAuth has a number of vulnerabilities. Don't invent cryptography. It's hard. It's tested and verified in very formal processes by scientists, and simply inventing your hashing algorithm or your encryption doesn't work. Don't do it. Log cleverly means log as much as possible, but not more. Because if you log personal data, as we'll see in one example on the next slide, if you log personal data or credit card numbers, that's bad. So log as much as possible to be able to navigate what happened, but don't log too much. And keep an audit trail. Audit trail is usually equated with logs, but it's not exactly. The audit trail is what happened from a business perspective. Who clicked where, why, which screen, what transaction was performed, and keep that audit trail protected. It's not simply a log file. It should be guarded at least with digital signatures. Now, our other product is making sure that this audit trail is not modified by any way, but at least do some basic cryptography on it, like signing it or timestamping it, to avoid someone from changing it and you don't notice. We've got to the infrastructure vulnerabilities, and there are all sorts of them. Your credentials the credentials of administrators can leak, and that makes it practically the same as insider attack, because if they want to attack the system, they already have the credentials. It allows basically full control over your system, including if you have to protect all kinds of credentials, not simply the SSH certificate that you use to log into the machines or your AWS credentials when you use AWS, but also your DNS management password. And we'll see in a bit why. How to prevent that? Use multi-factor authentication. It's quite easy. For your infrastructure, use, and when I say multi-factor authentication, I don't mean just in some web management console. Use it also in SSH. You can very easily set up Google Authenticator in order to allow SSH into a machine, and that's a good practice. Whitelist IPs that you connect from. Don't just allow, even if you have a Bastion host or some other machine that kind of is in the middle between your infrastructure and the internet, do restrict the IPs from which you can log in to the office, and do have audit trail. Other issues come from misconfiguration, older security suites. As I said previously, if you allow downgrade attacks to SSL version 3, then someone can do a man in the middle. And other sorts of misconfiguration like exposed directory structures, just not configured security at all, and other issues. How to prevent that? Well, not an easy way. You should have to do regular penetration tests, regular reviews. It's more of an organizational measures than technical ones. And the unpatched software issue rises here again. It increases the risks of 0 days, whether it's from the operating system, whether it's from some important libraries like OpenSSL. The good thing again here is to kind of get notified about CVE vulnerabilities. This is the database for vulnerabilities. You can set that to automatically get notified, even if you're not using GitHub. The examples here, Heartbleed was a famous 0-day vulnerability with OpenSSL, which practically meant that it's as if you don't use HTTPS. It's as if it's plain text. Well, not exactly. It's harder than that. But it could expose any connection. How to prevent suffering from 0 days? Well, you can't, because this is why they're called 0 days. But you can have a pretty fast, if not automated, way to patch that. What we had when I was working at TomTom back then when Heartbleed hit, and the team had designed a protocol. It took them a month. That is some encryption on top of SSL. And it looked kind of useless because, well, you already have the communication encryption. Why do another layer of that? Well, we were quite happy when Heartbleed hit because we were not vulnerable to it, even at day 0. But that's kind of an edge case. When I said DNS previously, there was a recent hack on a Brazilian bank because nobody touched their infrastructure. Nobody could penetrate their core banking system, their servers, whatever. But they managed to steal the DNS management panel password. And so they pointed all of their domains to other websites that were malicious, and they collected some data from there. It's that trivial. So attacking the weak spot means that if even one of your passwords is not properly protected, and you don't have two-factor authentication for the DNS management of a bank, then you're vulnerable. Recently, this is a personal thing, I was checking in for a flight, and the system, after the successful check-in, forwarded me to a directory structure. You see all the files in a particular directory. And that's obviously a misconfigured server, where they have just not disabled the directory listings. However, at first, it seemed that there are only static files there, JavaScript, CSS, whatever, not interesting things. But when I dig deeper, turned out that they're storing their current access logs on that server, and they're accessible through the directory structure. In those access logs, they had all of the requests, obviously, but the parameters, the itinerary numbers and the person numbers and the flights, were GET parameters. So they were visible in the URL. So practically, you had access to whoever has checked in for whichever flight, and you could get all of that data, who traveled where. I reported it. They fixed it 3 days later, so probably no damage done. But still, a simple misconfiguration could leak the travel patterns of millions of people. Reminding me to, again, say, do not log any sensitive data, do not put sensitive data in get parameters, etc., etc. Use multi-factor authentication as much as possible. Configure network security rules. We saw in the previous presentation how this can and should be done in Kubernetes. There are other ways for software-defined infrastructure. Monitor your traffic. This is more of an ops thing than a development thing. Keep software up to date. I'll probably say it 1 or 2 more times. Do penetration testing. Protect your logs, because just simply having the logs doesn't mean someone hasn't modified them and you haven't seen who has modified the logs. Encrypt secrets, because an application usually relies on secrets, some sort of secret. An API key for this service, an API key for that service, a password for this and password for that. These should be encrypted on the file system, and then the application should have some way to decrypt them. It is a bit security through obscurity in the end, because if the application needs it, then the server should be able to get them. But adding one such hoop makes it harder for an attacker to just go into the system, fetch all the files, and have everything. There are these systems called privileged access management. Take a look at them. They're very good for larger infrastructures. Don't store production credentials in code repositories. Quite an obvious thing. Still, if you go to GitHub and Google password in .properties files, you'll find millions of repos probably that have done the mistake of storing that, including, unfortunately, some government projects. Disable all these old Cypher suites. They are vulnerable. You probably don't need people using Internet Explorer 6, so just disable them. And use CMs for anomaly detection. These are systems that you deploy, and they monitor allegedly everything and notify you if something is happening incorrectly. And finally, we've come to the human factor vulnerabilities, and they are the hardest to prevent with technical means because they are, as I said, human. The spear phishing is one of the issues. It is a targeted fake email, and it could lead to practically controlling the whole infrastructure again. Well, not always, but if you send a phishing email to the administrator to log into his DNS account in order to confirm his whois data, for example, and he does that, and then you have their DNS record, and then you change them, and then you have 80 domains of a Brazilian bank. How to prevent those things? Well, at least multi-factor authentication can help here, but not always, because phishing sites can go around multi-factor authentication by just acting as a proxy. And when the original site requests the token, the phishing site also requests the token, and you type it in. You should scan emails, have audit trail at least to know what has happened when the problem happens, as we'll see with the DNC, and general good security practices. Social engineering in general is a problem, because if people use some personal details for their security questions or whatever, or passwords, knowing where they lived or what's the mother's maiden name or the name of their pet could actually compromise security. So yeah, do not use personal details for passwords or for security questions. And the lack of training is the general problem here. Staff should be trained to kind of see social engineering and spear phishing and other human factor vulnerabilities. The examples here, the DNC hack, quite infamous. It happened by sending a spear phishing email pretending to be Google. So here, reset your password. And then they obtained John Podesta's password and got access to his emails. That's as simple as that. I mean, the whole scandal in the US with the Hillary Clinton emails that probably swung the election was a phishing email. And these things sound trivial, but they have dire consequences when not treated properly. He was a non-security employee, he was a non-technical employee, and they should be trained as well, because they happen to also have access to some interesting information. There could also be filters that auto-detect phishing, that check the links, see if they pretend to be someone else that they're not. Some tools help you with that. Obviously, if there are such tools, use them. Another example, very similar, RSA, where RSA Secure ID is allegedly a secure way to to do two-factor authentication, among other things. But again, the way it was built, the blueprints for the secure ID were obtained by an attacker by, again, spear phishing some stuff that was not involved with the particular project, but allowed the attackers to execute a flash zero-day exploit on their machine, and then from there go to the network and do some other things. So this is, again, non-technical employees were attacked, and this is scary. Yahoo breach, similarly things, non-privileged employees, not system admins who would probably notice what is happening. They were sent emails, they clicked, they gave access, and then it was game over. One of my favorite comic strips, in the movies, people kind of present hacking as someone doing very sophisticated, complicated, hackery things. In practice, it is that, obviously, but also there is, hi, I'm Robert the Hackerman, the county password inspector, can you give me your password? And people do, because they're not trained to detect those kinds of things. How to protect the human, and that's hard. All the other best practices in the previous slides combined, plus regular training, but not just of the technical employees who probably already know how to prevent these things, of everyone. Background checks for security systems, for highly security systems, because people might be vulnerable based on their background. They might be extorted, they might be other issues with their background, so do that if you're doing with government secrets or whatever. Do have audit trail, so that at least when something happens, you know what has happened and you can prevent it the next time. Use multi-factor authentication. Do have a policy for mobile device security. It shouldn't be just someone bringing their own phone, connecting it to the network, and doing whatever they like. There should be regular social engineering drills, so someone doing penetration tests should pretend to do spear phishing, for example, to some employees and see how they react. If they don't detect it, then they should be trained again and again. Scan the emails, try to detect phishing automatically. These are probably some systems that the operations department should install, but something to have in mind. And access to critical systems by system administrators might be done via split key. So no single person should be able to log in the server for a particular very critical sensitive system. There should be two of them using a split key to be able to identify there. So is that it? Is it the whole security thing condensed into a few slides? Obviously no. Obviously nobody can give you the whole complex picture of information security in 30 minutes. And this is a problem. Some people may say, well, we are certified. We're certified with ISO 27000, PCI DSS. We are certified security professionals and whatnot. And this is a good start. This is a good start because these standards have many of these good practices. They have many of these recommendations of how to do things, how to encrypt data, how to use multi-factor authentication, how to do the regular trainings, etc., etc. But this is not enough. It says what to do. It doesn't always verify that you have done it properly. All it's happened to omit many issues, and we've seen that. And probably all of these breached organizations, Marriott, British Airways, they did have all these standards, and obviously they did rookie mistakes, basically. So it's a good start, but not enough. The way I think this should be addressed is through all of the talks from this afternoon about security coding practices, but also just a general security mindset of the engineers, of the operations people, of everyone. Whenever developing new functionality, whenever deploying a new service, whenever commissioning a new server, always ask what can go wrong. This is a simple way to say define your threat model, but at least even if you don't do it so formally, try to ask what can go wrong. Try to stay up to date, both in terms of knowing what are the current trends in attacks and in vulnerabilities, and also having your software up to date, obviously. Strive for simplicity. Now, that doesn't seem related, but simple software is obviously less vulnerable because it has less of an attack surface. So strive for simplicity because very complicated things happen to have issues where you don't expect them. And maybe most importantly, don't assume that someone else has taken care of security. oh, we're developers, the operations people will configure the file load and the intrusion prevention system, and it will be fine. Well, yeah, but that might not catch the CQRS issue or a SQL injection or whatever. So always be conscious of security regardless of what your role is. Can tools solve these problems? Well, partially. As I said, we're in the business of building such tools, but even if that goes against my business interests, I'd say that they solve half the problem. People have to solve the other one. At least you have to be able to install and configure these tools. And knowing your tools is hard. Introducing more tools introduces more complexity, and sometimes they can be additional source of vulnerabilities. And look for the best tools, but don't be over-reliant on them. Don't assume that your firewall will just save you when the issue strikes. And have a plan. Things will go wrong. But your plan should not be just running around in circles. You should be prepared to react. It might not be a document based on an ISO standard that says what do we do in case of a breach, but have it in the back of your mind, have it written somewhere in Confluence, in Jira, or wherever. Just if something bad happens, what do? We gather, we convene, we discuss for 20 minutes, and then we react. For small companies, that would be enough. So what I've been saying in the past half hour was don't do that, don't do this. Well, do this and this, but don't forget to do this big list of things. Don't assume you're secure, don't be complacent, don't be reliant on that tool, don't be this and don't be that. And this is why my talk was titled How to Create Secure Software, because you don't have to blink. If you blink, the enemy is there. And this is a reference to a favorite Doctor Who episode where the alien was able to attack only if nobody was looking at it. Even if you blink for a second, it was very quickly approaching and trying to attack you. So unfortunately, there's no easy answer to security. You just have to be very, very careful and not to blink. Thank you.
With that, thank you very much for these fantastic presentations. We have time for a couple of questions. So if there's someone else who is willing to ask. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ilyan Majarov. One of the last slides was saying that you should be ready to react. I am just curious, do you know of a company or of a person which is trying to be proactive, trying to invest time to actually find new exploits? Because obviously from time to time there are some new things that we haven't seen previously. Do you know of such a company or person that tries to exploit something new?
Yeah, well, TomTom, where I used to work, we did this regular penetration test that we just hired an external company and said try to break in. And this is one thing that I recommend doing if you're a big company.
Hi, Martin Ruspo.
Other questions?
This gentleman over here.
Yeah, so you were, okay, let me make it into a provocative part and a bit more. So you said don't blink. Is that reasonable to try to do?
No.
This is the provocative part. And then the more realistic part. I mean, you were talking about, non-technical users are very easy to be spearfished and so on. I don't think technical users are any safer than that. So I think it's, basically the risks are much bigger than we can solve directly. So earlier today people were saying, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was. Actually, you have to assume that you are already being attacked and that you already have exploit.
Absolutely. You have to assume that you're under attack 100% of the time and not blink. And also, your technical staff may be more prepared to fight these attacks, but the risk there is higher because they have the proper credentials to access the backend system. So treat them as if they don't know what phishing is.
So, no any other questions? Let's say thank you very much. Božidar, it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now, we'd like to celebrate three best questions which were asked during today's sessions. I'm not sure what is your opinion about these questions, but we made some short discussion with Alexander, and our view is the following. We'd like to celebrate third and second places and the first one. So the third place is the question, if you remember, to